That's not what I wanted. Copy link. There we go. Hey, Golden. Welcome in, man. Damn, you were on us fast today. Jesus. What's up, dude? How you doing this morning? Shit, I barely even had time to set up yet. Hold on. You're doing good? I'm glad you're doing good, man. Oh, excuse me while I get just a little bit more comfortable here. Steam, shut up. But also, thank you, Steam. Ba 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 da ba ba da da. Anyways, welcome to our first special interest thing, which was suggested by both Lakes and Princey throughout the last few months. I love video games with commentary tracks. This may bore other people, and I apologize if nobody wants to stick around for this. I understand. It's my own special interest. I will not judge you for not being here. I'm always like this to more streamers who actually have schedules. Hey, hey, hey. Our schedules our schedules are schedules. Don't worry about it. No, we have no fucking schedule. My schooling thing has been really kicking my ass. I try to for sure Saturdays and Sunday mornings I want to be here for streaming. And days that I have off maybe, which is like Mondays and Fridays, but we'll see. A lot of Mondays I tend to run Elsamos or D&D, so we'll see about that. But it's nice to have you here, man. It is good to see you. I'm sorry if you were here for the original stream of Firewatch and you don't care about re-seeing all this. Hi, Julia. None of this matters, by the way. I think we'll do the same choices we did last time. We've seen all of this. We're not here for any of this. We're here for the audio tapes. We're gonna maybe turn up the sound. Or not. Never mind. Ignore what I've said. So this is the Firewatch Audio Tour tape player.
Hello there. Welcome to the Firewatch Audio Tour. My name...
Oh, can I turn you up? I'd appreciate it more if I could turn you up. Maybe sounds?
is Rich Summer. I voice...
No. How about... And subtitles are on, so there's no way to really get this. Hang on, where's my... Beware, I'm turning the sound up on my computer. This may get louder.
It's the character of Henry, the guy that you're currently controlling with those buttons there. And I'll be chatting with you in a little bit. Thanks for checking it out.
You're welcome, Henry. Richard. We're going to turn that all the way back down. We're going to only have voices. So let's just double check to make sure that there are no other audio tapes in here. I think once we have the map of the thoroughfare, I think it marks where all of the tapes are available on each day. So we'll see. Oh god, I forgot about how far you can zoom in. Whoa! I guess I should have turned. Oh well. I should have turned the sound on just slightly, just so that there's like some noise. But I'll fix it when we get back. Julia wants to get a dog. What did we go with last time? We did Shepherd. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Okay. Now that I'm back here again, let's turn on sounds just slightly. We don't want too much. How's that? Let's find out.
Hi, I'm Sean Vanneman. I wrote the bulk of 100% of this game.
Hey, I'm Jake Rodkin. I did a lot of level design, UI design, and worked with everyone on the story for Firewatch.
The game has this weird structure that Chris and I talk about in another tape. This is the first thing I wrote, was this opening of the game that jumps between Henry's life and the trip out to the woods. And I used a little product called Twine to do that, which you can download and use. It's just a very simple choose your own adventure tool. The simplest way to program a video game that one can then share with friends and play.
I think we were worried that the team would sort of perceive Henry as a blank slate, as sort of a generic game player protagonist, and we wanted to make sure, or we wanted to get in everyone's mindset, you're playing as a specific guy with a specific life.
Yeah, there's a reason when you play video games that a lot of your protagonists have amnesia, because it's really difficult when you're driving a character around who knows things about their life, or his or her life, that you, who you ostensibly are that person, don't know. So yeah, we kept trying to write an opening of the game that happened sort of like weeks into Henry's experience, and then quickly realized that it was like, well, why would he not be able to say X? Well, because his relationship with his wife is Y. So, but the player doesn't know that. Yeah. And this was the quickest way to get everybody on board, was to just take the thing that I wrote that answered the question, I think, for Jane and you at the beginning, which was like, who is Henry? And I would write these character profiles that were really bad. And then I went, what if I just let you play a thing? And then you can figure out who he is. And we held on to that until we had the idea to put into the game.
It means that when you're playing Firewatch and Henry and Delilah start talking about Henry's wife, you don't have to learn it through his dialogue, because you made the choices that brought him where he is today.
I kind of wish I had T here, because she's so much smarter about coding than I am. But she's shown me a program like this before, and it's always really fascinating to me. I fucking love, like, choice things and how that shit just works. Guys, I'm not smart. I don't think I've ever claimed this. I don't think I've ever claimed to be highly intelligent. I have a high IQ, not smart. My IQ is not made for real things. Just in case you were ever wondering. Yeah! And yes, this will be more of just a casual... casual gameplay, man. Yeah. Prologue's interactive music.
Hi, it's Jake again.
Hey, I'm Chris Remo.
Oh, hey, Chris.
Hi there. I was a game designer and the music composer on Firewatch.
Nice.
So you're hearing now the first piece of interactive music that went into Firewatch. The first piece of music that actually
responds to what you're doing in the game?
Exactly, yeah. So this is a piece of music that's divided into technically 6 parts. And what's happening is, as you're playing through this introductory sequence, when you hit certain points in the narrative, it sends a signal to Wise, which is the name of the audio middleware we're using. And then when Wise gets that signal, it waits until the next sort of musically appropriate transition point. And then when it hits that, it smoothly transitions into the next section of music, and so it creates the effect that you're just listening to one big long piece of music that just happens to be timed very nicely
It just
to your
happens.
playthrough.
It just happens to get sadder and sadder at the exact rate that your life gets sadder and sadder.
Yeah, exactly. This was a challenging process, both because I had no idea what the music should sound like, and also because it was the first interactive piece of music in the game. So the technical sort of just how does this work was also a part of it. But as it turned out, this music was changed. I mean, Jake, you may remember this. This music changed relatively little over the course of development in comparison to a lot of.
I think it started off as maybe 3 pieces and it expanded out to 5 over development. But
Mm-hmm.
other than that, it's one of the first things dropped in, shipped. Get ready to hear about that a lot on this commentary.
Music is also fascinating. Yeah, again, not my conversation points. That's more tea. But hey, mug you with a knife. You scare him away. You don't beat his goddamn face in. We don't do that. We're not violent human beings. Well, Henry's not a violent human being. Mostly. Is he a violent human being? Only when his life's in danger. He doesn't get violent until... Is there any audio pieces here? No. Okay. He doesn't get violent until, like, 1985. I was trying to read that. I don't think I've ever actually read the journal entry. Sent home on permanent medical leave. Send her to the full-time care. It's the right thing to do. Taking care of somebody in her, Julia's condition, by yourself with no medical training is complicated for sure. Hello, Mr. Deer. Oh, you'd be an elk, wouldn't you? You're not a deer, you're an elk. Hello, Mr. Elk. Goodbye. Good talk. See you later. If you ever put me in a home like Henry did, I will cut your balls off. Again, we talked about this in the original playthrough. They talk about the fact that Julia's sister brings you a typewriter, and you have it for the gameplay. I wish more was done with it. I think that would have been an interesting, like, to see him just journaling stuff. Like, you see him use it once, I think, in the entire thing, and that's when he starts, like, writing down notes about the people he thinks are spying on them. But I would have liked to have seen it go a bit more deeper. You know what I mean? I know what you mean. Yes, I will talk to myself during this. It's how I'll survive. So I believe, do they flash? Yeah, if we haven't touched them yet, I think they flash. And then when we have listened to them, I think they turn off. The Ins and Outs of the Lookout Tower by Jane NG and Niels Anderson.
I'm Nels Anderson, and I was a designer and gameplay programmer on Firewatch.
I am Jane Ng, and I worked on the 3D environment art in Firewatch.
So you're likely standing at the base of your home away from home, your home in the wilderness. For all intents and purposes, more or less, this is basically just.
So if we go south, it looks like there's another
real
available
straight up
one.
tower, like they existed out in the woods, right?
Yeah, I think it is Portland. There's somebody in Portland who was very good about archiving a lot of blueprints about various type of fire lookouts of the state, and we got some, and that's how we started off building the Firewatch. The lookout tower, just by looking through how they were actually built.
It's slightly taller than a real one, right?
We had to make quite a bit of adjustments because, for example, the stairway you see here, normally fire lookout stairways are not on the outside, but for more interesting gameplay and views for the player, we opted to change that. But ultimately, we still wanted the tower to feel like a real tower. So we had to figure stuff like, hey, how does the plumbing actually work? And how do they
Right.
get water? Stuff like that. It actually is very important for a real tower.
And if you go look around the base of the tower, you will actually see a big old plastic cistern.
We are not a survival game of any sort, but it is important to make sure that all that stuff is actually thought out, so the space feels realistic.
Right. You don't want someone playing the game being like, wait a minute, there's no how does this guy drink? How is he not dead?
When I normally play video games, I'm always interested in stuff like, hey, where's the bathroom? So here we have the outhouse and you can go anywhere, but stuff like water is very important. So in a real fire lookout situation, what they do is they will use a cistern, and they will capture rainwater from the roof, and you will actually see that we actually have a little pipe down from the roof, and we even have what they call a first flush filter being there, which is actually what they use.
That's my favorite kind of filter, really.
Yeah, I had to look up what do they do, because once you go, okay, you collect rainwater from the roof, it want to be all nasty, and then hey, somebody already figured that out on how to collect rainwater. What do you know?
We actually visited a number of different lookout towers as we were researching the game, and it was always very satisfying to see elements of things we saw in the real world and make their way back into the game, and vice versa.
So we also made sure to have a tab here, like a little faucet, where you can actually get water from the cistern.
Yeah, if you click on it, it will play an animation of a hand gripping a knob, and water comes out for 2 seconds. Doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
But it's there.
We'll
I
have
think
to
for a
check that
while we
animation
actually
when
were
we get
thinking
back.
should we just let the player turn on the water? Or then what happens if the water just runs out? And then James had a very good idea of just going just make one animation that you turn on the faucet and turn it off immediately, just so that hey, there's water in here and you won't die. That's Henry.
Nice.
Hey, it's Chris again.
Oh, it's Jake.
So if you're listening to this right now, it's because you went off the beaten path really early in the game. Obviously, you probably did that because the commentary map told you to. But
you don't need a map to tell you to go here. You could just go here.
We had to. One of the biggest challenges in this game was throughout the entire narrative, keeping in mind that really players can pretty much go anywhere that they've unlocked on the map at any time. And sometimes that's actually really inconvenient for the narrative of the game. We had to come up with a lot of excuses for why you couldn't go to certain places at certain times, or if we couldn't think of an excuse.
Some call it an excuse, others call it a thrilling narrative event.
Right. So for instance, where you are right now, if you keep walking in that direction, you will sort of cross the river, but then be unable to go any further. Because
There's a lot of dense underbrush.
And then about halfway through the game, when a big fire happens, that area is burned out, and you can walk past it into Cottonwood Creek and
Pork Pond, etc.
and all those areas. Yeah, it was really, really hard to think of just
Right,
like
the water animation, right.
completely implausible.
Yep.
And so we actually have relatively few cases of that in the game.
Yeah, if we couldn't come up with a good way to keep a player out of a space, we instead flipped the other direction and went, well, what can we do to support it and make it interesting? On this day, before the story started, not a whole lot, but
Just a quick little
we thought
animation.
It was fun to point out that you can wander a lot more of the map than you might even think at the very, very, very start of the game.
Yep, and then especially once you get ropes, that increases a lot more. So just as you get these items that allow you to explore more of the world, we had to face these increasingly complicated and frustrating design challenges of how does the whole game not break all the time now. It was interesting and difficult, but also cool.
Yep, bye.
Bye.
Hello, Two Forks Tower.
Hello, Dahlia. Delia. What the fuck's your name?
Two Forks Tower, this is
Delilah.
the Warfare Tower. Come in.
Hello? Whoever this is?
It's Henry, right?
Yeah.
I'm Delilah.
Hi, Delilah.
Yeah, that's what the guy said on the phone.
So, what's wrong with you?
Excuse me?
People take this job to get away from something. So, what's wrong?
What's wrong with you?
That's That's a great idea. Go ahead.
Look, I just hiked for 2 days, so I don't really follow whatever it is you're doing right now.
You take a stab at what's wrong with me.
Fine, then can I sleep forever?
Sure, buddy. Okay, now go ahead.
Okay, you're probably just rebelling against a mom who wishes you had given her grandkids, by the sound of your voice, at least 15 years ago. You come out here and it really grinds her gears and you love it. Can I sleep now?
God damn.
Well, she also says I fuck immature men, but in my defense, who wouldn't want a 28-year-old with ambition and energy and some fire in his belly in bed?
Me, I'm going now.
Okay, could I?
Just a second, now it's my turn.
Okay, good night, bye.
Let's see. I don't know anything about you. I say you got fired from your job and have finally decided to write your novel. That's the sort of bullshit reason you'll find a man out in the woods.
Good night.
Welcome to the job.
Hi, Delilah. Our new best friend. The fuck's a co-goat? Did I say co-goat or go-goat? I can't see it properly. The world may never know. Oh, I guess he does technically use it
Morning,
once.
Henry. Well, I guess good
Okay.
afternoon. You probably slept
Fair
like a
enough.
rock.
Fair enough,
Anyway,
game. You got me.
There's still a few hours of daylight to get some work in. I can see you at your desk, so call me when you're ready.
Nels, it feels like you on the team did the most sort of digging about what the real job is like, what is in the actual space, and then checked us against reality when we kind of went off the reservation.
In general, I really like doing research. That's sort of a thing I've enjoyed on all the projects I've worked on. So for this, a bunch of folks on the team read this great book called Fire Season by Philip Connors, which is kind of like a memoir-ish thing from this dude who still is an active fire lookout even today. But I also just, I called up the Ministry of Forests and Natural Resources here in British Columbia and got redirected to like 3 increasingly small Ministry of Forest offices until someone just gave me literally the phone number of this cool old lady who had once been a fire lookout. So I just kind of chatted with her for like an hour and a half just about what doing the job was like. The reason why the game is not a simulation of being a fire lookout is because what everyone talks about is that the number one challenge with the job is that it is incredibly, impossibly boring.
Because you can't, like, read a book. You can't, like, be doing other things, right? Like,
Not really.
Yeah.
At the end of day 3, where Delilah mentions, it's like, Karen's like, well, what do I do for the rest of the summer? She's like, you sit in that chair and you look out the window. That is actually what fire lookouts really do. So all the folks I talked to said, like, figuring out ways to combat boredom is the number one thing. The lady I talked to, she said she did a whole lot of needlepoint and cross stitch because you can do that without looking at your hands very much. Obviously, like, lookouts are also responsible for doing, maintenance on their towers. But again, it's like not maintenance because some crazy Yahoo smashed up your tower. It's maintenance like, oh, the paint is kind of flaking off. Better paint it. Or these trees have grown too tall, so I need to chop them down. Not, I'm chopping down trees to form a weird log bridge.
The main takeaway from whenever we would talk to someone who had done this job is, why would you make a game about that? That is the most boring time of my entire life. So hopefully we showed them how.
It feels like people who do this job like fall into 2 camps, right? They're the people who think they can do it and can't hack it and bail after like a month or 2. People like Jack Kerouac, who tried to do this and wrote about it in Desolation Angels, and then he went crazy from a lack of cigarettes and then left. Or the people who kind of enjoy the solitude and then figure out ways to deal with it. But we
there's
do
a
have,
list.
a lot of the window dressing for the stuff people use, like other folks I talk to. It's
Oh
like,
my
what do you
God.
do? Well, we read a lot of books, and we like trade the books between the different lookouts through rangers and stuff like that. So of course, Firewatch has a crap ton of weird books in it, stuff like that.
I didn't know. I don't think I noticed that there was a list on the side before, so you can see how many you've actually listened to. Fucking fascinating. Give me this.
Hey, it's Jake again.
And it's Jane again.
All right, let's talk about Two Forks Lookout. I mean, we could just
Was
talk
3
about
the
lookout
one that was
towers
up in my
general
tower?
in
Yes.
video games.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you
Let me
built
go
it. You
double
want to
check
talk
real quick.
about it?
Yes. So lookout towers have standard sizes, actually. I think most of these were either 14 feet by 14 feet in the inside, or something like 7. Like there's actually
Like
a
tiny,
standard.
wow.
Yeah, the
Yes,
cabins have
okay.
standard sizes, and the ones that you have a bed and stay in are the 14 feet ones. And we realized through a few experiments that if you make a space that's actually 14 feet in the game, it would be too tiny.
Yeah, I remember you found a lookout tower enthusiast website that had posted the actual blueprints that the state parks and forest
Yes.
service used. So we're like, we're doing
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
We're building it to scale.
Yes.
It's
and-
tiny. You can't
yeah,
move around.
It's tiny, and then basically the camera just has no room to maneuver at all.
Yeah, and you just feel like a fat guy, like you can't fit
Yeah.
between your desk and the
Yeah, and
firefighter.
it feels like you're just in a shoebox. So we did a few experiments. I was like, okay, how about it's twice as big? And when it's twice as big, and it's just like no.
palatial
Yeah, and
fire
it looks
lookout
wrong.
cribs.
And then like on the outside, the silhouette of the space also looks wrong. So we ended up with I think something like 1.5 size bigger than real life, and it feels like a real fire lookout.
Over the course of the game, as things change, there's a bunch of variants of the tower too, right? I mean, simple stuff like the broken window, but then also
Oh,
we
yes.
move furniture around. Henry gets moved in over the time.
Yeah,
over
there are
the
different
time.
states of the interior, and we achieved that by actually swapping out the whole interior set. Like 7 or 8 times, I think.
A lot of times.
As the game moves on, then more and more of his stuff starts showing up, and then Henry is a slob, and so his like undies are everywhere and all
Window
this
gets
stuff.
broken, window gets fixed,
Exactly.
conspiracy board goes up. Yeah,
Yeah.
and dirty socks get all over the place. Just tell the story of some slobby dude up here.
I didn't
Chris again here.
Hey, and Jake, congratulations, player. You have completed the teen loop.
Oh man, that's true. This is the end of what was originally called teenloop.unity.
I should be doing this in a specific
our game
order,
engine
huh?
Unity, because we thought that was just going to be the file corresponding to the
To
first
this piece
sort
of game that you've
I'm
just
sorry,
yeah,
I picked
this
up the
first
wrong
big
tank.
objective.
But then we kept building, so all of Firewatch is in fact saved inside of a file called teenloop.unity. So
Yep, the
know
entire
that for the
game.
rest of your play experience, you are inside of the teen loop.
Yeah. This part of the game, you probably are right now if you're listening to these commentary notes basically in sequence. The
Nope.
music
Let's
is
do
either
it
about
out
to
of
kick in or
sequence, I'm
has just
sorry.
kicked in. It's dark. You're finding your towers been broken into. This, I really strongly remember
I'm out of
feeling
order.
when this went into the game and had the music, which was actually the first music implemented in the entire game. All this stuff together felt to me like the first real moment
I'm not
of
out
a
of order,
surge
you're out of
tension
order.
in the game, and it felt really crazy.
Yeah, because we
to me.
had our environment system working for the first time, so the sky turned to nighttime,
Yep.
and our world logic allowed the tower to switch into its broken into state just when you were off in the world for the first time. And then when that music finally came in, we're like, oh, wow, okay, this is a world that's alive and can be tense and cinematic.
Yep.
And all of it happened without us ever having to cut the camera. I remember we were all very proud and stoked of that.
For sure.
That was like right before we first demoed the game, I think, at the Penny Arcade Expo.
Yeah, because the end of day one was the end of the
Ooh,
first
Penny
demo.
Arcade.
Right before this, there's the moment with the creepy guy in the woods, and that was sort of a moment of tension. But that's also arguably maybe not, because it's immediately deflated by Delilah.
Right, but this, you're like,
was like,
holy crap.
Okay, I remember feeling kind of nervous about it because it was like the game is declaring this is a tense moment, and if it falls flat, we have failed. We can't like make a joke to diffuse it. And I think it basically worked, and it was a real relief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ba, 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 ba. Hi there, it's Jake.
And Chris again.
Hey, so here we are in the cache box clearing, or at least I guess that's what we call it. There's a lot of cache boxes in Firewatch, but this was the first one that we placed into the game.
For a long time, this was the cache box.
It was the cache box, even though we knew we wanted to have more. This area was actually one of the first areas that we've built out to any degree that looks like a piece of the world. It was a really good proving ground for us. Like when me and Nels Anderson were grayboxing the world at the very beginning, we tried a million different things. Like maybe this was on the edge of a cliff, or maybe it was a secret that you had to find. And I think it was Sean who suggested that he really wanted it to feel like a warm sort of enclosed space, like you've stumbled onto a little glen and you want to stay there for a while, which I think makes sense because we wanted people to
Hey,
actually
Easy,
stop
how's it going, man?
and poke around and have it not feel like the woods.
This was an area with a lot of firsts. I remember this really ended up looking a lot like Ollie's concept art in a way I think that felt like an accomplishment when it all got built out. It was also the first audio I implemented in the entire game, I believe.
The Foley on the locks and the lid.
Right, exactly.
Oh, this was
yeah.
this was also the cache box was also our proving ground for detailed object interaction with Henry animating the lock, and also there is an exit out if you back up and turn left. That was the first time I prototyped one-way drops and also any like sort of secret paths, because the way that you cross the canyon also showed up here, and I didn't tell anyone on the team about it for like months, and people only noticed it once they started playing the back half of the game, and it was very fulfilling for me.
Nice.
How's the day been to you
Cache
so far?
box.
Not really had much
Land
anything
of
going on.
Firsts and secrets.
That's the state flag of cache boxes.
I let myself sleep more than usual yesterday because it was my day off. So now I'm gonna stream. Mickey's at work, so since Mickey tends to have a falling asleep thing, I will be doing things that I care about that I know she has no interest in whenever she works and I don't. So that's why she plays Genshin while I am away.
Wow, there's an old, I think it's called a medicine wheel out here.
Yeah, it was made by Crow American.
The radio went on a real evolutionary journey. I don't know if you remember back at the very beginning when we all got together to make the game. We got together in December, like the first week of December, and we said, well, we're definitely going to take Christmas break, but what can we make in 2 weeks with this crew in Unity, an engine we've never used before? And we started just starting with the radio mechanic, and I quickly wrote like a mystery about an FBI agent looking for a kidnapper in the woods, and then you had like a dispatcher who was like, go to this place and look for this. Oh, I think he left. And I think that's when we sort of proved out
Hang
looking
around,
at
man.
things and pointing at them the way you would like in a shooter.
I
but
have
giving
a
options to
severe
talk about
love
them
for
was the
video
thing we
game
were gonna do.
That's kind of where the radio
commentary
mechanic is
tracks.
so different.
I have a
from
couple of
most
games on here
conversation
that
systems
have
of
it
games, right? Because
that I'll be going through.
game conversations, it's like, oh, you're standing next to this guy, so you can talk to him now, and you will be able to talk about things that have recently happened to you. But since it's a radio, it's like you could be anywhere, anytime, talking about whatever you're looking at. So even as we started to like do that initial prototyping, we sort of realized like, oh, that's very interesting. Also, this is really complicated and very different from how most games do dialogue.
Yeah, when you're standing in front of a character, you just sort of have the like very like binary rule of I am standing in front of a character in an adventure game, I can talk. I walk
Yeah,
away,
exactly.
I can't. When you change that up and you can talk about things
If you ever
wherever,
get a
because the
chance
proximity to that
when,
character is no longer relevant, you
again, this is the type
start
of thing
to
I
find
should have
really
T
weird
in on
cases.
because
like what do you do
programming
when you want
is
to talk
her
about
thing.
an idea or a sound
I'll have
you
to
just
bring her
did?
in at some point and
A
have her talk
smell.
about what she
So
knows
then we
about this
had
kind of
sort
stuff.
of like breaking the radio mechanic into the realm of like the intangible, and I don't think that really came on until much later.
Yeah, we got like I think during that prototype we got the very initial vestiges of it, but in that initial prototype it was so simple where it's like, oh, if you're looking at this weird stone head, you can like push the one button to play this crappy audio top of "Oh hi Mark" from Tommy Wiseau's The
Oh, hi,
Room,
Mark.
or you can push 2 to say "Oh hi Denny" instead.
That was the darkest time of
But
development for me,
It was the most wonderful time.
because that movie gives me real physical illness. When we had mapped the radio mechanic to 2 lines from The Room, I was in a bad way about that.
I enjoyed it greatly.
I know you did. I know you did.
Yes.
Yes.
Jake,
Oh, hey, Sean.
you did a neat thing here in the game that I like a lot, which is when you make a dialogue choice with Delilah about what this dangerous hill should be called. It shows up on your map, and I like that a lot.
Yeah, when we were putting the map system together, well, actually, the map weirdly was one of the latest things, one of the final things to come into the game as a fully fleshed out piece. But an upside of that is we built the map using a lot of tools we already had. For instance, the system that checks which things you haven't talked about, which things you haven't found in the game. Use the same variable list as our speech system. So when I was putting this together, I realized, oh, not only can I put a mark down on the map when Henry finds it or talks about it, but I can totally look at the same tools we use for dialogue and figure out what the player said and put it on the map. And the end result felt really natural. I actually wish we'd gone a little deeper on it in the game, but I'm really happy with what's in there right now. Also, please name this shitty boss is going to get me killed, because that's objectively the best name for the hill.
Nope,
Is that
too
your
late.
handwriting?
Yeah, you gotta cram that in there, but it's still readable.
I chose the Widowmaker. Fuck you.
Hey,
What the hell's wrong with you?
Widowmaker got the best of me.
What exactly happened?
My
Oh,
rope snapped.
no tape
coming
here
down
for
the shale
today.
Slide.
You didn't break anything, did you?
No, I think I'll make it.
Well, be careful for Christ's sake.
No. Fuck you, Delilah. Hurt myself if I want to, goddammit. Ooh, storyboard.
Wow, there's a big rock outcropping down here near the lake. It's really something.
Hi, this is Ollie Moss, and I was the art director on Firewatch.
I'm Jane.
Hi, Jane.
Let's talk about this teen
Let's
party
talk about this.
zone.
Let's talk about the Teen Zone. So the Teen Zone is one of the first areas that we used as a sort of art test to see how we would go about building the rest of the game.
We knew from the pretty early on that, like, on day one, you will start from the tower and you will have to head down to the lake. And somewhere in between, you will see some teens and they're partying. And so we call this the teen zone, because this is where all the teen stuff is.
Yeah, and it was important to us that the reveal that it was a group of teens was communicated through the level design. So the idea was that you just kind of like walk through some trees and burst out into this scene where a campfire was still burning.
And you had a pretty strong idea of what you wanted to look like.
Yeah, I just wanted to put some big angular rocks in there, which is basically the like my modus operandi for the entire game. But we wanted to have a big angular sort of rock, which became known as Pride Rock because it looked so much like the rock from The Lion
No,
King.
we did name that Pride Rock, didn't we? That rock does serve as a very strong landmark pretty early in the game, and it kind of does point the player in the right direction.
Exactly. Should we talk a little bit about our process for
Sure.
designing these areas?
So in the beginning, when we just have like no concept art, we will just mock it out with just gray, literally just gray boxes and a gray terrain. And then we will take screenshots and give it to Ollie to be like, please pretty this up, Ollie.
Oh well, first of all, I'll do a terrible garbage sketch and pitch it to the team, and if people like the gist of it, then we'll go away and do a bit more of a detailed drawing, and then you would go.
Yeah, we'll add in some more shapes, and then we just keep going back and forth with paint overs from Ollie.
And then it's just a sort of tennis, really, just back and
Yeah.
forth between the two of us until everyone's happy with what we have.
Yeah.
I found a bra.
A nudie pyromaniac. Remain professional.
There are panties.
There are what?
I don't want to say that word again.
Why, 'cause you're 12?
There's a... Ooh.
Yes?
There are two naked ladies out here.
Can you handle that?
No, Delilah,
Come on,
I'm
I
scared.
like naked ladies, same as anyone, but there's,
Two?
yeah.
I know this will be tough for you, but try to pick your tongue up off the ground and do your job.
Okay. I found them in the lake.
Skinny dipping.
Yeah.
Is that a guy over there?
My name is Patrick Ewing. I worked on tools and gameplay programming.
The teens, Patrick.
Let's open some old wounds here.
This is like going back to like an old battleground and being like on these
Exactly.
hollowed grounds.
Yeah, I
bad
died on
things
this hill.
happened. I died on this hill.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the most complex interactions in the game, if not the most, right?
Yeah.
And it was in the game from the very first vertical slice we did, and then I think we kind of added to it as we played through it and saw like, oh, we should be able to throw the boombox in the lake, obviously, right? Okay, the teens need to react to the boombox being in the lake. Oh, but then they should also react to you putting it down.
What you should do if you're making a video game is build relatively ironclad, predictable AI and systems that react to inputs. But instead, we built a series of relatively flimsy state machines that were like, if this, but not when, and also if.
Right.
And we're able to create this scene as designed. And Patrick was sort of the shepherd of this scene. So whenever anything would break, if you were to throw the boombox and the teens were not to respond, or you leave with the boombox and they would talk about something else, it was Patrick's job to ferret into the
Right.
state machine and
Right.
figure out what was going on.
Yeah, and I'm happy with how it turned out. There are so many different ways that this scene can play out now, depending on what you choose to do. Do you throw the fireworks at them? Do you talk to them and then start messing up their stuff and throwing it in? And it ends up being pretty like believable. They feel like real characters. It's just such a crazy spaghetti code in the back end that I'm always terrified when I see someone play through it, that there's some interaction that we didn't think about.
Right now, the player is interacting with the teens in a way that is completely not by the book. And
I mean, luckily we
beads of
haven't.
sweat or building on your brow.
Yeah, I think it's just a PTSD response at this point. We would see the bug reports if this was actually still breakable.
Yeah.
Let me Wapiti. Amigos is Spanish and Professionales is Italian. Professionales.
I found a sweatshirt from the University of Eastern Colorado.
There's a University of Eastern Colorado?
Nope.
I really don't think there is.
Why would somebody make that up?
Right, and then put it on a sweatshirt.
The world's a weird place.
So I think this is a reference to one of their other games. Do they talk about it in this tape? Hang on. Hang on.
Any chance of those kids getting a disease in this lake, like diphtheria or consumption?
Hello, my name is Erin Yvette, and I'm the voice of Chelsea.
Hi, my name is Nikki Rapp, and I'm the voice of Lily.
And we're the drunk teens in the lake.
The obnoxious, skinny dipping, drunk, firework blasting teens.
This isn't the first time that you've played a Lily, though.
It is not. It's actually the third time I've played a Lily. My first Lily was Lily Zanotto in Psychonauts.
Ayo.
And I played the lovable Lily in The Walking Dead from Telltale. And now I'm Lily in Campos Santos' amazing game Firewatch.
I'm pretty sure the backstory behind my character's name is that it...
No, wait a minute. Hold on. What did she just say? Lily from... Hold on. Lily from The Walking Dead is the same fucking woman as Lily from... Hold on. Hang on. Hold on. Everybody hang on a second. Oh my God. That's interesting. I would not have recognized her voice for fucking Telltale's Walking Dead.
Sean
Jesus.
Vanneman's girlfriend.
Just Lily, look at the flowers. No. No flowers for Lily. Easy. I'm
His
sorry.
name. Slightly less backstory
pretty
for me
rad,
personally.
Where the fuck
She's
are we?
a cool person in real life, so
Okay, that's why.
it's fine. Although I wouldn't
good.
say that this character is based off of her, because this character is, I guess I always pictured her being changing majors constantly in college because she like can't decide what she wants to do. Like she's gone through like psychology and sociology and like and just constantly flunking out of everything.
Yeah,
So she's
I
just
think-
switching until something sticks.
That's good you had ambition. I don't think my character really... I think she just was kind of drunk, cutting class.
This isn't the first time that they've done something like this.
Not at all. I think they were professionals at it. They were good. They were good at getting people to buy them booze, you know,
Totally.
that kind of a thing. That's good. Stand outside of 7-Eleven.
Whenever people ask me like, "Oh, who did you play in Firewatch?" It's like, "Oh, remember that time on day one where like you saw these silhouettes of like gyrating women? I was one of those. I
Yeah, there's,
probably
like,
called you a fucking
bras.
asshole. That was me."
That's a dubious honor, but it's still an honor.
Totally, yeah. A little tiny bit of a really cool game.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
What is it?
I mean, hey, as long as they enjoyed themselves, I
drunk
guess.
last night when I welcomed you to the job.
Jesus.
Yeah, well, you're not the first boss to be guilty of that.
I know. I know I can get a little pushy, you know, putting you on the spot about why you're out here and stuff.
and you thought it was a good idea to get into your love life, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. This is Ben Burbank. I'm a programmer at Campo Santo, predominantly doing graphics work and performance stuff. And I'm here with Jane.
Hi, I'm back.
And we're going to talk a little bit about, in general, how the world sort of streams in. This is a big open world game. There are, like, what, tens of thousands of trees somewhere in there?
Yeah, and we have how many chunks of the world that we stream in and out?
There
I
are
don't
100
remember.
plus.
Yeah, I think over 120.
One of the big challenges with that was we have to remove parts of it when you're not looking at it, because video game consoles and computers don't like to draw things that aren't seen.
Especially not a lot of trees.
Yeah, it's a lot of work for that little graphics card to do to try and draw all those that big forest. So the canyon's one of the spots where we have like obvious occlusion where you can't see most of the world. So we unload like the tower hub. The tower that you see in the canyon is fake. It's a small fake version.
Yeah.
Which is a common trick.
Yeah, so it's like a very low cost version of what it would actually be there.
One of the biggest challenges for Jane and people building the levels was figuring out line of sight. So how far can you see?
Hey,
Like,
what's
if you
up, Zam?
have a point where you can
How you
see
been,
entirely
man?
across the map,
Been
you
a
have to
bit.
be very careful about what.
Yeah,
is
come on
actually-
in, hang
what's
on
actually
out.
drawing.
Yeah, so even though the canyon is pretty much a straight
Don't you
corridor, we
worry
have to put in
about
some
a
kinks in there.
thing.
So, you know, like right sort of in the middle, there's a little area
What we
where
got?
you have to go around a rock.
The next
This is
one's
so that
in the
we
cave.
could,
Okay.
make sure you won't be looking at the lake when we basically delete it out of the world.
Yeah, the game also, you know, it's sort of non-linear. Like there's a linear story going on, but there's the ability for the player to just go backwards. So we also had to keep in mind like reverse line of sight
Yeah.
and things like that, which is a little different than a traditional action game or
Yeah,
something.
it's kind of like a little puzzle game almost to figure out when
Porn.
we stream in and out things. So hopefully
Bonk.
you don't notice any of it, because if you do, that's actually us not doing a great job.
You probably will notice it though sometimes. I'm sorry about that.
What's in this cave down here?
In Thunder Canyon?
Thunder Canyon?
Hey, I didn't name it. But in the cave, I don't know, rocks? NFS tells people not to go too far in there. It's pretty dangerous.
It looks like the path leads through the cave.
Back in the cave, huh? Man, I don't need to lose another lookout in there.
Another lookout?
They go in, they never come out.
So this is another one of your jokes.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
This cave is gated off.
It's to stop spelunkers from dying without getting the keys from the Forest Service office first.
Hi, I'm Jane. We're back.
Hi, Jane.
Ollie.
Let's talk about this cave, Ollie.
Oh, let's not.
This cave really gave us all quite a bit of headache, actually. I was actually kind of having a mini panic attack, because one of the hardest things to light in games actually is any area that's sort of half indoor and half outdoor, and this cave
Yeah.
is a pain in the butt to light.
It is. Well, having we thought you'd be an old pro at this, having worked on a game called The Cave. But yeah, it caused a lot of problems in terms of the logic gating of the environment switches, because every time the time of day changes in the game, it then like sets that time of day.
Because there's no doorway really.
So the way the cave is lit, it actually just changes the time of day in the whole game. So like when you hit a trigger, if you could somehow magically transport yourself back outside the cave, you'd see like the sun spinning through the sky, the sky changing, and it was really hard to make that process invisible to the player and make it feel natural.
Not to mention that when you're inside the cave, everything also has to look really dark. And we use a method called image-based lighting throughout the game. And that basically means that all the objects, like all the trees and rocks, just look out to the sky to see what their lighting should be. And so in the cave, we actually had to do sort of like a fake sky for anything inside that is just pure black. So the lighting inside would be appropriately dark.
But still navigatable to a player without the
Exactly.
flashlight.
And so, and also to be able to have a smooth transition when you're going from the brightly lit outside to the really dark inside and coming back out again, and having all the appropriate logic for the time of day, like Ollie said, it was just a real pain in the butt.
pick up the cassette, please. Thank you.
I love the little details in Firewatch's branching dialogue. There are a lot of very subtle, hard to notice things that Sean put in while writing it that you really couldn't notice without multiple playthroughs, but they add up to this feeling that you're talking to real people who, just like real people, kind of echo back things you said earlier, who continue in jokes that have been established, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the subtlest that I don't think I even noticed till I was rewiring the game midway through is the spooky figure who you meet towards the end of day one.
Spooky figure.
Okay.
If the teens
We love
call
spooky
you
figures.
a creep, Henry calls the guy who's putting a flashlight in his face a creep.
Right.
And he goes, "There's some guy out here creeping," or he says something like, "He's a creep out here." She's like,
Yeah.
"A creep, Henry." He's like,
Right.
"Yeah, there's a guy who's spooking me out here.
Right.
I don't like it." And I mean, I like doing stuff like that. I pay a lot of attention to the sort of infectiousness of language.
Yeah.
Especially in this office, someone will start using a turn of phrase that then I'll be at lunch with someone later, or I'll be out with Jake or whatever, and then I'll hear the phrase
Theory crafting?
through them,
Yeah.
where it's like, like if somebody was saying, "Oh, there was a total creep outside at the bus stop," then it wouldn't be long, like 18 hours later, it would be totally conceivable to hear Jake be like, "Oh yeah, that guy's kind of a creep. I don't know if we should have him by or whatever."
Yep.
And I'd be like, "Man, okay, like that word is now like bubbling along the surface of our social network here."
Mm-hmm.
And I like, people are like that. People are weird, sort of like passive, like non-participatory sponges sometimes.
Yeah.
And I just like putting that stuff in the writing. And you can do that in games in a way that you can't do that in other media. If you do that in like a book or something, it's so double underlined that it feels like you're making a big point as an author. But in a game, because it's player driven and it's passive, it just feels causal and the way the world.
Trail isn't closed anymore.
Oh, really?
No,
Yeah,
really.
I took care of the block path. It was backbreaking, but anything for the service.
Well, thank you.
Anytime.
We're gonna re-listen to this one since I listened to it out of order.
Chris again here.
Hey, and Jake, congratulations, player. You have completed the teen loop.
Oh man, that's true. This is the end of what was originally called teenloop.unity, a scene file in our game engine Unity, because we thought that was just going to be the file corresponding to the first
this piece
sort
of game that you've just played.
Yeah, this first big objective.
But then we kept building, so all of Firewatch is in fact saved inside of a file called teenloop.unity. So
Yep,
know
the
that
entire
for the
game.
rest of your play experience, you are inside of the teen loop.
Yeah. This part of the game, you probably are right now if you're listening to these commentary notes basically in sequence. The music is either about to kick in or has just kicked in. It's dark. You're finding your tower's been broken into. This, I really strongly remember feeling when this went into the game and had the music, which was actually the first music implemented in the entire game. All this stuff together felt to me like the first real moment of assertive tension in the game, and it felt really crazy.
Yeah, because we
to me.
had our environment system working for the first time, so the sky turned to nighttime,
Yep.
and our world logic allowed the tower to switch into its broken into state just when you were off in the world for the first time. And then when that music finally came in, we're like, oh, wow, okay, this is a world that's alive and can be tense and cinematic.
Yep.
And all of it happened without us ever having to cut the camera. I remember we were all very proud and stoked of that.
For sure.
That was like right before we first demoed the game, I think, at the Penny Arcade Expo.
Yeah, because the end of day one was the end of the first demo.
Yeah.
Right before this, there's the moment with the creepy guy in the woods, and that was sort of a moment of tension. But that's also arguably maybe not, because it's immediately deflated by Delilah.
Right, but this you're like,
was like,
holy crap.
Okay, I remember feeling kind of nervous about it because it was like the game is declaring this is a tense moment, and if it falls flat, we have failed. We can't like make a joke to diffuse it. And I think it basically worked, and it was a real relief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ba, 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 ba.
Bum, 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 bum.
So we can refer to it and see if anything comes up.
Thanks.
I need you to
Ooh,
feel
pencil
safe out
sharpener.
here.
Just point me to the Forest Service weapons cache and I'll feel safer than the Pope in his little car.
Yeah, someone made the choice years ago that leaving people with infinite amounts of alone time and a gun was kind of a bad idea.
Right.
Understandable.
I'll see what I can do.
thank God. Give me those grenades, Delilah. All right. Oh, just about every bone in my fucking arm just cracked. Jesus. Ah, that felt good. Welcome to day 2, motherfuckers.
Wake up.
Oh, I'm awake.
Hey, wake up.
I'm awake. I'm awake. What's your problem?
Our problem.
Sorry, our problem.
That storm knocked out the phone line I used to talk to the service, which means we're cut off.
Hey, I'm Chris.
And I'm Sean, and day 1 ended abruptly. A lot of games don't do that structurally.
Yeah.
You sort of get to an end point, you touch a flag, or you continue on infinitely with no cuts.
Right.
Cuts are very rare in games that have sort of a...
First-person games especially.
Yeah.
The idea for that came from the movie Dallas Buyers Club.
So interesting.
I know. I remember so specifically seeing the first time that movie cuts to a day title card where you learn that the Matthew McConaughey character has diagnosed with AIDS and essentially given 30 days to live, and then it cuts and it says day 1. And it was that was like a gut punch when you see that because of what it implies. And,
Princey boy.
And I was like, oh
How's it
man,
going, man?
our game is set in basically a limited amount of time. And there's like this tense thing that happens that makes it, it's not as though there's like a specific date that's coming up, but there is like tension now that exists. Also, we had to figure out just how to get around the fact that we had a big open world.
Oh, there's
and
one
needed to
back at
tell
the
linear story,
Widowmaker.
and so I just came in the next day and pitched that idea based on that movie. And
Yeah,
that's what
and we all just thought it was like stylish.
Oh, that's right, because we make our way back down there again.
Interesting and solve so many problems. So
I
ended up
do
presenting
remember
a lot more
that.
problems, but I think it worked overall.
Okay, so we'll work our way this way. And then this way. Left. Down. Into Thunder Canyon. Left to there. Back around. Okay, there you go. That all makes sense. I got this. The day's going by steadily. Fantastic, man. I'm glad to hear that. We don't want you too miserable out there.
Hey, it's Ollie again.
And Jake.
Hi, Ollie.
So I feel that we're right now in close proximity to Forrest Burns.
Yes, we are. Where is
The
he?
idea for Burns came around when we realized that Smokey the Bear was not a public domain figure.
There he
And
is.
We realized, but also something that people associate really closely, the idea of a mascot.
Come on, Forrest. You can come with me while they talk
Right,
about
so
you.
what if we created something far worse than
Yeah, what
Smokey the Bear?
What if we made something horrifying and strange? And the original idea was that as the game kind of built up, you'd find these Forrest Burns posters that would get gradually more sinister and be this sort of like externalization of Henry's inner paranoia sort of creeping in. But
That did not happen.
We didn't do that. We just made a wacky character and stuck him in the game.
I think there's one of the Forrest Burns posters survives in a couple places.
Mhm,
Like
yeah.
Delilah's Tower at the end
Right
has
before the
the
cave.
Forrest Burns can dig it poster.
Mhm.
But the one that says "snuff it out" with him holding a match
Does
at
not
the
appear
face
in the game.
at the face of a child. Yeah, it's
we
not
were
there.
like, no, that's out.
Yeah, I know. Even up until the moment that Forrest Burns went into the game, I feel like there was a hesitance from the team
there it
to
is.
include him in the game.
Yeah.
But
I went and just put him in.
Too late. I'm at work.
Rogue
I know.
modeled the
I'm
Forrest
sorry,
Burns
buddy.
stand up, and then right before the GDC demo, I put him on the back of the outhouse.
Yes.
And then it turns out that he was really fun. Fun Forrest Burns fact: for a while, you could use him as a physics object, and then we've discovered that you could like surf Forrest Burns and use him to get to inaccessible areas. So you can no longer do that, unfortunately.
Much to my chagrin.
Yeah, surf Burns down the shell slide, not allowed. Anyway, that's him.
Damn.
Enjoy him.
Yep.
Use him well.
Burns, how could you? How could you betray us like this? Goodbye.
Hey, it's Chris again.
And Sean.
Hey.
Hey.
So the conversation that you may be hearing or may be coming up soon has Delilah taking call from another lookout Unbeknownst to her, Henry can hear this all happening. And when she finishes that call, you as the player can choose to call her on it or not call her on it. And that was a very interesting piece of writing and design, I think.
Yeah, I really loved the idea we had here, and I love the way it is performed, but I feel like I especially would add something to it if I were to go back into the game and noodle around. It was this is a kind of a confusing call for people, and I'm sure if it was for you, you'll understand why, which is that people get really hung up on the fact that Delilah takes this mysterious call, and then it's never sort of like overtly explained that she's just doing her job. She's just literally just talking to someone else. And the lens through which you hear it is 100% just Henry's paranoia. But I feel like that could have been underscored here way more had I let you, the player, like find a nuanced middle ground and sort of pry at her about what that call was without freaking out. If you call her on it, Henry gets very, very defensive. And while I think that goes to illustrate the fact that Henry doesn't have a lot of capacity for nuance and middle ground because he's so damaged and bummed to be in the situation he's in, I feel like he kind of did players a disservice by not letting them feel out the relationship and a potential mystery early on.
I think that dated from an earlier revision of the game in which we were barreling towards more of a hard break between Henry and Delilah.
Yes.
And this was maybe just one thing that didn't quite get that last tweak.
Yeah. But I still like the scene,
Me too.
nevertheless.
Yeah.
You are here, and it's beautiful, and escaping isn't always something bad.
Yeah, sure. I can see the wire you're talking about. It looks like it's in good shape from here.
We'll follow it up to the top of the trail if you can. You can head
The
back as soon as you
suffering
give
I
me the all
doth
clear.
feel is unabounding in the universe. Are you good, buddy? Princey.
So we really can't reach anyone any other way than these wires?
What else do you suggest? Smoke signals?
Just seems dangerous. Hey, I found a structure that might have been an outhouse once, I think.
Whoa, you don't need my permission to go to the bathroom, but, use abandoned shitters at your own peril.
I mean, I'm in the right area?
I do believe. The comms wire runs for quite a ways.
Hi, Ollie.
Hi, Sean.
It's nice that we're doing a tape together.
I know, is this the first one?
It's our first and only one.
Oh, that's a shame.
I feel like we've done so much together not on tape. At least not recorded in a way that you know about.
Okay.
And here we are talking about Hawk's Rest.
Hawk's Rest.
You concepted this area.
Yeah, the idea was that it would seem from the outside a sort of innocuous little house on the edge of a cliff, much like your own lookout, but when you open the door you get the surprise that it's been burnt away and you just see a vista and sort of rush of wind as you open that door, and I thought that would be a really fun reveal to the player.
Yeah, and I sort of screwed it up when I first wrote this scene because all of these sort of Hawk's Rest dialogue and all the stuff about Raccoon Carter was as you were walking up the hill, you could report.
Oh shit, you're going to run fair tomorrow? Nice,
The
dude.
cabin, which was.
I hope you have fun with that. Let me know how it
Top
goes.
of the hill, and then get into the story about its former inhabitant as you were approaching it, and then it sort of buried the moment in
Right,
a
yeah.
way. So we took all that stuff out, and I hacked in very inelegantly, I think, that Delilah just doesn't answer you when you ask her about what the house at the top of the hill is, and then you get to experience it alone before getting the story about Raccoon Carter, and I'm really happy with the way that worked out. Also,
There's a secret.
but the raccoon that lives in the stove that you may or may not know about is only there on certain days because of a myriad of design reasons. But if you're here on any day that isn't day 2 and you open that stove, there is a little
Spoilers.
critter in there. And
I've
that
gone
was
past
animated by
one.
James, textured by Ollie, drawn by Ollie. I really like that raccoon, Oliver.
Thanks, Sean.
You did a very nice job on that raccoon. Also, you did a very nice job on the rest of the game, and I'm only going to tell you that on the Hawk's Rest tape. I'm actually going to edit this out. I don't want anyone hearing me ever compliment you.
Fantastic.
In the record, but because it's our only tape together. But yeah, I really love the way this area came together.
It's lovely. Lovely the way it is. Very nice. Well done.
My goal this time around is to watch more of the theater acts than walking around and seeing all the shops. Nice. Keep an eye out for Filch. No, not Filch. What's his name? Is it Filch? I don't know if he performs at yours or not. Zilch. Jacques the Whipper. Yeah, Jacques the Whipper's good. Zilch the Tory Stellar, who speaks in spoonerisms. It's good shit.
Hey, it's Jake again.
And Mark's here.
So, is there anything style-wise that you had to consider on this game as opposed to doing work in like I don't know, a lot of the other stuff you've done is probably more AAA in scope.
Yeah, I mean, my previous work, I've done a lot more just.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll work your Ren Fair or not.
Blood squibs.
The only one I know that I've ever seen him at is the one that was in North Carolina, but I know he travels, so I'm sure he's around somewhere. I just don't know what his schedule is.
Just sort of ambient, natural, secondary motion that you would want in the world, without it being obnoxiously overpowered as most things you would do for a AAA action game.
You know, the entire world looks hazy and covered in smoke as the fire gets closer and closer, and obviously we couldn't just fill the entire world with smoke because everyone's graphics card would melt and it would also look like a big pile of garbage. So it seems like you and Paolo, who did a lot of the sort of programming side of this, ended up inventing this thing that the team called the Henry Smoke Barfer, which
I do think Nels actually coined that one, but yeah,
it was probably Nels.
Yeah, it's a very Nels thing to say.
Yeah, Henry at this point in the game is wandering around with basically a pigpen cloud around him.
I think
But
I'm
when you
stuck.
see the sparks flying around on day 79 or the sort of lingering...
I can't
haze
even
on-
move. Reload. I can't even move. I opened that thing and I got stuck. God, how far back is that going to reset me? Oh, literally right here. No, that's fine. Let me go grab that thing that they were just talking about. No, I know. I'm trying to... There we go. The weight of the broken heart. Alright, I'm not going to pick up the note this time because that's what got me stuck last time. Jesus, fuck you, note. While we're over here, though... Is my guy here? I don't remember all the different places he can spawn. And I forgot about this during our playthrough. No. Okay. I'm sure there's some tape demo that talks about... There's a turtle out here that you can find somewhere. But I can never remember... Like, there's a couple of different locations he's capable of spawning at. And I can never remember where they all are. Alright, that looks like it's up on the path up there. So let's head up the path. Yeah, I think he's a snapping... like a box turtle. Like, I know he can spawn down by the lake. I think he can spawn up there somewhere. What the fuck was that?
You wake up pretty early then, huh?
As soon as the sun comes up, Forest Service really frowns on us putting up curtains for some reason.
I just covered my head with my pillow. Seems to do the trick.
Wow. The forest could never burn down on your watch.
Absolutely not, Delilah. I'm the best goddamn fire watcher the world's ever seen. Oh.
Yeah, okay, the wire's down here.
Really? Awesome. Good find.
It's like, I don't know, a mile and a half east of me. You just follow the trail up the hill, you can't miss it. I'll go see what the damage is.
Hey, Chris again.
And Sean.
Hey, if you saw the second trailer for Firewatch, there's a moment that takes place here where Delilah points out that there's someone in Henry's tower. Henry points out that he's not there. Camera swings back to the tower, and it's a big dramatic ending. Of course, that moment happens in a completely different part of the map in the actual game.
Oh, I love to
It
watch
has
the world burn. Princey,
totally
you know
unrelated
that.
to this moment that you're now experiencing.
And this was a trailer that we had debuted with Sony at E3, so we knew we had a big audience and that a lot of people were going to see it. it's really, really challenging. I mean, you all know, because everyone goes to movies, what it's like to watch a trailer for a movie that you're excited about and maybe have already decided to see and then be shown too much stuff.
Yeah.
And every once in a while, a movie either has like the ability to or sort of the chutzpah to just show you a scene that hit the cutting room floor or an alternate version of something that gets you feeling the way you should feel and excited for the movie as presented, but doesn't spoil it for you. And I think I'm really happy that we ended up doing that. I think it's good. Like, you're not lying. It's not like we showed you a mechanic that you can't do or anything like that.
I think that we basically had to find a way to accurately convey the type of tension and mood of the game without spoiling it. And so we basically ended up just writing those trailers to fit. I think it worked.
Yeah.
Something that would make a teenage girl run home to mommy and daddy.
I'll find them.
Thanks.
But I am gonna need a raise.
Don't hold your breath.
Nah,
I'd start
worth
by
a try.
hiking back towards your tower and just keep an eye out for anything that would lead you to them.
Oh, they're big into Red Eagle.
Great. See if you can find the path
Hold on,
they
let me
took down
let me
from
grab
there.
the tape before
Maybe
we grab the
they looped
backpack.
back around towards the lake or something. I doubt they're where they were yesterday, but they obviously can't have gone far.
Hi, it's Ben.
Oh, it's Jake. Hey, Ben. So let's talk about Henry's camera. Or I guess more specifically, the Goodwin family camera. We liked the idea of Brian and his dad bringing one of those little cardboard cameras out with them. And
Hello,
we thought
Bananas.
At various points in production, maybe we should cut taking photos because it's really complicated. Maybe you should just see the ones at the end in the credits and be shocked by the Goodwin family.
When I joined the project, I actually was super excited about this feature. I liked the idea of having the camera have a little bit of a real world like feel to it. People seem to like when you showed an animated GIF of it on Twitter. People went crazy like remembering these things.
Especially once the idea was proposed that on PC you could print out your photos or you could upload them to the internet and get them developed, which is the thing that we do.
Yeah, the photos that we take are actually secretly 5 megapixel, like first generation digital camera quality photos, but just good enough that if you print them out, they look okay.
Yeah, like once we went all in on that as a concept, it seemed like having the camera in the game was like an essential no-brainer. And then we went all in on making it work like a real camera. Like we really wanted, you'll have a fixed number of shots you can take. Every time you take a picture, Henry has to wind the camera by hand.
And some players like ignore it and don't take pictures. They'll take like the 2 that Delilah tells you to, and then the end credits will play and they'll see 2 pictures and maybe have a little feeling of loss that they didn't participate in that feature.
Yeah, or people who get super bummed because they get really into the mystery and take pictures of like strange machines and ripped up campsites and a dead Brian Goodwin, and then get to the end credit sequence and go, oh, that was me.
Yeah, they only see the sad things.
I
Those
like
people
that
win.
depending on how much you use the camera and what you choose to take a picture of, you end up getting a different story at the end of the game. That's the thing that I think worked out the best with the camera and made me the happiest that we actually went all out on building this stupid thing.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Left that antler?
Maybe they're leaving me an entire creature piece by piece.
All right, so we want to go southwest first to get 45, and then southeast to get the others. Because we can't get into Wapiti from here anyways, so southwest will be this way. Bananas, how are you doing today? Is the podcast audio supposed to be playing? What do you mean? Podcast audio? Are you talking about the developer commentary stuff? Yeah, that's supposed to be going.
Alzheimer's, like dementia.
Whoa. How old was she?
Is she? She's alive. She's with her family in Melbourne, Australia. She's 43.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't go the right
What was
way.
it like when you guys found
Got
out?
turned around.
Well, we didn't really understand what was happening. You don't get Alzheimer's in your late 30s.
No kidding.
But even then, we didn't really get it until she couldn't work anymore and I couldn't leave her alone. It wasn't until then that I said, oh, this is it. This is over. That was hard. I'm sorry to be such
Hey, Chris here.
And Patrick.
Hey, Patrick. So at this point in the game, we're starting off on the search for the teens. One big challenge we frequently had on Firewatch was figuring out how to guide players when the person giving you your current objective doesn't actually know where to send you. Delilah knows you need to find the teens, but neither of you have any idea where to start.
And in this case, we'd used telephone poles to get you up to Beartooth Point, and we're now using some beer cans to sort of lead you in the general direction away from that. Of course, we rapidly saw that these teens were drinking a truly ludicrous number of beers in one walk.
I think you and I both placed quite a few of these beer cans, probably you even more than I.
Yep.
It started to sort of strain credulity.
Right, which is why I think we had to add
Developer
that case
commentary,
again, just to make it plausible that there are something like 30 cans out there.
Right.
Yeah.
Probably the best tool we ended up coming up with for this, which was the smoke plume,
right,
was because we were getting increasingly uncomfortable with stretching fiction so far to the point of adding this many like Hansel and Gretel beer cans.
That's right. And but even then, the smoke plume was not enough. Many players didn't notice it or weren't looking up, which we know is a common game design problem. And that's when we started adding dialogue where Henry could call into Delilah and basically say, where do you have any ideas? I'm lost. I still can't find them. Kind of mirroring what we saw in playtesting where people did get lost and got frustrated.
Right.
Ultimately, when that fell down...
eventually, if you have not noticed anything, you haven't asked Delilah about any of this stuff, she will just call you and say, hey, I see some smoke. Maybe that's where you should go.
Right. And that pretty well sews it up.
The sort of full court press of all of those things. I think most players eventually find their way to the teens. I mean, we figured it was okay for players to get lost a little bit. I mean, that is the point of this. You are supposed to be on an aimless search a little bit on this mission. But, you know, I think with all of the different tools we added in, most players eventually feel like they're actually on some kind of trail.
I mean, I suggested an omniscient satellite AI that could contact you and tell you exactly where to go, but that was shot down.
What's wrong?
Yeah.
Why are you in Missouri?
I don't know. I was just singing the song.
Oh, okay.
Hi, I'm Will, and I was the gameplay and systems programmer on Firewatch.
And I'm James, and I was the
I'm
animator.
sorry, I looked miserable in the morning streak.
You
I promise.
look so like upset. Hold on, I gotta turn you down because I had to turn this way up because of how quiet the commentary is. Hey, can you talk for me?
Hello.
Hello. How much does a Firewatch make? I don't know. Not enough for what they're paid. I think it's like 40,000 for the year or for the season. For having to sit by yourself in the middle of the forest with no entertainment for what was it, like 6 months, something like that.
He has books.
Yeah, but technically you're not really supposed to, like, while you're on your 8-hour shift, you're not supposed to look away from your windows. They were talking about it earlier.
Sounds great.
Mantling today.
We had a bunch of stuff that essentially was more point-to-point interactive stuff, where you'd sort of like look to the rock you wanted to put your hand on and click on it, and you'd kind of do that. A lot of the platforming-y type stuff just got pared down because as you make the game, you realize what game you're making.
Am I playing?
And
Yeah,
it's
I'm
not
playing.
really about being an athletic climbing person. It just kind of like
No.
made
I'm
the
playing
game
Firewatch
slower when you're
with
trying to
the
get to the next
commentary stuff.
conversation. Mostly what the climbing stuff ended up being useful for in like game design terms was characterization. So some of the mantles do a decent job of getting across that Henry is kind of a lumbering, slightly heavier person, as we sort of like force you to watch Henry kind of slug over an edge rather than being a nimble, mirror's edgy person.
We also use it a lot of times to break up sightlines so that you get a good vista as you come up over a mantle, like when you see the man with the flashlight for the first time, or kind of see the burned forest.
In the cave, sometimes we use the camera animation on mantles to hide a sort of teleport to a different part of the cave, which was pretty useful actually, so that was quite good.
The reason that it all got pared down is we, didn't want you to ever fall off.
Ooh.
Didn't want you to back down them. Like nobody ever wanted to climb back up those twice. So we just made them
gotten simpler and simpler and simpler until eventually getting to you just hit the button and climb all the way up.
One of the earliest conversations I had with Jake, he just sort of casually mentioned, oh, and you know, we're thinking that you can't die in this game, and which now seems like the most obvious design decision ever for Firewatch, but I'd only been making games before then where it's like, yeah, and then you have your character can die and you respawn and like traditional video game stuff, and the idea suddenly of like, oh, like how do you make content that still feels like I'm climbing over stuff and I'm doing things, but with absolutely no risk. And I remember at the very beginning being like, oh god, is that going to be a huge problem? Of course now, if you ever saw Henry fall to his death in the game, it would be ludicrous and ruin the moment.
Absolutely.
Do it.
But
Kill
Firewatch
him.
2 is going to have lots and lots of fall into your death, obviously.
Oh, hey, this is Ben again, and I'm here with Paolo.
Hello, I'm Paolo. I was the graphics programmer on Firewatch.
So we're here to talk a little bit about the time of day system that the game uses and the skybox stuff. You're in an area where there's a weird device that you can use to step and mess
Touched it
around with
already.
those while we talk.
As you can see around you right now, you can walk on the different parts there and you'll see the weather changing. So
What is
immediately when we started working on Firewatch, there were a couple of important points. We had to have a dynamic time of day. So at any point, people could trigger changing the sky, changing the fog, changing each individual component independently. At the same time, this has all sorts of technical implications, but the most important are, okay, how do we represent all this information? Games have many ways of baking data, which means that you sort of gather the lighting information in a scene and then you save it into memory, which is usually a texture or other data structures, to then use it in real time. Now, the problem with that was that we had a lot of different permutations and we wanted them to change in real time. And also, we didn't know ahead of time how many we were going to have. So we tried to go with a fully dynamic solution. In this case, what dynamic means is just that as you walk around, you'll see the sun moving around, the sky color changing, the fog color changing, and the shadows moving. So all those components are always rendered every frame and there's no information that is stored anywhere.
So what pieces make up the sky again?
The sky, we tried first an approach of representing sort of a simplified version of the scattering equation and seeing what that would look like. And it was looking good in the game, but it was still very difficult to author. And since Ollie, as the art director, is absolutely talented with colors, at some point we just sat down and we sort of worked together and said, okay, imagine that you could just paint the sky in Photoshop and think about how that would work in the game. It might just magically work. And by doing that, we basically dissected his process of assembling just a painted sky in Photoshop, and we created a shader, which are basically programs that run on the GPU to render things
hydration gold.
that suited his exact style. So really, the sky is just a series of gradients that blend into each other with a couple of controls to change curves and attenuations between them. So as you walk around, you'll be able to see how both the sky changes and then the fog adapts to the same color and the sun moves in the right direction. And then there were just a couple of numbers to make sure that like the brightness around the sun would be higher so that it would still sort of represent and give the feeling of what the sky and how the sky behaves.
And this like gave Ollie the ability to test some things very quickly.
Exactly. Having immediate feedback for filling a world that was as big as Firewatch, especially for the sort of limited team size that we had, was absolutely important. Like we had to have a way so that artists would make something quickly, have an idea of what it would look in the game, and knowing that it was pretty close to what we were going to ship.
Yep.
Oh, thank you for the stretch, bananas. Here, let me stretch while we listen to this one.
Hey, Jane.
Hi, Jake. Let's talk about how I almost killed you over this canyon crossing.
I'm actually going
Why
to
would
get some
anyone
water while
have
this takes
any
place. Give me
objection
one
to
second.
something in a game as lovely as this area?
So originally, when we first built this whole canyon, you can only walk through the bottom where the creek is.
It looks really lovely when you're walking along the bottom looking up.
And you cannot get close to anything.
You can just
up here.
imagine what the top of the canyon looks like, and you don't ever have to see it or make it.
Basically, there was nothing up here.
But what if, think about this though, what if you could walk across the top of it and look down, and then we built all of that too?
I just remember the day when you mocked this out in the paper map and just gingerly just showed it to me. And then I looked at it and I was like,
what's that
no.
line? What's that line doing going over there?
No way, Jake.
There was no way I was gonna win that. I mean, I ended up just building a lot of it myself to
And
try.
then, and I think you were like, okay, how about this other thing? I was like, okay, this other thing is fine, but this is definitely not happening.
I just secretly built a million walls and trees and like did every single thing that I possibly could to make it so
But
you
you
would look
did
at
a
it.
good job though, because like the thing I was really worried about was when you're up there, you end up seeing basically the whole length of the canyon, and then also all the way to basically towards Delilah's tower, which means it's like
Right,
way
all the way
like
through like the Beartooth Point
it would be
area.
like way too much game to try to draw.
Mule Point. Yeah,
So that
exactly.
was the original sort of, you know,
It was a lot
fear.
of very careful, like, then you go around this turn and then you secretly drop down 3 feet and a bunch of huge trees come up. I was very happy that we were able to get the canyon crossing in because it's one of the few places where I think you do a total figure 8 over yourself.
It was nice that you managed to problem solve all the sight line areas before I lose my mind.
Thanks for not killing me. I'm alive to be on this commentary track.
All right. So now we head for Jonesy Lake. Bow, 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 ba, ba. Oh, I sort of saw the smoke for a second. Again. Okay, this tape is over by the actual lake, right? Like where we were at before. Yeah, it's over by the cache. Ooh, actually, this might be the one I was thinking about with the fucking sweatshirt. That I was talking about earlier. Maybe. Maybe not. Duck sounds.
Hello, this is Jane again.
And Chris.
And we are now by the lake. And you might be noticing that there's some really sweet duck sounds by the lake.
Jane bugged me for duck sounds for months. Actually, one of the oldest, we track our tasks on the game with like a task tracker or a bug tracker. So you rank them all by priority. And I think the like lowest or second lowest priority thing on my list for months was duck sounds for Jane. And that just sat there until I think one day I just didn't have a lot to do. And I was like, you know what? I'm doing it. I'm bumping the duck sounds up the chain. I think I just looked on the internet for public domain duck noises.
Yeah, I think you were actually wondering what kind of ducks there would be too. You were
I
very
looked it
thorough.
up. I researched it, and I think I was like mainly there. Like I think I fudged it a little bit because I didn't want it to just be like the same two. I wanted there to be a variety so it didn't get annoying if you hung out there for a while.
It's not just ducks, it's like waterfowl.
Yeah,
of all
so
kinds.
so I branched out a bit, but we got them in.
Yay!
Thanks for bugging me about the duck sounds.
Yeah, it won't be a real lake without duck sounds.
Exactly.
Still interested in playing Helldivers 2, or would you want to switch to Space Marines 2? Is Space Marines 2 free? Because if it ain't free, I can't play it. That's the way of the world, my friend. Oh, it's over here next to Widowmaker. Give me this.
Hi, this is Will.
And this is James again.
We're talking about the rope right now. You should be one nearby.
Yeah, the rope was the very, very first thing I ever did in the entire game. It kind of seeped into being quite an important part of the world layout. We sort of had this whole Metroidvania items thing, and the rope was very much our first.
You know what? I've just started to notice that with the way that this is set up, call is in the way of that. So let's fix that so you guys can actually see the name of the things while we're sitting there.
Flag we planted in the ground for ourselves. So yeah, there were lots of technical things, weren't there?
All of the rope climbs are different. All the rope slides are different. Minorly different, but different enough. So the rope had to be physically simulated. It couldn't be just a pre-canned animation. in order to get that to work, took a ton of time, lots of iterations. In the end, I had to basically make Henry's hand a gravity well whenever he's on the rope, and then grab the nearest parts of the rope and reskin them to bones that I was just making out of math around Henry's hand
Math
and
bones.
belt. So his like left hand, right hand, and belt are all take over as fake bones, and we reskin the rope every frame to get that to match up perfectly. And if you look real close at the
We don't
rope,
tolerate
you can
math
see sort
bones
of
in
a
this
little bit
house.
in front of his hands.
It's
texture on
$70?
the tiling
Fuck.
changes and kind of squishes and stretches and squishes and stretches
I
as you
mean,
go down.
unless it goes on the
And that's
PlayStation
because
Plus
the
thing, probably not.
rope position doesn't
If it ever
naturally
does,
always,
I'll play it
line
with
up
you. I've
with
never played
even
any of the Space
spacing
Marine
when I
games.
swap in those fake bones.
Yeah, the rope is one of the best examples. If
I
you
just-
to like zoom the camera out.
I haven't
and look
decided
at,
if I ever want to
what's
go back to
going on,
Helldivers
where,
or
like,
not.
I'm
I'm
sort of
still
animating by the seat of my pants and like
meh about
just
that one.
keeping his hands in the perfect position so that that transition between the physics rope and the skinning version of the rope, doesn't blend too strangely, and it's probably the set
Yeah,
of
I've seen a lot of
animations in
people
the
having
game
fun
that
with it
has
the last
most
couple of days.
versions made. There's probably like 10 different versions of climbing down. There used to be things where your hands would swap in front of you, picking the rope from one to the other, and obviously that is unbelievably, ridiculously complicated once we had the physical rope. And
Nice thing is you can get on it from anywhere and at any time, and it all works. So it was worth it in the end, but quite a bit of effort.
Just got me thinking, that's all. Like how you said one day you were talking to the Goodwins and then the next you weren't.
Ned Goodwin didn't get mauled by a bear or stuck in a ravine. He was just a PTSD'd a-hole who dragged his son out to do a job and realized it was a bad idea.
Oh, I can't do anything while my map is out.
PTSD? That doesn't sound good.
Hi, this is Ben again, and I'm here with Paolo.
Hello.
We're going to talk about stylistic fog and some of the other effects in the game.
For the stylistic fog, we basically use the same approach that we use for the other rendering components and technologies of Firewatch, which was how do we get something that allows Ollie and Jane to really just be directive and paint colors and information like they want into a 3D world. So the only challenge that was there really was how do we translate sort of a 3D scene that has depth into it, into layers of colors, and immediately we came up with this technique of using a one-dimensional texture that is applied. You can imagine that the image it's a sort of a rectangular image goes from left to right. Imagine that left is the color that is closer to the player, and right is the color that is in the distance. So in that way, you are basically able to paint color in the depth of the world, and that really gave Jane and Ollie the control they needed to make the Firewatch colors as beautiful as they are.
Yeah, it really matches a lot of Ollie's original poster and previs work for the game.
Yeah.
And that technique is used a lot in film. In film, they wouldn't even just use one texture. Sometimes they'll use hundreds of these strips to layer out an entire scene. But can't do that in a video game because we got to render at a lot of frames per second on bad computers sometimes.
Yeah, and for that, for the color correction specifically, we used the plugin that was actually available in the Unity Asset Store, and it just worked right off the bat for us. It gave us sort of the real-time tweaking that we needed, and thanks to that, we saved some development time, which was really precious.
Yeah, that was the amplify color if you're really wanting to make your own Firewatch. And in an area like this Aspen Grove, you can see all those effects coming together. You see we have God rays coming from the sun, we have depth of field. If you pick up an object to blur out the world, you can see all the different colors that Ollie's manipulating beyond just what the sky and light would provide.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, enjoy work, Princey.
Hi,
Try
this
not
is
to suffer
Oleg,
too much.
And this is Syndra. I worked as a character artist.
One of the most important things about this game, from our point of view, was to try and get the player to kind of inhabit this character Henry, and a big part of that was his character design. We wanted him to be a little different to the regular kind of character you might expect from this kind of game. He's a little older, a little more portly, and we wanted to make sure that, when you look down, you can see your body and you really feel as if you are
A little uncomfortable with how kind of similar to me Henry looks now that I'm looking at him.
I designed him.
Henry, why are we built the same?
Trying to make him feel like an older man in terms of the way he moved.
Henry!
We used a lot of, reference for this, particularly comedian Louis C.K. was one of
Henry!
He does
Yeah, I
kind
had
of
like,
look-
I had like a mood board.
That's what I'm saying.
Essentially just like a collage of Louis C.K. and there was also a fair bit of like.
He's even got the man tits like me.
Like the heavy from
Jesus, Henry.
Sort of like these.
Well,
sort
I
of
guess
like this
gotta go
heavy,
become a
sort of slow moving.
Henry, we gotta go work at the
So actually,
Firewatch.
when I was modeling, I would actually put like a camera in Henry's head so I could look down at his body, which is like I think most designed characters for third-person games and mobile and stuff like that. I was not used to, designing anything from that perspective. The initial model I sent you guys was pretty much just a bunch of primitives mashed together, like really rough, sort of like, early Dreamcast 3D kind of looking stuff, just to get like a feel for the, just proportions and to give James something to rig so he could just get something moving and kind of get a preview of the motions because, you don't need like a fully formed, highly detailed 3D model to just do animation. So actually nailing that stuff early on was really important, I think.
One of the biggest focuses was the hands, because those are the things that the player sees the most, and they're the most sort of expressive Henry. So we wanted to make sure that the shapes were really simple and bold and evocative in order to allow James, our animator, kind of give him the best material to work with and portray the character through those motions.
Yeah, they're practically the main character.
Ah, yes, the hands,
Hey,
the main
it's
character.
Sean.
And Chris, hey Sean.
So we are at the teens camp that has been destroyed, ransacked, rummaged, torn apart.
Yeah.
And I know you had some confusion over this, Chris.
I did. I didn't realize I had confusion. So I was the person who did all the gameplay, wiring, logic, hookup stuff for this scene. And the entire time I was doing it, I, for some reason, was under the mistaken impression that it was a bear that destroyed this camp. I, for some reason, had convinced myself that, Goodwin was sort of involved in framing Henry for teen stuff, but also, just separately and coincidentally, a bear just like blasted through here and tore up the tent. And I think I didn't realize until the game was almost done that was not the case.
And I think that's one of the challenges of making a game like this, and where we're telling a story that doesn't explicitly call out why everything is happening. I think, me personally, and I think you agree with me, Chris, because we talk about movies and stories a lot, I really find it obnoxious when a story goes out of its way to explain everything and handhold you through the plot of the story. Ultimately, you, the player, may have thought it doesn't really matter to you whether it was a Goodwin or a bear, because it's doing all the things on an emotional level that it needs to do as a scene, which is stress you out, realize there's danger, and create the fact that the teens feel like it was you. Like, you just know it's not you, so that's
Right.
what works here.
Like, or
as
you may
written,
have correctly intuited what happened, and that's also
yeah, Goodwin sets out to cause you distress and frame you for acts of violence such as this.
By inflaming the already existing tension between you and these teens.
Exactly right. Because he just wants you out of here. You entered that cave on your first day, and he knows what's in the bottom of it, and
He doesn't want you to.
Yeah, trips a trigger for him.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
No, well, hey, I didn't do this. Okay, someone or something went to town here, but it wasn't me.
It wasn't me, I
told
swear.
you to scare them, not assault them.
Yeah, I took their whiskey back at the lake, but that just felt like, I don't know, the cost of doing business.
That's different, okay? And I don't blame you.
This is, I don't know, weird as hell, but it wasn't me.
It's okay. I believe you. Weird stuff happens in the woods. It could be other campers. They could be having a bad mushroom trip. We really don't know, but they're gone. There's no way to call the cops. They're not coming back, and we can get to work. I'd really like to start enjoying a quiet summer.
Yeah, me too.
Ew, Bananas, your homework looks horrifying. I need boards. Oop, there's
Hey,
tape.
Henry?
Hang on, Delilah, there's a tape.
What do you look like?
Why are you asking?
Because I'm hard.
Hey, this is Will.
And this is James.
We actually spent a lot of time trying to get the physicality of Firewatch nailed down, and one of the big parts of that was getting objects in your hand, like feeling like you could pick things up and touch them. Turned out to be quite a bit of work, though, nothing that was like reinventing the wheel. It was just a matter of getting very specific offsets and very specific grips for every single item in the game, nearly.
We had tons of concepts, and we were looking at all sorts of games, and like Far Cry 2 and things for like, where's the best example of grabbing something in the world and it isn't just floating in front of you in sort of Half-Life 2 style. We ended up just basically popping it into your hand over one frame, but making sure that happens at the exact moment that your hand's swiping over it, and it's worked surprisingly well. There were sorts of strange things as well, though, like these giant hands, and then like you'd put a beer can in his hand and suddenly be like, oh right, yeah, it looks like a little miniature minibar, airplane kind of Coke. And so there are all kinds of strange little things that cropped up, but actually having the objects in your hand and you could turn them around from any angle, it ended up making it worth doing all these super detailed props. Like Ollie would make fireworks and do just really funny, cool designs that you could only actually see if you turned them around and looked at them really closely, and I think it paid off basically.
And those are just like a couple of poses that we blend between. Those aren't even very complicated, the lookovers, right?
Yeah, not at all really. There's basically one for
15
books,
questions,
and there's
10 of
one
which are
for
discussion problems,
everything else,
needing to build
and it's
diagrams.
just
Yeah, no, that sounds
pretty much
horrifying.
2 points, like fully to the left and fully to the right, with just like a sort of intelligent blend between those two things. So there were so
dropped my
many
phone.
items in the game we couldn't
Phone,
even
come back.
record individual examines for them all. But even that ended up being incredibly hard to tune to get just right. Again, lots of iteration.
They're steely, cold hard steel.
It's Ollie again.
Oh, it's Jake.
I realized sort of halfway through development that the player has a kind of quite a sort of nebulous idea of what Henry looks like, and that would be a fun thing to play with by getting the player to describe themselves to Delilah, and then having those answers feed into a drawing that you would then find in Delilah's Tower at the end of the game.
I think actually even one step back behind that, you had done a sketch really, really early on of the inside of Delilah's Tower that just had a drawing of Henry's face and said Henry and pointed at his tower, and I think that was that was the inspiration.
Yeah,
maybe Delilah had just I thought that moment already was really cool, that you'd get to Delilah's Tower and see that she'd drawn what she thinks you look like and an arrow pointing at your lookout
Close
tower.
enough.
But in that sketch, it was Henry's face, and we're like, how would... I think you said, this doesn't make any sense because she would not draw an on-model perfect Henry.
Right.
And then Sean took the Delilah draws Henry idea and ran with it and made it the conversation for day 3. Because I think day 3's initial design was, you nail up some boards. Nels and I had to actually build the end result from all the sketches you did of the different faces, shirts, and mustaches.
Originally I was just going to draw individual drawings for each
Yeah,
version.
it ended up being well over 1,000, maybe thousands and thousands of variants that would have had to be drawn.
So we needed to come up with a smart
Yeah,
solution.
we had to do something smarter, so we broke it all down into pieces. And that piece of paper that you find in Delilah's Tower is actually, I think, being put together from pieces in real time for each player. Like there's no texture that has any one of those things.
And it allowed us to do a somewhat sort of shonky Delilah drawing, which I think is quite funny and unexpected, given that
I love that
like
Delilah is bad at drawing. It's a game. A game full of everyone who can draw because you drew all of it. So it's good that Delilah just draws just
draws bad drawing.
Yoink.
Hi,
And
this
that's
is Jane again.
all for day 3, right?
And we are
Yep.
right by the outhouse. And this is also where we decided to put the generator that Henry has to use for power.
To make it as annoying as possible for him when he's using the facilities.
So normally I think the generator is not usually by the outhouse. Usually it's actually under the tower where it would be, more convenient. But we decided to put it there because it's usually more interesting for gameplay if you sort of cluster a few objects of interest together, so it's not just super spread out.
It ended up being a real challenge for audio because most of the time when you're in the tower, you don't want to hear the generator because it would just get annoying and repetitive. But there were certain times, like when you first arrive at the tower and you flip the power switch on and the generator goes on, you want the player to hear the generator, so it needs to be much louder, but then you don't want them to walk down the stairs and the generator's incredibly loud. So I had to do all this weird cheating basically to cheat the level of the generator audio volume depending on what the game needs it to be. Also, funny story about the generator. So you found this classic generator model.
I think it's called a Genero.
Generis,
generator.
I think.
Yeah, it's something like that. Basically, I based it off of this real generator, but to not infringe on anyone's brand name, I just changed it a little bit, and I was like, ha ha ha, funny. I would just call it generic.
And then we actually heard from someone we know who works for the real generator company. He was telling us that when he saw that in the game, it cracked him up because at that actual
Goodbye, bleach
company,
bottle.
when they're like frustrated at their own product, if something is like not doing its job, they actually call it generic generator. Jane managed to
We nailed it.
like completely nail the insider terminology for this classic generator.
Glad to hear you've really thought this through.
Of course.
We've issued you a comfy chair to sit in and everything.
You know, it's not really that comfy. I mean, it's wooden and there's no padding. I think I actually got a splinter in my thigh this morning.
Aww. Well, regardless, take a seat.
You know what?
It always depends on you.
I talked about this at the beginning about I wish they had incorporated his typewriter more. I don't think I ever noticed that he is writing daily journals. I somehow missed that anytime I've played this game.
Hello, Henry. Having a nice afternoon?
That's pretty cool.
Hi, it's Ben.
And it's James again.
And this is day 9, a story-only day. There's not a lot to do.
Yeah, primarily you just eat a sandwich, but there was at one point gonna be elks. In the sort of framing of the beautiful sunset across the canyon, there was gonna be a very majestic herd of elks, and in fact, this is why we made the elk rig, as far as I recall, because now the only other places in the game where you see it there's a dead one, which is optional and apparently quite hard to find.
Yeah, most people miss that one.
Yeah, and there's one in the intro, but we made them so they could majestically stalk through the canyon in a herd. And, well, actually, I made an elk walk cycle and nibbling on grass animations, but the problem was we did all this weird, like, sort of conjecture about, like, how we could implement this, and it's uneven ground, and there's winding passages through the cavern. Like, well, maybe we could do some kind of elk navigation, or we could have them walk along a spline, and then it very quickly was clear that that was very silly.
What's interesting, though, is this is still one of the most taken photographs in Firewatch as it is. Like, people still think it's very pretty.
Yeah, it ended up being less is more.
Yeah.
Everyone, you want to slap elks everywhere, but sometimes you've got to exercise restraint.
Well, game 2, nothing but elks, probably,
Nothing
right?
but elks.
Yeah.
I agree
Nothing but
completely,
elks.
yeah.
Everybody ready for Firewatch 2, Elk Simulator?
Hi, Larissa.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Well, I think you probably know this, but in the original script, your character was not Australian. She was from Chicago. And then you were cast, and I changed the entire script.
Hooray
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah.
I didn't actually know that she was from Chicago, but I did know that she was originally American. But then when we discussed it, you had that thought of, well, why couldn't she be from anywhere as, the world becomes more multicultural? And therefore, since I am Australian natively anyway, to just, capitalize on that.
It was like a beautiful discovery. It was so serendipitous because it would have been really easy, I feel like, even though you and Sissy sound so different, like you have different tones of voice. I think it would have been easy had you had an American accent for people to a little bit be confused. It's a really startling scene, this scene that we're in here, where the radio chirps and it's his wife and not his boss.
Her, yeah.
Yeah, and we
I've
wanted
actually, I was going to say, I've watched a bit of gameplay with people in that moment playing the game and their commentary on it, and it's always really fun to have that, what?
Yeah.
Who is that? Who is that? Is that, it's kind of like having that moment of going so unfamiliar to kind of jut in with this different sound when everyone's expecting it to be Sissy, so...
Yeah, and I really don't believe he would have gotten that with such a potent like pop had had it not been the accent. And to the point where I think had you had an American accent, I would have asked you to do one. But I wouldn't have had the idea had I not been presented with you as an actor.
To do that.
Yeah, it never even occurred to me for that to be the case until it was like, well, she's the best woman for the job, and she also happens to be Australian. Oh wait, why isn't Julia Australian? Wait, that's so much better across the board. Why wasn't she Australian to begin with? I am bad at my job. on day 2, you have a bunch of conversations with Delilah about Julia, or not. You can kind of choose to have those conversations in any which way you see fit, being really open about your life, or lying, or just sort of playing it soft. And all of that stuff now comes to a head here on day 33. And all of the choices you make, there's something like 30 lines of inquiry, but you can experience 4. I think there's like 33 maybe. You'll experience 4, and whatever is true in Delilah's mind based on that ends up sort of triggering this conversation here, where she wants to know either about Julia, a name she heard on day 15, or wants to tell you about her life and her experiences with a guy named Javier. And a lot of players will play this game and never even know who Javier is. It might be you. You might not know that that character exists because of the way you talk to Delilah on day 2.
You learn more about Delilah if you tell her less about yourself, if I'm not mistaken.
It's actually the polls. So if you tell her absolutely everything, or you tell her absolutely nothing, you learn a lot about her.
Interesting.
The way we made these work on day 2 is kind of interesting. There's a lot of sort of state management going on. We're paying attention to a lot of stuff. One is just how long has it been since you've talked to Delilah?
You tell Delilah
But we also
everything.
kind of need to know
She
how long
tells
has it
you.
been since Delilah
Then
has talked to you about
she
some heavy
tells
life
you.
stuff. Because if she keeps calling you back and being
About
like, so,
Javier.
tell me about your life. So, wife, huh? Girlfriend? It's just going to feel...
T would be so proud of my if-then
at best
statements.
annoying, and at worst completely unbelievable. So we're also tracking
I remember
that.
the thing she
and
teaches
then
me.
we also don't want Delilah calling you like all the time. Like we don't want her calling you when we know there's a good chance you're about to discover something big in the mystery. Like you're about to climb to the top of the wire on day 2, and we don't want her to be like.
Well, I was looking
so,
at the
girlfriend? That would be
thing
bad.
earlier. They had a whole
So what we
map of
did
like the
is we
dialogue
actually paced the
choices,
game out
and
by
I sent a
putting these
picture of it
invisible
to
sort
her.
of,
I
like,
was like, I
huge
should have brought
triggers
T on
all
for
over the
this because I
world.
think she'd be really interested.
And I mean, I probably placed, I don't know, 30, 40 of them. And as you enter them, the game just sort of asks itself, how long has it been since Delilah's called you? How long has it been she's talked about Delilah? And what is true? What does she know to be true about Julia? And it was a little hard to debug, but we built a pretty like clean looking, at least I tried to build a really clean looking state machine for it. But ultimately, I'm really happy with the way it played out, in that it feels like you are wandering through the world and the conversation unfolds naturally. But furthermore, it was really fun to actually build once I had it working, because I could pace the game by physically moving triggers around the world. Where it was like, oh, that was too soon. Like, spread these apart. Delete that one. Put that one over here. Put that one in this grove. And it was a really sort of satisfying way to tell this part of the story.
What is... Oh, that's the rope that snapped for... Yeah. Never mind. I remember that. I was like,
From
what
my
is
point
that?
of view, it makes it so much
Is that all the tapes for
more
today?
heartbreaking
Yes.
that he leaves her so far away. And I think, because I married an American and I had like a long distance relationship for maybe like 4 months before I came over, and that, you know, it's really stinking far away, you know. So to have
really
that
far.
separation, if it's Chicago, you kind of go, well, get on the plane for a couple of hours and then you can go and visit her. But a 14-hour journey and the emotional heartstring pull, like all of that, you can understand why he's so torn about what to do. And also for him to move to a completely different country and then have to deal with, you know, a sick wife and living in a space that he's unaware of, you know. So even though, of course, living in the forest is about as
Right, it's like-
unfamiliar as you can get as well, but, you know,
It's
worst
like
of
double
two
distance.
evils.
Yeah. It's like 14 hours
That's
to the
right.
trailhead from Australia, and then another 14 hours from the trailhead to the lookout tower. So it's like more
That's
than
right.
more than a day's journey away from this person.
That's right. That's right. And then the only contact you have by phone, and you know, and I think we discussed this in recording, where you know, when you have a phone conversation with someone, it's great now with Skype and FaceTime and everything because you can actually see their reaction. But there's so many little nuances to a conversation that you just have no idea. Is it because they're half asleep? Is it because they don't give a shit? Is it because... Oh, I'm sorry, can I swear?
Oh, you
Is
can
it-
totally swear. There's so many
Okay, cool.
fucks and shits
Great.
in this game, it's not even, you can't stand it.
Fucking shit. Yeah, it's, you know, or is it because he doesn't give a shit about her anymore and she doesn't know and she's confused anyway? And yeah, so that kind of complexity for me made that little scene so much more beautiful and tearing at the heartstrings kind of thing.
This is also mine. This is also mine. I've taken all of the food.
All right, I got everything I need out of here. Time to chow down.
Just yours, right?
Who do you think I am?
Food is yours. The food is mine.
Hey, you didn't take all of the supply drop food, did you?
No.
No? I mean, I don't,
You took the
I'm
food!
hungry.
So...
Hi, this is Ben again.
And I'm Gabe. I did production and office management on Firewatch. This is day 34, and Ben, how long did it take you before you actually saw this day?
Well,
forgot
since I'm a
about that.
good person, I never actually made the choice to steal that food and did not see it until after we shipped.
So I definitely did. I played through every day hundreds of times.
You did a better job than me, Gabe. I didn't see it until we were submitting the first patch for PS4 when you chose this path, and I was
There's
like,
two
what?
tapes
There's
here?
content here
Oh,
that
yeah.
I've never seen?
It's my job, Ben, to show you content you've never seen.
All right. Hopefully the next game I get to see the whole thing before it goes out.
As long as there's no moral choices in it, you will.
Yeah, that's fair.
But why don't you...
In this scene, Henry and Delilah get sort of the closest they get in the game in terms of their intimacy. Sissy, I think you've been drinking.
What?
I think that's pretty obvious. Rich / Henry, you're you, delightfully awkward in all of your painful ways. And something, I don't know if I told you guys this, but I had this notion that this was going to get really hot and heavy. Right now, the scene sort of ends very, like, in a suggestive manner, and I was going to write it to be much more explicit and to go into a place of just, like, raw, I guess you would call it nakedness, even though, like, it's audio, but just very, like, private and sexual. But I didn't because I was afraid.
I love that you didn't.
Yeah.
I'm glad of that too.
Number one, because awkward walkie-talkie sex is just awkward. But number two, because if the player isn't playing it as a flirty relationship, then it doesn't have to go there. And then this way kind of leaves it up to people's imaginations, which I
Yeah.
think is more poignant than spelling it out.
I think also we became so close as a trio over this that having to sit in on that after having to write it was going to be like a bridge too far for me. Yeah, I just wanted to say you guys did such a like amazing job with the very limited stuff I put on the page in the scene. This is probably my favorite scene in the game.
You like set the mood, you lit the candle, you know.
I'll just leave this here. Just light
Put
this
the needle on the record.
Yeah, a little moody blues and walk out.
Pour the bourbon.
Yeah.
No, it was easy to feel all of that. Rich, I feel like I'm yapping the whole thing about, like, yapping on about it. How did you feel about it?
Yeah, it's so good.
Good job, Rich. Proud of you, buddy.
When Delilah asks you, hey, are you looking at the fire? Most players are just either looking at it or about to pull the trigger and say, or hit shift and scroll to, yeah, I'm looking at it. And she goes, great, and starts talking about the fire. But because we are game developers and we know what you're looking at, if you are just staring at Delilah's tower when she says, hey, are you looking at the fire? Henry, without your input, will go, no, I'm looking at you.
Oh.
And Delilah's response to that, the way Sissy Jones played it, is so perfect. It's surprised and like almost like you can feel the one little butterfly in her belly. And I'm just so tickled with it as a moment in the game.
I wish I'd known about that ahead of
Someone
time.
came
I
up
would have
with
triggered it.
And it was like, yep, we're doing that. And it was in the game very, very shortly thereafter. So next time you play 64, or if you haven't gotten to that point right now, do that and you will be hopefully as tickled as I am.
Yeah, hold on. Reset current day. Hold on. Fuck it. We have the ability. We have the technology, folks.
A front row seat for what might be the biggest fire of the year.
Yeah, it's really going.
I'm gonna call it in. They'll send in a hotshot crew for some suppression, but I bet we'll be stuck with her for the rest of the summer. And she doesn't have a name yet. I usually think of something funny or something practical or a little risque when coming up with them. But why don't you do the honors?
Maybe we call it the Flapjack Fire. Can you sell that as a name?
You really like that, huh?
Yeah, I said I did. It's funny.
Fair enough. Flapjack Fire it is. They'll probably ask me if it was a camp cooking accident or something. So there's this creek down the hill, and,
Is it gonna count the fact that I listened to the tapes? It's not. Shoot. I gotta go. Hang on.
What's that?
I love to take a bottle of whatever I have on hand, plunge it deep into the water, and let it chill in there all day.
In this scene, Henry and Delilah get sort of the closest they get in the game in terms of their intimacy. Sissy, I think you've been drinking.
All right, we'll watch the subtitles for
obvious.
the.
Rich / Henry, you're you, delightfully awkward in all of your painful ways. And something, I don't know if I told you guys this, but I had this notion that this was going to get really hot and heavy. Right now, the scene sort of ends very, like, in a suggestive
Oh, that's
manner.
cute. Okay.
And I
do kind of like that. That's nice.
was going to write it to be much more explicit.
All right, let's go grab the
and
other
to go
tape
into a
while
place
they're talking.
of just, like, raw, I guess you would call it nakedness, even though, like, it's audio, but just very, like, private and sexual. But I didn't because I was afraid.
When Delilah asks you, hey, are you looking at the fire? Most players are just either looking at it or about to pull the trigger and say, or hit shift and scroll to, yeah, I'm looking at it. And she goes, great, and starts talking about the fire. But because we are game developers and we know what you're looking at, if you are just staring at Delilah's tower when she says, hey, are you looking at the fire? Henry, without your input, will go, no, I'm looking at you. And Delilah's response to that, the way Sissy Jones played it, is so perfect. It's surprised and, like, almost like you can feel the one little butterfly in her belly. And I'm just so tickled with it as a moment in the game. I think Jane or someone came up with it and was like, yep, we're doing that. And it was in the game very, very shortly thereafter. So next time you play 64, or if you haven't gotten to that point right now, do that and you will be hopefully as tickled as I was.
I was tickled, sir, in fact.
You're going fishing without a license?
It's one fish, and I'm sick of all the stuff I got to eat.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have taken so much of it then. That reminds me, I keep hearing reports from Fish and Game about a problem bear they're trying to keep tabs on. Can you search around the lake for fresh tracks and just let me know what you find? There was a crew burning fire lines out to the east, and, I think sometimes it riles up the wildlife.
Huh. Problem bear? Fuck that. I am of the opinion that they are all problems.
Come on, please.
Ugh. Can't believe I'm gonna leave this planet as a pile of bear shit.
Thank you, Henry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's start with this one, because it's over here, I guess.
This is Jared Emerson Johnson. I work for a company called Bay Area Sound. We did a lot of the sound editing and sound recording for the
We'll have to
game.
head back
A lot of
that
the
way
ambience
anyways
and a lot of the
later, so
effects.
we'll get those
And
last.
I'm Chris Remo, and you've heard me on commentary before, but on this one I'm speaking in my capacity as, I guess, the audio director on this game, a role that I really did not deserve to have, and basically had to figure out as I was going along. We ended up developing, I think, a pretty close working relationship where we sort of split the sound design duties. It ended up being fairly half and half, probably slanted towards Jared in terms of total work volume.
Although you did you did the entirety of all the implementation, so you were sort of the mastermind of what we needed and how it should go in the game, and I just kind of took whatever you needed from me and made it. So I was sort of the content horse, and you were the overseer and
Overlord.
the overlord of sound. Yeah. which was great. I mean, it's funny you mentioned that you were inexperienced, but it was smoother than some projects go, and it was a lot of fun for me.
Yeah, and you at one point went and did some field recordings.
You know, the sound in the game kind of breaks down pretty evenly between sound effects, which are the footsteps and the interactive parts of the sound where, the player's interacting with objects and things in the game, and then there's the ambience part. And especially in this game, in any game the ambience is important, but in this game that was sort of really where we started and finished in terms of what the sound needed to be in creating this space. And I actually had several recordings I've been making over the past 10 years or so, various other big outdoor national park locations, stuff from Yosemite and stuff from... I've actually been hiking on the Pacific Crest Trail over the past 10 years, which is a trail that goes all the way from Mexico up to Canada. So it's great. So, I mean, really, all of the ambient sound you're hearing is really coming from real wild.
Interesting
wild
that even though we have to go up to Wapiti,
Yeah, and
you
the
don't
ambience,
see...
man, I think it took us so long to dial in the approach we wanted to take.
Oh, maybe the
both in
fence is
terms
like
of
right there.
the source material itself and also the way that it was designed and implemented.
Right.
I mean, I feel like we were revising that basically until like the last third of game development. I mean, not even just revising, but I would say like fundamentally changing how it worked. And eventually what's in the game now is sort of a 3 layers of ambience that are mixed according to, where you are and the needs of the space and so on, plus additional what we called sweeteners of environmental noise, like sort of wildlife and wind rustles and things like that, to give it some character.
This project was really kind of unique in that way, in its relationship with the ambience, because it was such a key part of creating the atmosphere of it. We spent a whole lot of time figuring out how we wanted to sort of differentiate each of the individual sections of the park, and also at what point you are in the story, and how how the ambience should subtly change. It was probably the most detailed ambience work I've done on, I think, any project I've ever worked on doing this, just because it had to be so specific and subtle, but also evoke really clear tonal feeling across the game.
Yeah, I'm really happy.
Yoink.
Hi guys, it's
Alrighty,
Sean.
to the lake.
And Chris. So here on day 76, we're concluding a series of shorter days that internally we referred to as the montage.
The goal was to figure out a way to let you play through the passage of time.
The inspiration came from a few different places, and Sean, you can sort of correct or add as necessary. One was just obviously the cinematic concept of a montage. We thought that's just a cool way to, convey long passage of time without spending a huge amount of the player's time relative to that.
You referencing movies made me think of every sports montage ever, like every training montage, and then remembering that for like 3 weeks, I was obsessed with this idea because we were trying to figure out ways to come up with new gating mechanics, and I was like, oh, there should just be like ledges and stuff that Henry isn't strong enough to pull himself up. And then inside of this montage, there should be like a part where Henry goes like underneath his tower, and there's this like a support pole that goes across it, and you can just do pull-ups, and you can do pull-ups 2 or 3 times during the montage, and then by the time we get to day 76, Henry just has the strength, the upper body strength to pull himself to higher, which would explain the new gating mechanic. So it was like sports montage to the max. We would have had to get like another 80s song in the game.
Like a jock jam.
Yeah. I would have killed for a jock jam in this game. I would have given up Etta James for a jock jam in this game. Just kidding. Absolutely not.
No.
Anyway.
Sports montages, as well as film montages, important influence here. Also, the game 30 Flights of Loving, I think. Yeah, that is a very short, like 10-minute experience. If you look it up, 30 Flights of Loving, by a guy named Brendan Chung, who's just a brilliant independent game developer. I did the music for that game, coincidentally. And that game is pretty much entirely told through a series of hard cuts out of chronological order. And when we sort of combined what we liked about that and thought would work in our game with the existing day structure that we talked about earlier, it just made sense as this sort of second act of the game. Something that I think is surprisingly rare in games. You don't see a lot of montage in video games.
No, and I kind of know why. It's technically actually
it's not even
really hard.
It is really hard, and we actually strayed from our original concept, which was much more of a montage with very quick shots. I mean, it's a stretch maybe actually to call it a montage because
Right.
you play several minutes of game at a time.
Yeah.
You know.
There is a moment in here, like where you can, if you take all the food.
Oh
from
yeah,
the,
if you do that, you'll
get
a bonus.
a very
track.
small day, and I'm sure
Yeah.
there's a tape on that.
There
or-
is, yeah.
That is montage-y in length,
Mm-hmm.
but it's a technical hurdle to make a montage.
It's hard. You have to load the entire world in and out.
Yeah, so you made like being able to cut on a beat like a montage would sort of impossible because
Mhm.
we're loading scenes and moving you all over the map and redressing the scene every time, and it's
Yeah.
you have to actually build quite a technological underpinning to do one, and I think that's maybe at the core something we discovered at least.
Yep.
AKA, fuck that.
Hey, it's Chris again.
And it's James again.
This moment by the lake where you get punched out by the person who turns out to be Ned Goodwin is one of the few times in the game where we have a complete takeover cutscene like this, sort of fully animated.
It shoulders the burden for the whole second half of the game of the player feeling scared. Like when they get to the research site, a lot of people have talked to me about they were always worried that they were going to get punched again because it happens from behind, so they're constantly sort of like spinning the camera around. It's along with like the rope breaking on day one, it's probably like one of the biggest punchy action set pieces I got to animate. And it's also interesting that like most of the action happens off camera, so I'm sort of implying a bunch of stuff and then sort of handing it over to audio and being like, okay, you need to basically make most of this actually work.
Yeah, scoring this was almost like scoring a tiny little radio drama because there are the sort of creeping footsteps behind you and they're panning slightly from right to left as they approach, and then there's the big like Indiana Jones style fist punch sound, which was really fun. That was definitely the most outrageous sound I got to put in this game. And then the ringing, yeah, it was really fun. This moment changed a fair amount because it was so incredibly difficult.
We
to
found him, guys.
communicate to the player, oh, there's this exact little thing on the ground that you have to notice and pick up, and you have to do that for the game to progress. There was actually a version of this where you didn't technically need to pick up the radio, and it just led to way too much like design uncertainty and confusion.
Yeah, this was definitely one of those points where we had to be realistic about, is the game actually getting better for giving you the option to completely ignore every single part of the through line of the game? And in this case, we said, no, it's not actually.
Yeah, a lot of this game ended up being about finding a compromise between player expressivity and actually making sure some kind of coherent story got told. So this was quite a significant example of that in development. Took a long time to nail down, but I'm pretty happy with where it ended up.
Our entire relationship, friendship, our whole summer.
Someone is out here with a walkie-talkie taking notes and talking to God knows who. I'll hike out there and get some answers.
Great. Just keep a clear head. Don't, do anything crazy.
Like taking a job in the middle of nowhere with literally no escape from whatever or whoever is out there?
Well, I meant, like, kill anybody.
You got it, boss.
He's mine now.
Hi, Jane.
Hi, Sean. There's a turtle here.
There's a turtle here. I think it's probably your doing, even though in classic Camposanto form, playing like autopsy detective on how the turtle got into the game is not yielding any definitive
Yeah.
results.
I think I remember
The average lifespan
wanting
of a box
something,
turtle is
like I
50
said,
years. It
I
will
just want a
outlive
place
you.
That's very
Damn.
pleasant in the game, and I also want something very cute in the game. I think that was kind of on my wish list.
And we killed 2 turts with 1 stone here.
And then someone maybe said something about turtles, and then
A turtle, I
something-
think a turtle fit into the scope of what creature we could let you find and manipulate and animate, and we
Yeah.
weren't afraid of it then.
Because we were also
We
thinking
had the idea
like,
really early, and we were afraid of animals.
yeah, because you're like, what if someone wants to like throw a thing, like if you throw a cute animal, usually that will hurt the animal, and then maybe someone said it would be fine if it's a turtle.
And you can definitely launch this turtle right into the lake, and hopefully Henry will say something about it if you do. Which is one of my favorite moments in the game.
We've adopted
And then
the turtle.
I think Turt Reynolds, the name you can choose for him, was a bad joke made by a guy who shares an office with us, Zach Johnson from Kingdom of Loathing. he came out and said, "What about Turt Reynolds?" And we all groaned, and then I wrote it down.
And then we were like, well, now we have to have a turtle in the game.
Yeah. And then Turt made his debut at E3 2015 in the Firewatch E3 trailer, and people lost their silly minds.
Yeah,
for
we were like,
Turt.
if we put Turt in this trailer, then we have to make it work in the finished game.
Yeah, we have to, he has to be a cornerstone. And then, you can feed him when you put him in your, you can give him a granola bar when you put him in the
Yeah, I
box
think
back in your tower. I think that's still in the game. Yeah, you got all your wishes.
I know.
Only a few square feet usually.
That's
So here we are at the gate of what Henry only knows is Wapiti Meadow.
Soon to be known as Wapiti Station.
Dun dun dun. So we can even talk about how you actually technically don't have to come here on this day at all, but presuming you haven't done anything strange, you now have to attempt to break in to this weird fence that's just seemingly out of nowhere in the middle of the woods.
And realizing that the story needed that, we then were in a pickle where we went, well, we've never made you do anything like that before. Like, go and do an adventure game thing. Like, use an object with an object. And so we kind of put ourselves in a position via the story, and I think this is what I would classify as, like, not great game design, folks.
Correct.
Where I, for lack of, I mean, I'll take full credit, I guess, had pushed us into a place with the story where you needed to try to get into this place to justify going somewhere else less important to find a way to get in later. Because when you're telling a story, like, and then you have to kind of create a diversion, you don't want to be like, the most important thing you want is behind this gate, but you need to go elsewhere to get behind it. It's like the biggest, like, bugaboo of adventure game design, but we had written ourselves right into it, and the story was now like, or the game design was now subservient to the story, which is really bad if you're a game designer or an aspiring game designer.
Not the best place to be.
Not great. So Nels and Will and James set about piecing together the concept of being able to pick up things and then contextually change the action you could do with those things. And in terms of look and feel, I think you guys did a great job of being able to pick up the rocks that are to the left of the gate. There is, you probably don't know this player because it's very difficult to see, but there is a stick to the right of the gate.
And there's another one off to the left. Once you try to get in some fashion, the game is agnostic about which. Then you can say like, hey, Delilah, I don't think I can get in here. And of course, in like, classic Firewatch fashion, there's a bunch of very subtle like micro branches where if you actually try to break in with all three of the things, Henry's like, I tried to smash it and break it, I can't do it. So there's like a little bit of reactivity there that's cool, but also me and James and Will basically had to go through like a baton death march to get this to work, just because nothing else in the game at all works this way. With like because the objects, they're in your hand, but then as you use them on the gate, then they're destroyed, but they have to go somewhere and it has to sync up with a special. It's just any one element that is complicated to do in the game to make look nice, and it has like all 10 of them.
And it's not built on any sort of like reusable system, because we didn't imagine we were making a game where you would use thing on a thing like you do in like Monkey Island or whatever. But we walked ourselves right to that, unfortunately. But I think you guys did a valiant job, and I really love the way it actually feels to do it. I am just glad I wasn't the gameplay programmer on it. I'm very happy about that.
Lucky you.
Someone is clearly able to hear us sometimes and was hiding near the lake. Come on.
Hello.
I just...
Just admit it. You're a little worried.
Of course,
I'm just
I'm
putting my head in
worried,
again
but
before I
let's
grab a
just
shower.
try to keep things calm, okay?
Goodbye.
Keep things on an even keel.
Love you.
I love you too. Okay, there's one by the medicine wheel, and then we go down to the one to the south. Yeah. To the medicine wheel, which is this way? No. No, this way. Oh, thank you again, Golden, for that hydration. Give me 1 second. Let's see here. Oh. Keep that brain hydrated, folks. All right, now
Hi,
we're
it's
going
Jake.
this way.
And it's Jane.
We are at the medicine wheel, which was a thing that I put into the game when I was first grayboxing it and learning how to make anything in a game like this.
That wasn't really early, I think. Basically, we put in a tower, and then very soon afterwards, there was the medicine wheel.
Yeah, it was just like, I think it was a thing Sean and I thought would be cool to have in the game. I did not know how to make a medicine wheel, so, or rather, I didn't know how to make a video game, I guess. So I made it the way a real medicine wheel is made, which is out of a ton of tiny, tiny rocks, which meant that whenever anyone in the office turned their camera towards where the medicine wheel was,
From the tower,
the frame rate died. And then you went in and fixed it, which is great. And by replacing it with like a real game thing that a real.
And also, it actually streams out really fast now.
Yeah, it's like the most efficient medicine wheel ever put in a game.
And it's a fantastic landmark, actually, because you know, there's like nothing else like it in the
Oh,
game. I was
that's
like,
in the
oh, the
future.
medicine wheel, like you instantly know where you are.
Yep. When doing work on Firewatch's environment art and skies and all these other things, what do you keep in mind when you think about like a player has walked through here before? How do I keep it fresh when they come back through?
So we want to make sure that it looks different from from different directions, and also the lighting and the feel of the whole area has got to be different, so it seems like a totally new area.
Yeah, it was surprising to me how much, even if you're walking like just north to south through an area, if you go through it once and then if you go through it the next day, or a later part in the game, and you and Ollie have just swung the sun 180 degrees, so all the shadows are going the other way, it can feel completely fresh. Or the obvious trick is make them go through it the opposite direction.
Yeah.
But
both things together really make a whole space feel like a totally new space.
yeah, that was the thing that I think you and Ollie and I collectively tried really hard to do, is like keep the player walking in as many different directions at as many different times of day as we could, because we knew that the world was fixed. It's not.
Yeah, like we want to reuse areas, but also we don't want to feel like we're making people backtrack, right?
Yeah.
Hi, it's Jane again. So Nels, what is a controlled burn?
A controlled burn is actually a technique that real wildland firefighters use. They actually have these amazing things called drip cans, which are basically like Tin Man oil can, except they're just full of like extremely flammable fluid, and they're always on fire.
Oh.
So yeah, it's awesome. So basically, firefighters will dig a bunch of like fire breaks and then use these drip cans to light a bunch of small controlled fires to burn out all the flammable materials in an area that that a big like proper uncontrolled wildfire is approaching, so that when the fire, due to the wind or whatever, gets to that area is already burned, so the fire can't keep spreading kind of past where that burn was. So in the case in the game right here, the idea is that the firefighter crew burned out all the fuel right next to the river, so that the fire couldn't be blown basically across the river. That the hope is between the controlled burn and the river itself, the fire wouldn't actually spread all the way up to Two Forks and beyond. As you will discover later in the game, they did not succeed at that. As is often the case in the real world, fires are nothing if not unpredictable.
In terms of technically how we achieve this, basically we have a pre-burn sector that is all lush and beautiful, full of trees that you cannot push through, so it works great as a gate. And after the controlled burn in the story, we swap the whole area, this whole piece, including the ground and all the trees in it, with a new piece of artwork, basically, to the post-burn sector, which lets the player walk right through.
It's interesting that like there's kind of this baseline of the world, and then there are these almost just two chunks just sitting right on top of it.
The world is kind of made of tiles in a way, so like we have the option to swap different tiles in and out, and this is
So
a
many
great
people.
place to use that technology.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Henry, why do you have a heart carved into your chest?
Hi, Jake.
Hey, Jane. In this garden surrounded by scary mannequins seems like a great place to talk about how you figure out perspective and scale when making a level.
Yeah, so, when you start making a game, one of the first things you need to do is to have scale reference. So, what we did was just download a bunch of free scale models, actually.
Yep, just some royalty-free, T-posed
Yes.
nude men and women.
I think like the man is just the default ZBrush man.
Before you put in the trees and before you put in the grass and before you put in the rocks, when all you have is terrain, it can look like it's like a 6-foot wide hallway or it's like a quarter-mile wide and you
Right.
can't even tell in first person. But then once, boop, there's just a little nude man out there.
Yeah.
You really know.
Yeah, how tall is this tree? Oh my gosh, it's actually, it's a really tall tree.
Yeah,
Though
well-
it looks tiny before you
Yep.
put the scale man in.
So there's also, you'll notice there's a collection of different scale men out here. When we first dropped our scale scale people in, they came in with some default material that was like this glistening onyx stone.
I think the default Unity material back then was just some very glossy black.
Yeah, so we had these like just rippling, glistening stone statues, including parts.
Full anatomy.
There were some parts that were very good at catching the light, and I think when Nels was gray boxing,
the bikini parts.
yeah, Nels was like, I gotta get in real close on some parts of this level, and I just don't know about this. So then the next day when we got latest,
It's very distracting when the gloss material is.
it's debatable though if that's more or less distracting than the jean shorts that were slapped on. It feels to me, Jane, like in early dev, as you got bored, you just kept like festooning the scale man with more stuff.
I think it was one of those times when I was like, is it worth spending 15 minutes to make myself happy?
Yes.
And I was like, yes.
And then
it's
like
worth
maybe
15 minutes to put
some more time
jorts
to
on this.
add some love handles and
Oh, yes.
then like some heart-shaped chest hair. Who's to say? Who's to say?
15 minutes turned into 30 minutes of fun, and now,
Oh man, by the end of the production,
It's
Gray
so
Box
worth
thing was
it.
really fun. Or like you'd know that there was someone was in there working because you would just see all these like love-handled jorts, Henry chest hair dudes floating all over the place.
I think my favorite parts is also when you've done level designing a space. Sometimes you've lifted the terrain without lifting the scalemen. So sometimes once in a while I'm like, why is this area kind of not performing great? And I look under the earth and there's like four
There's just
buried
floating
scalemen
never
underneath.
nudes.
And I'm
It's
like,
fine.
oh, thanks, Jake. Delete.
It's fine. Yeah.
Those are my favorite little Jake surprises.
It's good, or like you'll see one off in the sky. Like in this case, there's a couple deliberately way out in the distance, because I wanted people to look at how forced perspective works. Also, so zoom in on some jorts, guys. Be happy.
Oh, actually, another note about the scale lady here. She's actually the same model that we use for the teens in the lake.
Oh, that's true.
We just added a ponytail.
And sparklers.
Fascinating.
Thing that is great about Pork Pond, other than it is called Pork Pond, which is a wonderful thing to say. You should want to say it?
Pork Pond.
Pork Pond. Pork Pond.
It's not even really a pond.
It's barely a pond.
It's like a pork puddle, really.
It's pork puddle. It may have been a pond at one point.
We love pork puddle.
Later, dear player, hopefully you noticed that there is a pork pond sign in Delilah's lookout tower. After Delilah has told you, if you talk about pork pond, that people just keep stealing the sign.
And
So
how
that's
it
why
looks
there's no
great
sign.
in like a den or
A den, or
a
right in
lookout
front of
cabin,
me.
really.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that was really fun about making this game with such a small team, is that I named Pork Pond after my girlfriend's dog Pork Belly, who I like very much. He has a Japanese chin, and he is very weird. And then I wrote the goof about the sign not being there because there wasn't a sign, and then the next thing I knew, someone said, "Oh, it should be in Delilah's lookout." I don't know if that was you, Jane, but that's the sort of thing you would do. Is you'd be like, "I was playing the game, and I felt like that Pork Pond sign should be in Delilah's
Like
tower."
if I were Delilah, I would have totally stolen it.
Exactly right. So then we just say yes, and we keep putting goofs into the game. So that is the Ballad of Pork Pond.
Pork Puddle Pond.
Pork Puddle Pond. I like this is our only tape together.
I know. And it's about
And
Pork
it was
Pond.
just us saying Pork Pond about 15 or 20 times. Pork Pond.
Stop saying it. Yeah, fucking weirdos.
You ever talk to any of the scouts?
No, they haven't been out here in a while, and I generally don't have a lot to say to preteens.
Unless it's Brian Goodwin.
Well, if forced, I mean, I can make conversation with anyone. Plus, it was sort of fun to hear about all of his nerdy hobbies.
mean, he wasn't a scout or a Weeblo or whatever?
I got the sense that boy could barely tie his shoes, let alone a clove hitch.
What the hell's a clove hitch?
Well, it's a knot that you are probably too old and too stubborn to learn. You use it to make rafts and shelters and stuff like that.
You know how to tie one?
Heck no, I'd make a
Hi, this is Will.
And this is James again.
And if you look around, you should see a
Oh.
TV in front of you.
Oh,
with
no.
A pretty weird looking image on it. That is actually what Henry looks like from third person. So you're looking at Henry as we saw him in Unity Editor.
Yeah, Henry is very much sort of an ultimate
no.
nightmare. He's got sort of like, we call them the spider bones, where you can stretch his shoulders really far away from his torso. Early on, I remember looking at a GIF with the team of like how Crysis was doing their first-person stuff, and if you looked at it, you could sort of see his spine and neck becoming this mad giraffe creature, and we took that concept and ran with it. So we ended up sort of like almost any animation in the game, if you look at it from outside of the exact angle we want you to, it would completely destroy immersion and you'd be horrified and possibly sick.
Holy crap.
Keep reading.
Oh, I just thought I would maybe, stop there, let the mystery percolate.
My mother always said I would need someone to give me a taste of my own medicine.
They're running a research site out there. He was worried about wildfires.
It's cursed, yeah, it is.
Conversations. And now we find out there's a research site out here that we don't know
Coming
about.
up here on the end, Jacob.
Yes, Sean?
Henry and Delilah are talking, and then there's a clatter, and you realize there's just been an open third line on their conversation. And I remember coming up with this, or something like this, I think in my living room before we had an office in the summer and fall of 2013.
Yeah, the idea that you hear someone like cough over the radio seems like the sort of thing that got us really excited when we were in like day zero of talking about making Firewatch.
Yeah, we had another idea back in the lakeside of this day, the beginning of this day, where you would hear your conversation coming out of a radio nearby, but just the way our audio system worked and like the peculiarities of trying to get that to work just never really read to the player when people would play it. But we had all these moments. This is sort of like the way we think about the design of a story like this in general, for better or for worse, at least this game, where we would sit down and just pitch each other all these moments that were really disconnected. Once we had a conceit, like there's somebody listening to you on the radio, like, oh, a guy punches you out. Like, oh, you hear your voice coming from a bush, which we didn't end up using. Oh,
you rip your bed apart and find a bug under the mattress.
Oh my God.
Someone was listening in your tower.
Yeah, we were gonna bug the tower.
I think we actually had a bulletin board up in the office full of tiny Post-it notes that were just cool ideas,
cool story things.
And if we could
happen.
find a place for them, we'd pull them off that and put them on the linear list of like Crit Path events.
Yeah, there's things that we could just sort of like put as little like mile markers in the story, and not knowing how you would get to them. Because you'd play your own way, but if we had enough of those in the story that were surprising, then maybe you, player, would like it.
No, not without tapping our radios. Get in your tower, shut the door, don't leave, and don't use your radio. I'll call you. Understand? I will call you.
I will call you. Don't call us, we'll call you. I don't like that I just put my feet up.
This is Two Forks
God damn it.
for the 50th time today.
Oh,
The
me and
Blackjack
you,
Flyers
Henry.
Continues to move in a
Me and you,
southerly
buddy.
fashion. Delilah, for fuck's sake, answer your radio.
Hello, sunshine. Sorry, went out for a little bit. What can I do you for?
You can do me for a trip out of here. I don't care if it's on horseback or a helicopter or in a canoe. Just get me out of here.
Henry, we have work left to do. Let's chat about what's bothering you and you'll feel better.
Are you serious?
Let's talk. Okay?
Okay.
By the way, I was wondering if your Flora of the Shoshone info poster was still up inside your tower?
Hello, Chris.
Hey, Jake.
Good to see you on this
I know.
commentary.
It's been a little while.
So earlier, in a long time through Firewatch's development, the way that Day 76 used to end was with Delilah just basically freaking out. She and Henry got that call from Goodwin and just basically said, "Oh shit," and it ended on an ambiguous panic. It turned out that that actually put people in the situation you are in now at the start of Day 77, not knowing what to do. Like, we cut in with Henry at his desk sitting there, and everyone who played the game sort of thought, why is Henry just sitting at his desk when the last thing that happened was a huge freak out? And we rewrote it to be what you're seeing here, where Delilah actually says at the end of the day, sit where you are, don't do anything, wait for me to call. And then when it cuts and Henry's sitting in his chair, it makes sense. And I know that sounds completely obvious and maybe even dumb, that we did not initially have Delilah tell you to do what we then depict you doing.
Well, I think one of the reasons is because so much. This speaks to one of the biggest challenges, honestly, in designing the narrative for this game, which is a first-person game that also
Come with me, Turtle.
skips time. You know, in a movie, when a movie skips time, you can have the characters have done all sorts of things, and the viewer can catch up on that later, and there's tension in not knowing what happened in the missing time. You can't really have that stuff get filled in for the player character because you are that character.
Yeah,
and
even if there's cinematic cut time, your motivation as a player is a continuous line across the game, and
Looks like
obviously
we're heading
doesn't
back
have a time
to
skip unless you, the
Pork
player,
Pond for
save,
that
walk
tape.
away, and come back.
Yeah.
Realizing that we had to write Delilah to bridge that moment. It was a really good concrete example that stuck out to me of sort of how those how the story and your expectation as a player and your sort of motivation to keep going have to line up as well as they do.
This scene was another big challenge because that whole chain of her getting you to Cottonwood Creek by way of this sort of ruse that she sets up, there were a lot of players we found who figured out what she was getting at before you actually went through all the little steps and immediately said, "Oh,
Cottonwood Creek," and they left. And then Delilah's like, "Tell me when you see the thing on the poster."
Yeah.
And then
Yet another big challenge of how to sync up player intention and awareness with character intention and awareness. Really big challenge in this game overall.
Anyway, look at that poster.
Oh, I looked at that poster. We saw that poster. Don't you worry about that poster.
I bitched it.
Hi, bitch tit. How's work?
It was good. Not very eventful, which I loved. Now I'm in my car.
Pork Pond. There it is. Transmit.
I'm gonna turn you down, you loud as fuck.
You loud as fuck. Fuck you.
Fuck you!
Hello, my name is Cable Sasser. I am the co-founder of
Hi.
a company called Panic here in sunny Portland, Oregon. With me is
Stephen Frank. I'm the other co-founder of Panic. And what are we doing here by the snowmobile?
Why are we by a snowmobile, Steve? You see, the Snowbro logo on the snowmobile is our one content contribution to the game of Firewatch. Jake asked me to design that logo, and I did. And I think we can safely say this game would not have shipped if it weren't for that logo. That's not true at all. I'm very sorry. Steve, what is Panic?
Well, Panic is a company that makes Mac software that we started back in 1997 or so. And, of course, recently we've done iPad and iPhone software as well.
Sure.
And we were approached by Camposanto to see if we wanted to fund a video game. So how exactly did we get involved in that?
Good question. We made one of the first MP3 playing apps for the Mac called Audion, and as was the style at the time, being the late 90s, you could make your own skins or interfaces for it. One guy made some really cool skins, and his name was Jake Rodkin. Jake Rodkin, of course, went on to Telltale Games. We kept in touch with him. Him and Sean Vanneman left to try to make their own game. They came to us. We said, I think we have a little bit of money in the bank. We can maybe help you out with this. And it worked. we're here and we made this game that you're in right now. Our contribution was primarily financial, but we also put on a really cool event for GDC,
Have I
which
walked
was the
past
super
it, or is it
themed.
just
We got to
taped
pretend that we
again?
were Imagineers kind of thing. We did some QA. We sort of were sounding board on ideas, and we also did Photodome.
Oh, no, this
it
one-
was
it's this one
an
again,
incredible experience for us to get a taste of what it was like to make a game through these guys, and we've always been curious about that world. And it turns out the gaming market is kind of awesome, and a lot of people play video games, probably way more than buy professional Mac utility software. And games affect people in ways that our current software doesn't affect people.
Oh God,
You know, you get
there
fan
really
art,
is
you get
one
these
just way the
incredibly
fuck out there.
emotional fan letters about how this game touched people. It was been
So far.
incredibly rewarding for us to work on this thing. So that leads to my next question, Steve. Would you do this again?
Oh, absolutely. I want to see what the sequel to Firewatch is. It's going to be a snowmobile racer, probably.
Yeah, I think you do trick jumps.
Henry versus Delilah.
Oh, oop, jump
God.
scare.
And Sonic. Can we throw Sonic in there too?
Gotta have Sonic.
And Cream the Rabbit.
Yeah.
I'll cut that part.
Okay.
Thank you for playing Firewatch. We are happy to have been a part of this game. We hope that you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed being a part of making it.
Thank you.
Good night.
Interesting gentleman.
Sean here. Hey, Jake.
Hey, Sean. The hike to Cottonwood Creek,
The one you are ostensibly on right now.
it is a thing that changed a couple of times in the game, and it was actually one of the bigger spatial changes that we made over the course of Firewatch. The place called Cottonwood Creek on the map is now in, like, due south of the middle of the map, but it actually used to be north of the lake. If you ever head over there, you'll notice there's a lot of cottonwood trees there. There's cottonwood trees in both places.
It was originally where we ended up with it, though. It started where we are now.
And then we had a crisis of conscience somewhere in the middle of the game and went, is actually walking around in Firewatch fun? Should we condense everything
Is
down?
the core mechanic of the game fun? Oh no, hedge.
You hit a point in development sometimes where you question these things, and we said, is this going to be too big of a deal? Do we want to put Cottonwood Creek right next to the research site? And we did it, and it was still pretty good, but I think as all the pieces laid out into the game, once the music started coming in, once a lot of the sort of incidental, ancillary conversations started coming in, we were able to sort of breathe a big sigh of relief and go, oh, it is all the stuff, all of these parts seem to be working. And then we went, all those parts are working, and we made Cottonwood Creek like 3 inches away from the research site gate. Put it back. And it was a pretty quick change to put it back.
Yeah,
but
it was very quick to put back, but I had a panic attack because I realized that having everything so condensed when Cottonwood Creek was over by the lake just totally hamstrung my ability to get in some of the dialogue that happens here. And I think this stuff's actually really important to the story and the character development of these two people. And I think with like 10 weeks left in development, maybe even less, it was a very short runway, I went to Jane and Jake and I was like, I think we have to move Cottonwood Creek back. And then beads of sweat appeared, and then they thought about it for a second and went, yeah, okay, I think it's not going to be that big of a deal. Because I had already been like, it's not going to be that big of a deal, we can just, and it was fine.
It turns out that what it took was me literally picking up the cash box by the lake and the cash box by Cottonwood Creek and doing like the little magician like shell game swap, and then I changed the labels on the map.
And it worked.
And it worked.
Hey, it's Sean.
Hey, it's Chris. Here in this Cottonwood Creek area where you have to get the new walkie-talkie that Delilah has planted for you or had planted for you, it is possible to just never pick it up in the first place, go straight over to the research site. And that's in part because it's in a game like this where we aren't constraining your movement. There isn't really anything we can do to force the player to walk to a certain place and do a certain thing before going to a different
sounds
place.
upsetting.
We would have to put up some kind of infinite wall or
Yeah, I'm not
something
happy about
between you and the research site to stop you just going straight there. And we didn't really want to do that. We thought about it, and we really could not think of a good reason to do so.
Which
But-
then meant that the entire research site scene had to be written, had to be bifurcated, and then written to support the new radio versus not having the new radio. And that was really hard. And then had to be like logically programmed to support both of those things. And the way a lot of the branching sort of dialogue stuff works in a game like this, it's not like a choose your own adventure where you go to a different chapter. it's really, the game is looking line by line through the hundreds of lines that it takes for the characters to communicate their stuff while on the research site. It's going line by line and playing the truest one. So a lot of the lines are shared across has new radio versus doesn't have new radio state. It's jumping in between ideas that both hit upon and changing Delilah's response most of the time. And playing through that and finding those spots and writing with that level of detail and branching is really hard. And we would
really
probably
hard.
find a new way to do it in the future.
Maybe,
enough.
yeah. No, it's hard to say. We tried hard to think of a way around it, and we really couldn't. And it affected everything. It affected writing. Here's a weird one. It affected music, because if you go all the way to the research site without getting the new radio, typically when you have the new radio and you go into the research site, there's this music that kicks in. What if you go to the research site without getting the new radio, not because you were intending to skip that part of the game, but because you just wanted to go check it out, to doing the video game exhaustive thing of like, I'm going to check every place before I do the thing, but I'm going to go back and get the radio and then do it. How do we read your intent? How do we as the designers know I'm intending to skip that part of the game? I'm not intending. Do I start the music cue? Do I not? There were a lot of different areas where we had to just take our best guess basically about, well, if this and this and this, but not that, like, we think this is what the player means to do, and we're going to support that. And that was just something that we constantly had to live with throughout development.
Not great.
So, Mickey, why are you fighting parking lots?
What is it?
It wasn't letting me out, even though I paid.
Neither of us ever talked to or saw those girls, the ones that went
Well, that's
missing
upsetting.
a few weeks back.
So I had to talk to an attendant and be like, help, please,
Oh,
help me, I want out.
My
Freedom,
thoughts
please.
Exactly.
Our radios were tapped, and now someone probably has a transcript of that entire conversation.
And I've filed a report that's a blatant lie.
Oh, and those girls are still missing.
Yep.
Fuck, Delilah.
Fuck indeed. We
Fuck
really need to get to the
indeed.
bottom of this.
Oh, we're already here?
Yeah. I mean, it's a fairly short game. Plus, they give you a running mechanic in this version. So I can just kind of fucking speed. Zoom.
Have we found the dead body yet?
No. So
I just heard something.
Two interesting things, though.
I don't know. It was goddamn terrifying.
I tagged links in it. So one of the teenagers from the start of the game that's setting off the fireworks, her name is Lily.
How about you don't do that again?
And she voices Lily in Psychonauts, the little love interest for Rasputin.
Oh, yeah.
And she voices Lily from the Telltale's Walking Dead, you know, the one who's your main antagonist in the final game, and a character from the first game.
Oh my god. So much Lily.
So much Lily. So I'm thinking about all the different things. Remember how we talked about the typewriter? And that I wish it had been used more often?
Yeah.
A detail I've never noticed, they haven't talked about it in the tapes, but I noticed it while I was standing there because I was listening to one. He writes a new page every day from his point of view of what's happening. Like, there's a small pile of papers next to the typewriter that is changing every single day.
Wow.
And I was like, oh, so he is writing, and we just never talk about it. What else was there?
At least he's writing.
When you first name the fire, and him and Delilah are having that conversation about how they're connecting together, she asks you if you're looking at the fire, and if most players are, you automatically get the response of, yeah, I'm looking at it, and the conversation continues. But if you do what I normally would have been doing, and somehow I never triggered it, if you're looking at Delilah's cabin while talking to her, Henry, without prompting, will say, no, I'm looking at you, and you can hear her have, like, the butterfly moment of, like, oh.
it's Jake again.
And Chris.
And Sean.
Hey,
And
everyone.
we had a design
Hey,
for
guys.
this tape, but I don't remember what it was.
Well, then you're
Anybody?
completely in the spirit of our stupid design process.
Ah, yes, that's what this tape is about, the design process for Firewatch.
It's really bad to admit this, like, on a recording that we're
But you
releasing.
purchased this
But
game,
you already,
so
and
you're
if
inside.
And if you played this, you already completed it, so you know that we nonetheless finished a game. One of the big things that we constantly ran into on the design side on this game was, okay, how do we reconcile this like linear story that needs to be told with something that is allows some degree of player exploration and choice and like a big world that we tried hard to not just like hard gate absolutely everywhere. But that meant we had to come up with a lot of just weird creative solutions to why you had to go to a certain place or why you couldn't go to this place. And frequently we would forget what those
We'd forget why it happened. For instance, the commentary Firewatch audio tour document says that this node should lie on day 15, and I'm sure that we had a really hilarious and apropos reason for why this remark should happen on day 15.
Oh, we had a very, very great, very strong design idea for day 15 that tied a bunch of stuff together that didn't get written down coming out of a meeting and was lost to the...
Oh, and we all laughed about it when we
recesses of
when
our
we sat down
brain.
to record this commentary node, and it's perfect that this is on day 15. So I'm sure you as a player, this is like the most perfectly timed conversation or moment in the commentary to hear about this, but we don't know why that is.
But because like content games like Firewatch are designed around ideas and sort of loose concepts oftentimes, as opposed to systems with hard rules, it's easy to forget the decisions you made, and then when you do, you agonize over the perfect solution you kind of remember having for days until you finally just let it go and move on and come up with something else.
You have to you have to trust that if you blow it up and come up with something else, it will probably be functionally about as good as the reason that you forgot.
I mean, I think there are probably parts in this game that we redesigned 3 times, and I think what ended up happening was we sort of internalized all of the requirements of each of those particular things so often that it gave us a better understanding of the whole game, which is maybe just a horrible justification for
We got very
us
good at
being
anatomy
bad.
by reopening up our patient over and over and
Right.
over again
Right.
and looking at
That's
his
exactly
insides.
correct, yeah.
You know, the way that you're
So
supposed to do
enjoy
that.
enjoy the result of our stupid labor.
Man, I bet people won't even be on day 15 when they hear this in the final commentary.
You'd probably be correct. What day are we on? Day 77. Crime by
Hi,
the
Jake
numbers.
here.
It's Ollie.
So I guess we're going to talk about Crime by the Numbers, a crime series.
Yes,
I
let's
think
talk
this
about
came
Crime by the Numbers.
from
Where's it
the
at?
desire to make a very video gamey sort of collectible series. That's something that you could collect across
Fuck
the course
you.
of the game. And also my desire to just design book covers because I wanted to.
Yeah, I think that you did that first. You did a first batch of book covers, and it was Stephen's Room and the Jay Allard self-help
Birds
book,
of
and
Wyoming
Birds of Wyoming, and it had Death Strikes at 2, and we all decided as a group in a stupid loud meeting that took up the whole office that it would be hilarious if this was in fact one of like the Sue Crafton alphabet murders or the
Dick Francis
yeah,
horse racing
every single one is
series.
about a jockey
Yeah.
who is killed.
Well, we thought that our idea for a series was somewhat like ridiculous, but then realized that Dick Francis had written over 40 crime stories about horse racing. So
yeah, and it seems like just between office conversations and long walks home from the office, we've came up with all 10 of these, and then you drew them.
Yes, that's exactly how
the
it
end.
happened.
The
end, but people seem to like them. We've seen people trying to collect all of them across the course of the game.
You get no achievement for collecting all of them.
Sadly.
Yeah, because we're jerks.
It's because we're jerks.
This is Jared Emerson Johnson from Bay Area Sound, and I did a lot of the sound design for the game under Chris's supervision.
And it's Chris again.
So we just want to talk a little bit about the Foley and the interactive elements of the sound design for the game. For the most part, I would say like 95% of the time we're recording all of that originally for the game rather than relying on library sounds and stuff, which, you know, often is the case.
Yeah, and we actually started off using a lot more library sounds, and we ended up redoing almost all of those of that implementation because, Jared, I'm curious to know how you felt about this, but I just felt that that stuff was too big and punchy for this game. You know, we were telling a game that was so much about this human scale drama and in some cases ambiguity, and then also just very naturalistic in how the wilderness was presented, that it seemed almost like putting too fine a point on it to have sort of traditionally big and punchy Foley and sound effects behind it.
Right, yeah. We'd call it gamey sound design, which is usually a little bit larger than life and big. And you know, sometimes that's important because the player needs the feedback of
yeah,
of
when you
doing.
get punched out by Goodwin, there's a couple moments of like that big outrageous sound design when it's really called for.
For this, yeah, we went really subtle on a lot of it. You know, you still get the feedback, you still get that feeling like you're actually in the space and interacting with it, but it's a little more subtle, a little more tailored. And honestly, like when you have an opportunity to record live Foley, it always ends up being better than a library sound. You know, even in the big gamey games.
Oh sure.
And so yeah, for all that, we just went out and either went out to a fence and recorded a fence, or I got out my backpack and just spent several hours just getting every kind of little rustle and clank of the carabiner.
I think you gave me like hundreds of different.
Yeah. Well, and
Man, it could have
of course
gone
you're not going to use all
looking
of them,
for
but,
audio
you
sounds
need to
been
be able
eaten
to
alive.
find
Oh yeah,
exactly
I sifted
the right.
through every single one and found the ones that matched the animation like as closely as I possibly could. It was
What really mattered to me as I was playing the game and we were talking back and forth was really making it, when you are interacting with something in the game, when you're moving a fence or opening a door, entering a new space, that it really feel like you're there, because so much of the game is just walking around and talking. So when you actually get a chance to pick something up or interact with it, I wanted it to feel kind of special.
As development of the game went on and it became clear that sound effects and ambience were going to have to do so much of the heavy lifting, it was incredibly intimidating for me as a first-time audio director, but I'm ultimately actually really grateful for that because it was just so intrinsic to the game and had such a big impact on the overall experience.
Yeah, and honestly, with every new game, there's a certain amount of kind of reinventing that needs to happen because you have to, you just have to keep playing the game, put the sounds in. Okay, these ones work, these ones don't work. Play the game again. We probably did that, I don't know, like 20, 30 times over the course of the production. Just, okay, this is working. Oh, no, this has changed, so now we need a new thing. And
yep.
That's how you make a thing that feels good in the end. So
there you go.
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, you're still there. Okay.
I'm here. I was doing something.
I think the stream's from.
No, I was doing something off.
Okay. Oh, so it's your fault.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I wasn't moving. I'm sorry.
Hey, Jake.
I was driving, and all of a sudden, everybody stopped talking.
Firewatch's development, we, I think, swung back and forth pretty wildly in terms of how much we wanted to play up the conspiracy part of the story and how explicit we wanted to make Goodwin's involvement and how much we wanted the player to buy into it versus how much we wanted the player to think this was sort of all in Henry's head or played up between Henry and Delilah. And the research site was really the moment in the game where
there's definitive proof something is happening, whatever it is.
We obviously knew as the developers of the game that the reality of the situation was a little bit sadder and more mundane. I think we kind of wanted there to be this big moment that suggests, oh, maybe this is something really huge.
Yeah,
I think we got carried away a little bit.
Yeah, I think we arguably / probably did. And thinking back to it now, the reason that the typed reports came into the story at all, as you said about the pendulum going back and forth, I think we didn't like the story being 100% ambiguous. I don't know if we knew that we could support a world where Henry and the player and Delilah 100% construct a reality that doesn't have a single shred of proof. And we're like, okay, well, we got excited about maybe it's the 70s conspiracy moment of like, you're in a room full of whirring machines.
I think we on the team kind of kind of hyped ourselves up in the same way Henry and Delilah do. I mean, I remember when I first the first draft of the music that you're hearing right now. I showed it to you only, I think, because I felt too stupid to show it to anyone else because I'm like, this is so ridiculous. We can't put this in our game.
Well, the one
and you were like, oh, maybe we should put it in our.
I don't know. Henry's gone nuts. Everyone's gone nuts.
It's true. We're all going nuts.
Maybe it could have been pulled back a little bit on all fronts from what you're observing right now, but maybe it's the best. Maybe it's for the best.
Could be. Could be.
Yeah, that's it.
Hi, this is Jane. I'm back again, and now I'm here with
Will Nunes. I was a prop artist.
And this is one of the few areas in Firewatch where it's not just about trees and rocks. So we wanted to make sure that this area feels very man-made and that is spooky and is ambiguous. Like the goal here is that you're gonna get here and you're not quite sure if this is like a surveillance operation or if it's scientific, and that's kind of what I told Will when we were trying to make a lot of props, and Will was really great about it. And I was just like, hey Will, can you please just make a bunch of boring scientific equipment?
Yeah, I mean, we were actually just looking up a lot of stuff, like, stuff that monitored, thermal energy and stuff like that, like very, very standard kind of scientific equipment, but arranged in kind of a sense that made it look kind of a little more eerie and a little more cluttered and haphazard and not really definable from someone that didn't really understand what this equipment was.
Yeah, I think if you actually look up each prop, that they actually are real, like, equipment, right?
Yes, I used reference from the late 80s for all this equipment. They're all real equipment that people use to, monitor the wind or environment, stuff like that.
Is there like a favorite piece of prop in this tent, Will?
I would say the equipment. Just it's really simple, but I had a lot of fun making it and kind of seeing the layout and kind of trying to convey this kind of eerie looking equipment, doing something you're not quite sure what it's about, ambiguously, technical, and seeing where I could take it and seeing kind of, the colors and the mood and how that would all fit together and how to set that scene right.
Touch all the buttons. Beep, bop, boop. Oh, I activated the cow, apparently.
Okay, this thing is losing its mind, beeping like crazy.
I can hear it. What's it after?
I don't know. I'm gonna go find out.
Out of curiosity, does it change my thing? Susceptible of influence. Bitch, I was reading that.
Shitting me?
What is it?
There's a folder of reports here.
What do they say?
They're assessments about the two of us. There's stuff in here about Julia.
Like what?
Stuff I didn't tell you. This is...
What does it say about me? You said there was one about me.
And it looks like they've been following me around. What I do when I'm out hiking? Jesus.
Henry, do you hear me?
Says that you and your boyfriend are still together.
Oh, thank you, Golden.
What? We're not. They're messing with us.
Hydration station.
They are. How do they even know who he is? How the hell
That's Dr. Pepper. It's gonna have to do.
I'm so sick
Dr.
of letting
Pepper.
these people do this to us.
Burn it down.
We should just burn the place down.
Burn the camp.
Yeah. Fuck them.
They'll dump an ocean of water on it, and these assholes will spend the rest of the summer picking up the pieces. We get to finish out our contracts. Hell, we'll even call in the fire.
Yeah, okay.
You don't sound too excited about that.
I'm not.
Look, worst case scenario,
We go to
A
jail
firefighter dies
for
trying to put
arson.
out what we started, and we live with that on our conscience for the rest of our lives.
yeah, worst case. Well, maybe it's not the best idea.
Yeah, it's definitely
No.
not the best idea.
Oh, I'm so fucking wound up.
I've been doing my best to play this completely opposite of what you did.
It's all right. I'm just gonna hike back. We have the waiver.
Let's set it on fire. Fuck yeah!
Have there been any big differences yet?
Not other than Henry and Delilah are closer. Oh, Henry took off his wedding ring.
Oh my gosh! You traitor!
I know.
Shit, the bridge collapsed climbing out of here, and now it looks like there's smoke coming from the site.
What the hell happened to you? It's definitely not the best idea.
It wasn't me.
What do we do?
We just call it in like any other fire.
And what about who started it? What about them?
The person who started it?
Yeah.
We're talking about people watching us out here who are now burning the forest and everything in it around us. I don't know what to do about that.
Except get the hell out.
Yes, get us the hell out of here.
I will.
Thanks, Delilah. Thanks for setting everything on fire.
You didn't start the fire.
Ba-dum-ba-bum.
Since the world's been turning.
Ba-ba-ba-bum. What the fuck difference a day makes? Holy hell, I don't even know where to begin. It's late past midnight, so I'm gonna write down everything that happened today as fast as I can. I don't know what we're gonna do.
This receiver just picked something up.
Oh, and I have a pet turtle.
What thingy? What now?
I found a device that picks up frequencies.
There he is. There's
That's how
my
I
pet.
found the reports
He's
last
currently
night.
inside the wall for some reason. I don't know what's going on with him.
Frequency?
I love driving, but I'm sure he's cute.
I don't know. You gotta find out.
And here we are on
How
Nels
did you
once
get
again,
that?
and
I found
we're
him.
talking to
He was
Jake
by a rock.
about Henry's crazy conspiracy board.
Yes, it's conspiracy board time.
This first appears after you go to the research site and discover a bunch of crazy stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what was like what did you actually want to the player to like be thinking about when this thing just kind of shows up?
We wanted the idea that Henry had stayed up all night just when you get to the research site and you start feeling like maybe this conspiracy exists, when you think maybe there is a conspiracy, we wanted to take all of the pickups that you'd sort of been idly grabbing throughout the game, all the sort of documents and notes, and then putting them up on the board, like as if Henry stayed up all night trying to find connections between things. There are very few, but we wanted to sort of represent to the player all the stuff that you have been doing, and now that you know that there is in fact someone out there listening to you and watching you, do you want to reassess all the things you've been picking up in a new light? Also, it just gives a nice aesthetic change to the tower, right? It just fills the room up with a bunch of garbage and makes Henry look like maybe he's going a little nuts.
Early in the game, we kind of had this, like way when we were like barely past prototyping, we kind of had this notion that you'd find stuff out in the world and you could basically pick up and keep like almost anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then all the stuff you found would have this like home in your tower. And we kind of like, for a variety of reasons, kind of carved back on that idea a little bit, but it ended up instead kind of becoming this, right?
Yeah, because the only thing you can really reliably keep in Firewatch in the shipping version and that has a UI associated with it is notes and documentation. Like those go into the notes screen, you can read them there, and then it seemed like having all of that stuff sort of barf back out of the inventory into the world all at once when your perspective on the story changes was a cool way to handle that. It was also a way to remind people of all the things that were out in the world that they had found, like to remind them of missing people flyers, to remind them that they'd found a little bit of stuff from the Goodwins, to remind them about Ron and Dave and about the research site. Like you could always, at the start of days, at the end of the game, go and refer to all of the written sort of evidence that the story had left behind so far.
Yeah, not only does a whole bunch of stuff that you optionally pick up show up here, but even after the board shows up the first time, still things that you find on the night of day 77 and day 78 also get added in here. So it even continues to get bigger as the days move on, even after it first shows up, right?
Yep. And then he goes home and is sad.
Then he gets sad.
Hey, Sean.
Hey, Chris.
So I love this little bit of writing and acting here where Delilah is drunk.
I
It's
too love it
adorable.
now. I love it now. Yeah. There was a big rewrite at one point. This scene was originally Delilah was just sort of in like hunker down mode. Don't go outside.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna let all this blow over, and that's exactly what we don't want you to do. And you have a good relationship with her. At least you have some warmth to her, perhaps. And it just didn't really work as written and as recorded. So just sort of had the idea, got to the point where it's like, well, I want to change that. And the first idea was, and she's drunk. And I'd always thought that Delilah probably overindulged. I don't think she's an alcoholic or anything.
Sure.
But neither is Henry. But they both drink and have, probably had drunken nights that they really, really regret. Being able to bring that into the game just felt completely correct. But then recording it was so tough. Sissy Jones landed in just a perfect place. But when you write, your character is drunk, you get a lot of you get a lot of hiccupy, hobo. And we just sort of, you sit down and you just take 5 and you talk about it and you just kind of go
get her drunk.
get her loaded and go on. No, we spent probably a good half an hour, maybe an hour, just coming at the drunk lines from different angles.
Yeah.
And then, it snaps in your headphones in real time in a way that then produces the feeling that you're talking about, Chris, which is like, oh, I love this. It's cute and correct and right and feels real and just does all the things it needs to do. But it makes me laugh. But Sissy nailed it.
And as a note, this is one of, I think, only 2 remaining parts in the game on the design side that are the survivors of a previous design where Delilah would reach certain thresholds where she would just cut you out of radio contact.
Yes.
And we kept 2 of them for sort of narrative reasons.
Hi there, it's Jake. I'm talking with Nels, and we are going to get into the wave receiver. I believe it is the Anderson wave receiver, in fact.
Oh, absolutely, Anderson brand.
Do you remember even where the wave receiver came from in Firewatch? I'm going to back up because I know where the wave receiver actually came from, which is in the game Far Cry 2, you can hunt for diamonds using a little beepy handheld device that works basically like the wave receiver.
Correct.
But I can't remember what made us think that it was right for this game.
So it was primarily a functional thing where we realized that a lot of the kind of A to B to C structure of the game was basically Delilah saying, hey, Henry, you should go here. Oh, you're there. Now you should go here. And we wanted to have some other object element thing.
Yep, a thing that could lead you somewhere, but neither Henry or Delilah would know where you're going.
Yeah, and then it was like, oh, well, what about that diamond thing from Far Cry 2?
We already have the map from Far Cry 2. We should obviously also have the diamond hunting mechanic.
Correct, obviously. And then it was just kind of, as soon as the first prototype was in there, I was like, oh yeah, that will work and totally be good. So we can just make that increasingly real until we had an actual artifact in the world that you could, wiggle around in your hand.
Oh, I miss the prototype version of the wave receiver in the gym because that was our, YouTube streamer-friendly horror game version where once you sort of got closer and closer to the object, it was revealed to be a Forrest Burns standee that had come to life and was charging at you at high speed.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that was also my favorite.
That was good. I feel like the real in-game wave receiver could never deliver on the full potential of the maniacal, self-propelling Forrest Burns, screaming at you like a serious Sam enemy or something. At least that was my imagined canonical Forrest Burns wave receiver sound was that.
That is actually exactly what it was. I took that sound off of from
that?
Serious Sam and put it in. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah.
So that's how we got a wave receiver.
Fascinating.
Nels, it's the spooky nighttime scene.
So spooky. Impossibly spooky.
Coming up with this scene was funny because the bag that is in the little grove here is known, I think, definitely internally, I don't know if this is in the game, but as the bug-out bag.
Oh, it is definitely the bug-out bag. This is what actual hardcore survivalists
Yeah, I don't
call
want this to become a horror
oh
game,
man,
thank you.
If the nukes hit New York City, I can grab my 2 bug-out bags. They're in my closet, throw them in the back of my pickup, and drive immediately within 12 minutes of the air raid siren or whatever.
Yeah, and it's funny because we wanted it to tell a really sort of a nuanced story that didn't hit you over the head with exposition.
Yes.
And I think the bug-out bag is probably a little confusing.
It might have been a bit too nuanced.
It's definitely confusing upon first discovery. This is Ned Goodwin's bug-out bag,
Yes.
which is the heat's getting too close. I've gone too deep. This Henry and Delilah charade, and I'm gonna have to leave really soon.
Yeah.
So if Henry gets too close, I'm just rappelling down, scurrying over to get this bag, and I'm out. And I might as well wire it to a battery for the effort. So if it gets discovered, I know that it's gone.
Exactly.
I don't get led into a trap.
And this is things that like actual, weirdo hermit people that live in the woods. Like this is actually a thing that they'll have. They'll have like their main campsite, but then if their main campsite is discovered, they have like another second supply cache where they can just grab their stuff and disappear. And it just happened to be that Goodwin, for sentimental or other reasons, was keeping the key to the cave on this backpack. He didn't like in any way leave it for Henry intentionally. It just happened to be that the weird electronics on it also got picked up by the wave receiver, and then what was meant to be like Goodwin's safety net backup thing is actually what is his ultimate undoing.
Yeah, and there's an article in a GQ magazine that I think you'll probably be talking about later, Nels, written by a reporter named Michael Finkel about this hermit who lived in Maine.
Christopher Thomas Knight.
It's a wonderful, wonderful long read. You can find it online. Again, it's GQ magazine, and I plumbed this thing for inspiration for Goodwin and how he would set up his camp and what he would do if he thought he was going to get caught. And it was an idea that I know went into my notebook upon reading this article. It's really great, and it's really wonderful reporting from Michael Finkel.
No.
Yes.
Just don't freak out, okay? Don't freak out.
Oh my God, what the fuck is happening, Henry? I think I'm gonna be sick.
So your little bender isn't looking like such a good idea under the light of a new day, huh?
No, it isn't.
Hi there, Jake here again.
And it's James again.
Let's talk about the beginning of day 78, because what we shipped was fairly straightforward. Henry listening to the tape recorder of the previous night's conversation. But in earlier versions of Firewatch, this was a lot more complicated. This was actually the day, or this morning was when Henry would discover a bunch of Brian Goodwin's stuff.
Turtle.
His peachy folder full of scribblings and homework and stuff was actually wedged into a drawer under Henry's desk. He'd hit his head and it would fall out.
Why
At
did
the
you
start of
throw?
day 78,
Henry threw the
actually, we really liked the idea that players and Henry could find it
Henry, what
any
have you
time in the game
done?
up until this point, but it ended up creating
What
this
did
complete
you do?
nest
He
of
threw the
madness.
turtle. I
which
gotta
you
go
had to
find
animate.
Yeah, because of these permutations of have you found the folder or not, and then needing a failsafe at a certain point to advance the plot along. There were lots of different versions of getting the folder, and it was very complicated as well because we were
Turd.
tying it into things like getting the cave
Turd,
key at
where
the
are
same
you?
time as getting the folder. And the animation itself ended up being
Turd.
pouring through tons of documents because it was like a postcard.
We gotta restart the day. We can't. We've killed the turtle. We've thrown him off the roof.
You hurt the turtle, and therefore you must restart.
Why? Why, Henry? Why did you throw the turtle?
So Henry just did it? You didn't prompt him to do it?
No, I was trying to put him in my backpack.
Hi there, Jake here again.
And
Hi, Jake.
Let's talk about the beginning of day 78 because what we shipped was fairly straightforward. Henry
Alright,
listening
come here,
to
Turt.
the tape recorder of
Come
the
here,
previous
Turt.
night's conversation. But
Okay.
in earlier versions of Firewatch,
Put him
this was
in
a
the
lot more
backpack,
complicated. This was
Henry.
actually the day, or this morning was
Henry!
when Henry would discover a bunch of Brian Goodwin's stuff. His peachy folder
the backpack,
full of,
Henry.
full of scribblings and homework and stuff was actually wedged into a drawer under Henry's
Okay.
desk. He'd hit his head and it would fall out. At the start of day 78,
Alright, nobody
or
panic.
earlier,
We got
actually,
Turt back.
We really liked the idea that players and Henry could find it at any time in the game up until this point, but it ended up creating this complete nest of madness, which you had to animate.
Yeah, because of these permutations of have you found the folder or not, and then needing a failsafe at a certain point to advance the plot along. There were lots of different versions of getting the folder, and it was very complicated as well because we were tying it into things like getting the cave key at the same time as getting the folder. And the animation itself ended up being like pouring through tons of documents because it was like a postcard and his homework and like physically opening this thing, which ended up being a little bit silly because he realized we've already built systems whereby you can pick objects up and inspect them. So why are we forcing like 4 of those in a row in a cutscene? So I must have done probably, 5 or 6 pretty distinct versions of this, and then we cut it completely.
The folder falls out. The folder falls out, but then you pick it up, and then you read it, but then you found the keys. But what if you dropped the keys and then find the folder? Yeah. It was one of the biggest reliefs for me when we cut this and just put all of the folder stuff where it belongs in the world and the keys over on the backpack permanently. I was very worried that you would be sad that it was cut because it was so much animation work, but I feel like you were also relieved that it was finally just dead and buried and a superior version shipped.
Yes. The only thing I was ever sad about was we had a nice little interaction where you would grab keys, and for the first time in the game, a pickup would like fail, and you sort of fumble the keys, right? And they go under the desk, which I always liked that animation. But what I will say is this. I have been making a Firewatch reel, and all this kind of stuff that got cut, I'm including it in the reel now, so I finally get to have my cake.
Rude.
You didn't actually make that call, right? To the other lookout?
Yeah. No,
it just
Delilah.
stuck in my craw. I let myself imagine how fucked I would be if you'd been lying to me. But now that I asked, I kind of just wish I hadn't.
Are those all just in the cave? I can't tell.
Of course I didn't. No way. They're trying to pit us against each other.
We'll do the cave first, and if that's not
you're
right,
right.
we'll have to figure it out.
That's not going to happen, though.
Thanks, Henry.
Although, actually, we need to head north first, because it looks like there's 2 up by the old Red Hawk cabin. Yeah! No key here. Or no tape here, I mean. No, it's on the other side of the locked gate. Okay. So we'll go get the ones from north first, and then because I don't think the cave path never takes us up here. And I don't think there's any reason for us to go up here in the north today. Not until tomorrow. When we're, like, leaving the area. So we'll go grab these. Beware weeballoos in large numbers. Yeah, a little further up.
Oh, also, those girls turned up. Looks like you didn't kill them. Nobody did. They took some farmer's tractor for a joyride down in Riverton and, landed in jail.
Woo!
Yeah, I wonder if they know anything. If there's some way to ask them about whatever happened at their camp.
I think we'd be smart to let sleeping dogs lie.
You're probably right.
How do I... That's not Hawk's Rest. Where is that? Am I wrong? Is that the cave system? Have I lost my fucking mind? That's gotta be the... Huh. I don't think I understand how these caves work. I guess let's go do the cave. That's weird. No, either I don't know how these caves work, or there's a weird teleport thing going on. Alright, back in the cave. We'll turn around this time, because I forgot to turn around last time, so you guys can see what happens. Because what happens is you go in. When does it happen? There you go.
What the hell? Delilah, someone locked me in the cave. Is this thing working? Delilah, send someone to the cave, please! Can't get any damn reception.
Something I like that came on a little later in development that you did, Nels.
Yeah, I wouldn't
here
question
is
the homework
we are without
having
the
its
radio.
answers. It's
And
great.
I like how that feels across like the broad swath of the game. I think it's really cool to not just be alone. But there are these sort of reflexive Henry comments to himself based on things you're looking at. And the way those are tuned throughout here are really nice. Player, I don't know if you've seen this, but when you're walking sort of in the upper level of the cave, you can look down and to the right and you can see Brian Goodwin's shoe.
Yes.
And when you sort of like zoom in on that, Henry will just call out to someone if it is someone down there, someone in the cave. And Nell sort of like concocted that and put them all in the game. And we wrote some lines that worked for it. And they're not all over the place, but I really like the way it made the cave feel.
Yeah, it's actually kind of one of my favorite moments in the game in terms of Henry's monologue too, because we conceivably, even though Delilah can't hear you, like we could have hooked up the same normal radio interaction to where like you could make these dialogue choices and Henry just either monologues to himself or like talks into the radio, even though we know Delilah can't hear him. But I don't remember. I might just like tried it on a whim. Maybe someone suggested it. I don't exactly remember. But just having those play automatically when you've been looking at a specific object or area of the cave for like anywhere between like half a second to 2 seconds, and then those kind of monologue moments show up, or when you perform a specific action like zooming, it feels very natural in a way that like little kind of auto monologue lines in games often don't. There's like a couple in the upper level of the cave and then a couple more down near the bottom when you actually find Brian's body. It was kind of a bummer that they came online so late and there aren't any other spots in the game where Henry doesn't have access to the radio, because I actually would have loved to have a few more of these in the game somewhere as well.
You're always thinking about like what design tools do I have to like change the pace or make you feel something different. And I don't think we realized they were a club we had in our bag until we'd sort of like laid the whole game before us, and we went like, oh, yeah. We really like these. Oh,
I know.
And Rich did such a good job performing them. It was just, yeah, they really work for me in the game.
Yeah, they're quite good.
Hi, it's Jane again, here with
me, Jake. Hi.
So the way we work usually is that Jake will do a lot of the level design with gray boxing, and the cave is no different.
That's true. The cave is no different in that regard, but it is different in that it's ridiculous. Like the cave, Firewatch usually, when you're building it, you only have to worry about the floor, whereas the cave is a completely contained area. Like it's a cave, and I really wanted to take advantage of that, perhaps to an excessive degree. Like I really wanted the cave to feel like this snaking labyrinth that wove in and out of itself, and that you could see areas you were going to get to later from places you weren't at yet and stuff, but I had no idea if it would actually be allowed to exist inside of the rules of Firewatch until I handed it to you.
Oh yeah,
Well,
this
the
really
interesting
does take
thing
you all
about
the way
this
up
cave
here.
is that, like, for example, this hole where the shoe is, you can actually see all the way down to where the body is.
Yeah, you can't
It's
quite
all
see the body because
interconnected,
you can't lean far enough in. But
but the spaces all are actually connected in a way that makes sense.
the cave is also actually exceptional in that I think it's the only place in Firewatch where we cheat space.
Yes.
There's a couple places in the cave where you drop off a ledge, and in the middle of Henry's drop animation, we just cut the camera and like blink you to another area that's like a few hundred meters farther away.
Aha!
Because
I knew it.
the
Teleportation.
cave ended up being so weirdly nested on itself. It ended up being this like compact ball of yarn to the point that it didn't
Called
actually
your
get you all
bullshit.
the way to Brian's hideout.
Yeah, and so like to like make the space make sense while not spending too much time making it, we just decided, hey, I guess by cheating it a little, it's okay. And I don't think people actually notice.
It also cuts your travel time down. Like people were spending a long time walking through it in the early version of the gray box. But
figuring out how to light the cave, because like video game lighting, yes, but you still have to make sure there are spots opening up to the sky so that, because we need to make sure that Henry can go through this without a flashlight.
Right. But it's also nice and dramatic to have those little cracks of sunlight.
Hey, it's Chris again.
Hey, it's Sean.
The entire Brian Goodwin saga changed absolutely massively, multiple times, really, over the course of the design and writing process. There was actually a previous design revision in which you, as the player, through just various means, could trigger the discovery of the existence of Brian Goodwin much earlier in the game, and we had to allow for all these different possible branches of when you could find that out and when Delilah would tell you more information and so on and so on. And it became a nightmarish possibility space that we really had to rein in.
It became just a very unwieldy story.
Yeah.
Inside of that story was the idea that Delilah didn't know who Brian Goodwin was.
Right.
She knew Ned Goodwin. He was a lookout who was out here, but did not know that he was here with a son because it was against the rules, and Ned had broken the rules by bringing his son out here. And from a design side, that was not to mention there's the unwieldy nature of the being able to never find out who he is until the very end, or figuring out that there was a kid in your tower on day one. That was unwieldy. And then furthermore, we were running out of tools to communicate the story of Brian Goodwin, because the only thing we had was the discovery of objects, which felt very one note and very
it felt very breadcrummy.
Exactly.
There's all this information you have to know in this order, so you're gonna find these things in that order, and there were too many of them, and it felt completely contrived.
And this is just a design philosophy. I think this is a good story design philosophy, a good mechanics design philosophy. When something just isn't working, is just ask yourself what happens if the opposite is true. I'll just say, okay, so what are the things that are true? Delilah didn't know there was a kid in the tower. I was like, well, what if she did? And not only did she liked him. Oh my gosh, well, that makes the emotional payload of finding Brian Goodwin much more intense. And then once we had that, we had another design tool to communicate about who Brian Goodwin was to you.
And that tool was the one tool we had for communicating information
anywhere else than finding something, and Henry going, yeah, we doubled the amount of information we could get to you, and it just made the game much more easy. It opened up the game from a story
It wasn't
side.
the answers. He just forgot to do 98% of the problem.
Made
Oh.
us not have to constrain ourselves with that branching craziness
Interesting.
of not knowing who he was and breadcrumbing you around the world.
And in doing so, it sort of simplified that total arc and allowed us to pack a lot more information into each of those deliveries. So when you find Brian's backpack, when you find his hideaway, each of those is very information dense because we just consolidated it all to those zones.
And can reference the stuff you've learned along the way. So when you do find him, you actually feel like he's a human being who had a history and a life and a personality and stuff. And I'm really glad we got there.
Yeah, me
because
too.
we got there late, and you just
Very
don't
late.
know if it's going to happen.
Yeah.
You just don't know. We got there August, September-ish of 2015. Game came out in February 2016, so very, very, very late. Yep.
He left a note for a ranger to find them and send them back to him in Nebraska.
Because he hated climbing?
Yeah, it sounds like Ned was pushing him, and pretending to lose his anchors was the easiest way to put a stop to it.
Huh, I hope it worked. God, what an asshole.
Yeah. Man, that is the sort of thing that would have caused me to catch a beating growing up.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't put it past old Ned.
Yeah. Good news, I escaped the cave. Away!
What do you think is in there?
There's got to be something. Why else try to kill me? I don't know, really. I mean, we got to find out.
Hey, it's Patrick and Nels here.
Hello.
You may have just found some role-playing game artifacts owned by Brian Goodwin, and I thought we could talk about the ways that this character evolved and actually ended up incorporating a lot of elements of our own super nerdy childhoods.
Oh, yes, that's exactly right.
Like Gladius Silva here, it was...
Good old Gladius Silva was actually the very first D&D character I ever made in probably grade 8, maybe grade 9. My very first D&D campaign, some other friends of mine on the speech team, the speech and debate team, asked me to join their game, and I was very enamored that they invited me, so I had to make a cool character, so I made a half-elf ranger, and because I was a giant dorko and taking a Latin class at the time, I named him Gladius Silva, which of course means sword of the forest. And I remember when we were initially talking about, like giving Brian kind of this geeky kid personality to contrast with the fact that he's like out in the middle of the wilderness. And I recounted this anecdote about Gladius Silva. Everybody in the office thought it was quite hilarious. And because I had, for my own edification a while back, rescued that character sheet from like my parents' garage and then scanned it, I was able just to send over a PDF of that scanned character sheet, and then it more or less showed up exactly in the game.
Yeah, these are probably your original die rolls from that fated first campaign.
Oh, it was modified just the tiniest bit to like avoid Wizards of the Coast's Dungeons and Dragons copyright. Otherwise, that is literally just my dude. My favorite thing about Brian's proclivity for tabletop RPGs is in Henry's Tower and Two Forks, you can actually find a map that Brian made that's basically like a D&D-ification of the whole area that you're normally in.
Yeah, I ended up drawing that completely based on my own style of drawing when I was Brian's age. And Nels' age, when he was Gladius Silva. I was a city kid who moved to a more like suburban, like woodsy area at that age in my life, and I was so shocked to have all this like actual like woodsy terrain around me that I started mapping it with pencil and paper and drawing little legends just like Brian did, kind of turning the area into more of a mythical landscape. So as soon as this character had gelled, I knew that he would see Two Forks this way, and that cash boxes would be treasure chests and the Boy Scout camp would be a halfling village. And so it kind of just wrote itself.
Yeah, totally. That is our tiny tidbit of geek history in Firewatch by way of Brian Goodwin's Gladius Silva.
I love it. That's fucking fantastic, you bunch of goddamn nerds. Punk. Two screenshots of a homework question? Okay. I can't promise I can decipher it any better than you can. Time to do some sketchy shit. Doo-da, doo-da. Yep. Which way is the right way? This way. None of the boxes are coherent. Oh, good.
Hi, it's Jake again.
And Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Jake. This area is one of the only areas in the game where we really let ourselves play up, sort of dressing a set in a really overtly theatrical and dramatic way. This is the reveal of Brian's body was such a big moment that we kind of figured we should just go for it entirely.
It was possible to do because I think this is one of the only places in Firewatch where the direction from which the player approaches and the time of day are 100% in our control. Like, you're only ever going to see this scenario under this circumstance. You're going to walk in and sort of the scene will reveal itself from this angle, and there's no chance that the sun is going to be setting in the middle of it or whatever else. So we leaned into it.
Did you already send me the pictures?
I ran with that with the music as well. As you know,
Or are
if
they
you've
on
listened
Discord?
to all the music in this game, I really didn't lean on big string swells or anything like that. It's very kind of small scale recordings,
Text me
guitar,
question
electric
number
piano, and
16.
bass and things like that. I decided to just push this as far as possible. I did one odd thing with the music, which was instead of what you'd expect, which is making the music a really minor dark key. It's actually all in major, which is typically what people associate with happier, more upbeat music. But
Nope,
I
that
pushed
hurts
the
my brain
strings
so
far enough
much.
that I was hoping it would sort of come around the other side and make
I
something
got-
that's kind of, I don't know.
I have no
It's
idea
cool, I
how
like
you
it.
would figure that out.
Fun fact about this area: if you bring a notable Brian Goodwin possession down into
man,
this space, you can set it down next to him using the game's putback system.
One Russian streamer found that live on like the day the game came out.
Yeah, by accident, and it was
amazing.
That guy's stream blew up.
Yep.
Fascinating. Learn all kinds of cool little shit. Yeah.
I came up with this character, Delilah, and then just thrust her upon you and said, you are going to be Delilah in this video game. I liked working with you on The Walking Dead. You were amazing as Katya. How did that character come
Oh
to
my
life?
god, she's Katya.
Well, actually, I think her name was Alice at first, if you'll recall.
Oh no, it was.
You remember
it
that?
was Alice. Oh no, what a hilarious thing to have to remember.
I remember getting that email from you about, hey, I'm writing a game, female protagonist, are you in? And I didn't even have to think twice about it. I knew whatever you're working on, whenever, throughout history and time,
Oh, what the
I will
fuck
want
is
to be a
number
part of.
18? Where is that?
But then you
at?
sent me the sides for Alice.
Wait a minute.
And I got to read about this beautifully flawed but fun and self-engaged woman. And it's one of the things I love about the characters that you write is that they're actual people. They're not tropes. They're not stereotypes of anything. They're full-bodied people. And so I got to dig a little bit into my past and what's made me tick and what would make me take a job in the middle of nowhere and shamelessly flirt with somebody over a walkie-talkie and build her from there. The wonderful thing about Delilah is that there's actually a lot of me in her, meaning like I grew up in Idaho. There are a lot of mountains and wildfires and solitude and stuff like that. I left and I moved to Los Angeles and now I'm surrounded by concrete, but I kind of started out in the same place.
I was integrating so much of the way you speak and the way you like tell a joke or laugh just back into the character. Do you feel like you had to create that stuff to be Delilah, or were you making a concerted effort to sort of like become her?
I think it's a little bit of both. I am a bit of a smartass, and so a lot of the stuff that you wrote really lent itself to that. But you know, as we started getting into the puns, you know, wouldn't you liken to know and stuff like that, I was able to kind of sit back into this woman who just doesn't give a shit. You know, she's out there in the middle of nowhere and having fun because this is her life. And so having that freedom to just be an idiot,
Is this number
it was really
18?
freeing. It was a lot of fun.
I've got a dead elk out here. It's torn up something good.
You think it got wise to a government program?
Shut up. Huh. This elk is wearing a tracking collar. The wave receiver picked it up.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's numbered.
Makes sense.
Maybe they were tracking elk at that site. Maybe they were doing exactly what they said they were. Delilah.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a bridal shower to get to, so I gotta go. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, sure.
They could be. So I found notes between these two rangers, Ron and Dave. You know them?
Yeah. What do they have to do with anything?
Well, nothing, I don't think. I just found a cassette tape one of them left for the other.
Do you think it could be anything like the tape you have of us?
No, it's definitely not. It's just music. Don't worry.
Well, if it's the new Milli Vanilli, it could be just as incriminating.
Hey, it's Chris again.
Hey, it's Sean, and you are in a clearing just beyond the body of a dead elk, and nearby there's a cassette tape from Dave to Ron. I get them confused the way I get like lots of pairs of characters confused and things that I didn't write. It's a recording of the song Ol Shoshone as performed and composed by Chris, who's sitting here, but as written by as performed in the fiction of the game by
Ron or Dave.
Based on the lyrics that are discoverable in the outhouse at Hawk's Rest that were written by Raccoon Carter. I wrote the song as lyrics, and then the whole Ron Dave saga I left for myself till later.
You wrote those lyrics before we actually had the idea of making it a real song in the game.
Exactly right.
Yeah. That whole arc collided with a totally separate design idea, which was to have a non-diegetic piece of music that was playing on top of the game at a particular moment. We really liked the idea of that generally. Have an actual song with singing and lyrics in it punctuate a particular moment. But we just never really landed on a song that we thought worked, or a particular way to integrate it into the narrative that like wasn't going to stomp on the open nature of the game. And it just we just sort of languished for a while until I guess it was your idea. I can't even remember
I remember it being my idea only because I remember being really bashful about it, because it was like I had never written a song before, and I really, really, really wanted you to compose music and record it. But like, I was worried that it was bad, and also like making your friend and coworker do this thing that you wouldn't tell me it was a bad idea. I was worried you wouldn't tell me it was a bad idea.
That's so funny because I read that as like you just didn't really.
Oh really?
I read that as like, oh, you can do this if you want, but I don't know if that's.
No, I just didn't want to like. It felt like so I've written a song and you're gonna perform it. Right. Like it just did not feel like I was like, oh. So I was really like feeling that like. Then when you delivered it, I would like start crying. I was like alone and just like got like welled up, and I was like, oh man, that feels good. And I was really
so
excited.
Fun. I was really happy to get to do that.
Oh good.
It was really fun.
I didn't know that. Yeah. Well, great.
Yeah, worked out.
And it's available on the soundtrack, which you can buy at thestore.camposanto.com or from our Steam page.
How all this stuff is connected, the surveillance, the Goodwins.
Hey, it's Chris again.
Hey, this is Ollie again.
Hey, Ollie.
Hey, Chris.
Where you are right now in the game represents by far the biggest change to sort of environmental ambience that we did in the whole game in terms of visuals and audio and everything else. It was just a totally different outdoor kind of vibe.
Yeah, it was really important that the end of the game felt very sort of climactic and exciting. And for the style of this, we actually looked at first-person views of like real forest fighting that had been recorded in Australia, and it was so intense. And the thought of like trying to hit that, like the benchmark had been set, right? So we had to try and get something that captured that feeling. I think we were all surprised by how close it got in the end.
Yeah, for sure. It was. I was really impressed.
Yeah, it was amazing how close we got to the original vision, given without special casing any tools. Like the tools that we had enabled us to get this effect like very quickly, and it was something I'd been putting off for a long time because I was really scared of being able to deliver something that felt, exciting. And then I remember I was bringing everyone into the room and going, guys, I think we got it.
Yeah,
I
that's
think we
awesome.
did it. Yeah.
On the audio system, I did have to special case a bunch of stuff, but what ended up happening was, because of the needs of this day, I ended up redoing the way audio ambience worked for the whole game to be able to support dropping elements in and out, which ended up being really useful retroactively for the earlier days when I went back and changed those. So, yeah.
Great.
He says.
What's your status?
I think I'm getting close.
All right, well, I just got word that they are coming to get us. My place.
You sound worried.
No, it's just...
Brian?
I'll coordinate with the evac team and let you know when to head towards the tram. It's north. Far. Past where you found that cut back in May. There's an emergency tram out there that will let you hike to the rendezvous point at my lookout.
We're coming up on the end here, Jake.
It's true, we are.
You are about to hear or have currently heard the voice of Ned Goodwin, which we didn't know we were going to put into the game for a long, long time until we played it. Because originally it was like a note he left you.
We went back and forth early on, too. There was a moment, I think, where we said maybe one of the last conversations you'll have is with Ned Goodwin himself, who's off in the woods. Maybe you'll pick up the radio in his tower. Talked ourselves off that pretty quick, and then, yeah, maybe he leaves you a note, sort of a confessional note.
But then we also sort of bounced off the note because you would find it and it just didn't have the oomph and it didn't have the sort of cinematic nature of
Henry.
conversation. And then we went,
The fuck
okay,
was
well,
that,
is the
Henry? Don't
response
freak
to
out
that
on me
to
like that.
put Ned Goodwin in the scene? You're going to meet the guy? Like, thought about that for a minute. And then we said, well, you're going to talk to him and, like, what are you going to say to him? And then we actually found the middle ground, which was a recorded note, which is, like, was really great. It was, like, the thing that it never occurred to us because we had written notes and conversations. The idea of just essentially having an audio log did not, like, jump out at us for a few weeks. And then it was like, oh, wait, you have a tape player.
He's left you recordings of yourself before. It seemed like
it
it would track.
all connected. And I'm really happy with where we landed with it. And also, Mac Brandt is the voice of Ned Goodwin. We had so many auditions, and this happens all the time. You get a lot of very similar auditions, people trying to play someone a certain way. And then Mac put a little bit of a, like, kind of an East Coast accent on it. And just
I remember not being sure about it at first, but you and Chris pushed for Mac, and I'm really glad that we did.
Yeah, he was just a titan. He did
This
such
is
a great
a
job.
weird, goofy detail of just the sorts of things that you imagine in your head, but Goodwin leaving you this tape has meant that for me, my mental image of Ned Goodwin is that he has no one to talk to, but that, like, when he left the Shoshone, it was like with a backpack full of just tapes that he's recorded to himself, which obviously doesn't exist and the game doesn't say that, but now, like, the existence of that tape just painted that strange character detail into my brain. Now that it's on his commentary, is definitely
purely canon.
Don't
come looking for me. It is Nels once again.
And Jane is back.
And we're here outside of Goodwin's bunker is what we ended up calling it. This is kind of the weird hideaway that Goodwin has been living in for the past 4 years, which some people may initially think, how could someone do that? That's unrealistic. But actually, we mentioned this briefly earlier in the commentary as well, but there was this man named Christopher Thomas Knight, who is also known as the Maine Hermit or the Last True Hermit, and he was this dude who lived in the woods in central Maine for like over 30 years.
Wow, 30?
30 years, not 4, 30. To the point where he became like a folk tale that kids in the region were like, oh, my mom said we have to be behaved or the hermit will come take us away in the night. And everyone stuff would go disappearing from people's houses or whatever, but almost everybody just thought it was, local naughty teens or whatever leaning into the legend. But there was actually this dude out in the middle of nowhere, and he had this insanely robustly stocked bunker. There's this great GQ piece all about it that had like diagrams of how he set up his bunker and where his different supplies were, and that was like a major inspiration for this area.
Part of why he could survive for so long was that he would keep raiding nearby homes and campsites, to get his supplies, and then he would hide all his trash basically in these like trash holes, I guess. So when we were designing this space, I was told, just like look at this article and diagram for some inspiration, and just make sure to have like piles of trash around. But the funny thing is, actually, it was kind of hard as a environment artist to just make a pile of trash. Okay, if I have to make a pile of trash, I now have to do the mental homework of thinking, well, what exactly could he have taken from where?
Exactly.
Because even though it's just a pile of trash, but like what is actually in the trash and what I'm going to model kind of does, need to make sense and needs to tell a story of like, you can't just have, random like TV sets, for example.
Yeah, or like a big old car tire or something.
Yeah, like that, he wouldn't have stolen something like that.
And then the actual shape of the bunker itself, that was more based on these old Native American structures that are actually in Point Reyes, California. Jake, I think, had seen them or maybe been up there or something. But there were this tribe of Miwok Native Americans who built like these underground bunker smokehouse type things. The winters in Maine may be a bit cold, but obviously they don't compare in the least to the high altitude Wyoming national forests. So, in all honesty, Goodwin probably should have froze to death like winter one. Ended up way more like Christopher McCandless than the main hermit, but poetic license.
Yeah. And the cool thing, I guess, about this space too is if you go all the way to the end where there is a big window, you know, if you look out there, you can see Henry's tower and also Delilah's tower. That's actually where both of those towers are. We didn't cheat it at all. So Jake did a really good job picking that spot for this bunker.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite moments where you get out to that opening and you realize that, like, not only has he been listening in, but he's literally been able to kind of watch you two the whole time.
Yeah.
You can kind of imagine in your head, like, as Goodwin was listening on his conversation, he was like looking back and forth between the two towers as Henry and Delilah were talking.
Yeah.
It's a very wonderful voyeuristic moment.
What a creepy dude.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, Sean.
So we are here
Creepy dude
in Ned
indeed.
Goodwin's survival bunker. Something you'll notice, dear player, is all of his like journalistic
One more
writings
by the
and
lake.
logs are
And
all
then
over
a
the
couple
walls.
more over
and
there.
you may or may not have read them. And you may or may not have read them because Firewatch isn't really a game that makes you passively digest written materials, like a game like Gone Home, or a game that tells all of its story through logs and journals you find around the world. And that was kind of a design challenge, as a lot of this game was, because so much, when you pick up an important note in Firewatch, Henry will sort of react, and then when you tell Delilah about it, he'll condense it down to a sentence or two about what the point of it is, and then they'll have a conversation about it. But that's not really on the table here, because a helicopter's coming and Henry and Delilah are sort of a little bit further apart. We kind of walked ourselves into a challenge of being able to check all the boxes about like who exactly was Ned and what exactly did he have his hand in, and then presenting you a scene that is completely passive to digest, which was difficult, I think.
Yeah, and part of the reason we have to do that is because in games that really lean on you reading a bunch of text throughout the world, generally speaking, those protagonists are either silent or they have prescribed responses to things. Our game is all the dialogue really is contingent on your choices, and so we can't assume you actually read all the words on the page. We basically had to make a call for each note, whether, okay, we're just going to let this player read it or not, or we're making the call that Henry explicitly read it in the fiction and he will state its contents or make explicit acknowledgement of like the useful information inside of it. And we just had to, and it just didn't, as you say, just in Goodwin's bunker, it didn't seem to make sense to require all of that. So we basically said, okay, regardless of what Henry does, we have to allow for the player to absorb all this stuff. And like, we will put all the information in the story there. Like, it's all there if you want to read it. You don't technically have to.
Justify to myself, maybe.
Yeah. Hey, Chris here.
And Nels, hello.
Hey, Nels.
Hey, buddy.
So you probably just went to Goodwin's bunker and got the message from him and learned about what happened and uncovered a huge part of the story. But as it turns out, you actually don't have to go there at all.
Not in the least. The only thing you actually have to do to kind of keep the game going is listen to that cassette he leaves you.
Are you watching a
After you
video?
send that cassette, there's kind of that dangling rope, but you can just never climb up that rope. You can just kind of be like, I'm going to evacuate now. Goodbye.
Aren't you streaming? The only reason that's the case
I
is
was.
because we
I'm not
really
anymore
could
because
not
I have to
think
do things.
of any good, reasonable, convincing excuse
You're not watching a video?
to force you to go up there.
Yeah.
One of the big challenges in this game, from a design standpoint, was that it's one big connected world, and there are a lot of times where we just can't
What is
really
this?
force you
The
to
director's
go
commentaries?
somewhere and do a thing.
Or if we
So
did,
you are
it would
watching
just
a
be
video.
absolutely terrible.
No, I'm playing the
we could
game.
technically allow you to walk
You're doing the
all
walk
the way
around
over
that
to
we're looking
Delilah's
at?
Yeah,
location.
look-
She says, "Oh, we're not ready to go yet," and then you would have to like walk all the way back to where you were.
There's the
and
evidence.
Climb around Goodwin's bunker, and then
Would you like to hear
magically she
about
says,
my
"Oh,
stream?
it
Because
is
I'm going to piss
actually
everyone
time
off.
to go now,"
Hi,
and that
Bananas.
would
Yeah, go ahead.
So, because we eventually
so I
Or I'm
spent
sorry,
my
I meant to say
stream,
Banana says
have
hi.
to
I said
allow
hi,
for the player
Bananas.
not going through there. That meant
Good
Nels
job.
and I had to then
Hello, Bananas.
tackle the other hilarious and difficult problem.
I am
making
going to piss
sure
everyone
that the
off
game and the
because
story
I
didn't break for those
need
players
to
who
make,
do ever
and
find
I would like to
Goodwin's
make an
bunker.
Enderman farm.
And that was a very complicated.
However, I don't know if you're aware of how those are
technically,
made.
grab the cassette, listen to it, and then
You
not
in
even
fact
tell Delilah
need
about
leaves.
Yeah, there are a lot
Okay.
of different.
And I've decided that I want
be
cherry
conversation
tree
states you
leaves.
can be in
Okay.
And no one is happy about
getting
this.
that tape. and
I
getting to
thought I
Delilah's
saw
tower.
some sort of cherry
There's
tree when I was
anywhere
looking at your
from
stream earlier.
Only getting the bare
All I did
minimum
was mine cherry trees.
conversations
And I'm very
because you've
happy
already
about this, don't get me
exhausted most of
wrong.
it
Thank you
at
for the
Goodwin's bunker,
redemption for
all the
Hydration
way
Station
up to
Golden.
needing all of that stuff to be recapped on the way because you didn't actually go to the place.
So cherry trees.
And we had to
Why
make
is no
sure
one
that
happy
all of
about you
those
wanting cherry
So
trees?
cherry
possible
trees.
player
Because in Lakes' words, they're an
actions and
eyesore.
combinations of
They're
actions.
pale.
Lakes isn't happy about cherry
A
trees.
logical game
Oh no, I know for a fact neither of my boys are going to be happy either.
Okay.
It's going to be wonderful when they find out.
Yeah, there were
Stretch.
so many different
Stretch.
permutations of it. It's like, okay, we finally, like hog tie one of them, and then one of us would be playing the game and be like, but wait,
I watched
what if you don't do
quite
this? Then we have to be like,
playthrough of this game
okay,
like 2
so
days
what do
ago.
we do if you do this, this, but not that, but this?
And it's
Okay, we have
it's
that one
neat.
covered.
I also
And then you
really
go
like
this
that
direction
account.
rather
So
than that direction.
Right, because that's the other thing is like walking through Delilah's. There are so many different paths you could technically take. We had to like slap down just like 15 different triggers probably.
So does
to
this
just
still
catch
work
all the
if
different like
I'm
went
here
this
now?
way but then looped over that
So
way. It was
they put this in so you could look at stuff.
horrible
I wonder if it
mess.
still
Good
works when
times.
you're in this weird.
Firewatch.
Yeah. So you can step on different things,
Ooh.
and it changes the because like the tape that was here was all about like how they make like the different day-night cycle stuff work in the game.
huh.
And I imagine if I walk away, it's just gonna reset. Yeah, it resets it to the time it's supposed to be. Okay, let's see here. North, up 2 ropes, and then there's another one. Bum, 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 bum.
I love being friends with people who write like stories and fan fiction because sometimes they discuss their search history.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. It's so fun.
Did you see the program I sent you?
I didn't look it up,
Or
but
what
I
the
did
name
see
of
that
it
you
was.
sent me something.
Okay. It's what they
What's that
used
for?
for the intro for Firewatch. I don't know if it's for the full game, but for sure they used it in reference to like the dialogue choices you make at the very start that set up like his history before he comes here.
Oh,
And,
like branching game choices?
Yeah. So it's the program that they used for that originally. It has a free
Aw.
download.
Okay, I will definitely have to look at that because there are things.
That's what started me talking about you consistently at the start of the stream. Was I was talking about our conversations about if then statements and like how programming works with it and all that.
Oh goodness.
There's just a bunch of me talking about how I should have had you here for the conversations.
Oh. Now here's what we do. We can do back and forth. Like I can get like YouTube recordable content, and I'll make a little like back and forth response video of your VOD.
Nice.
So, Rich, as you know, we
God, the
struggled
editing
so
of
hard
that
to
though would be
find
so
you,
just.
to find the
oy.
voice of Henry.
And I was here all along.
We're just right there in the valley, waiting for us. And you were discovered, basically not discovered, but contacted via Twitter.
Those two things are synonymous.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because I don't think I knew who Henry was until you read for the character, and then
So, did you ever play the first Walking Dead Telltale game? I don't remember how much of that you know.
I started it, but I did not get through it all because I started it and then I played for like 6 or 8 hours and then the sun went down when I was done.
Yeah.
And then I never went back
And
to
you
it,
got
and this is
skewered?
on a PS3. Yes, I don't like the dark.
So, the girl who voiced Lily, the bitchy character,
The jerk?
yeah, the bitch character that eventually becomes a boss in the final.
Yeah, because she
Telltale
like tries
game.
to kill everyone because she thinks that's the solution.
Voices the daughter of the head of the Psychonauts, the love interest from Psychonauts, who's also named Lily. And the two drunk teenage girls that are here is also named Lily.
Oh, so that she's just type coded to Lily.
Yeah.
Hi, Princey.
Hi, Princey. And the woman who voices Delilah in this game voiced Katja, the mom, who's married to Kenny and has the kid Duck from the first Walking Dead game. The like veterinarian mom. She's the voice of Delilah.
Like you had to bring something out of the ordinary to him, or something created, or was it more?
Gotta love those crossovers.
The words on the page and who you are as a person.
I think the latter more than the former. I mean, I think that Henry and I are.
You may just appreciate that Lily was presumed dead and then discovered not dead in multiple games, apparently.
Yeah.
And so I think pretty much flipping merely that switch did that for me, and you know, that coupled with the words that made pretty clear what this guy was going through. And I think too, it probably did not hurt that I was recording this thing, you know, in a tiny little upright coffin.
Stepping away for a sec.
Okay.
Where every wall is bumping my body in some way. So there was a feeling of, even though this game takes place out in the woods, there was certainly a feeling of isolation that probably didn't hurt as we were
How's it
recording.
going? It's going good. We're almost done.
Bounce that back to you.
We're gonna
and
move
say
on
that
to
I
a
think
different
that
one
the
in a
writing
minute.
was pretty
Because I'm not
clear
tired yet.
on who Henry was, and I just tried to sound like that guy, I guess.
This was your first voice acting gig, really, right?
Yeah, my first video game for sure. This came right at a time when I was trying to get into voiceover.
Does the type of work that is so different than being on stage or on camera, does it fulfill you in the same way? Do you find is it tickle sort of a different pleasure sensor in your like brain, or?
I wouldn't say it's exactly the same, but it's certainly a different part of my brain. But I would say it's at least as fulfilling as anything I've ever done on camera, because there's sort of a freedom in the booth that isn't there if you're on camera. There's
Rich
a lot of sort of,
Summer.
you can't move too far that way, and you can't block your other actor's light, and you know, there's a lot of technical stuff you have to keep in your brain that has no bearing on what you're doing here. I mean, the most technical thing I have to worry about is that I don't get so loud that it clips the sound. Otherwise, that's kind of it. So I have free, full acting available range, and that's an exciting thing, and in a lot of ways more exciting to me than on camera work.
Let's see, what's he been in? Oh, he's in Half-Life Alyx.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Sean.
I don't know about you, but
You should
I
talk
get
so I
a
can get my
lot
headphone
of
volume correct so I don't have to wear it but still hear you.
Hello, I've
about
arrived. This is me talking
really
about Rich
wanting
Summer,
Delilah
who
to be
voices
Lovely,
a
thank you.
lot of cartoon
I hear
characters.
about that
apparently.
a fair amount myself.
And
Who?
The guy who voices
I
Henry.
am
I was looking to
really,
see what else
really
he's been
happy
in.
with the performances of Henry.
The only thing I
from Rich and
recognize
Sissy
is Half-Life
here in the
Alyx and
canyon
regular show.
when she says there's a helicopter here and it's ready for me to get on it.
Yeah, me too.
Don't mind me just brushing my
And
hair.
if you're wondering why
Brush,
we
brush,
ended up
brush.
making the creative decision we made, there's sort of two things that I know Chris and I spoke a lot about. One is Delilah is simply not the type of person to wait for anyone. And Chris did a really good job with me just sort of painting a portrait of her emotional state and what it would feel like to be waiting for this guy to show up after a really, really tragic thing has happened, and then just sit in this tower and wait for a helicopter, thinking about this dead kid and how like messed up their entire summer had been.
Yeah.
And the
And
dread
you
of
wrote
having to
that
do
almost
He's
like
still alive?
directly.
Yeah,
into the
and that's
game.
what I did.
Am I
You
alive?
basically painted that portrait for me,
Yeah.
and I went, "Oh,
Yeah.
well, she's just
Quiet.
gonna say that."
No, I'm listening to the
here, I don't want to
guys
like
talk.
sit here in the shadow of a dead boy.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Oh.
went like, "Yep,
I
all
guess I
right,
should turn
thank
that
you
back
for
up.
giving me that." And then alternatively, Henry's wanted nothing more than to be made to feel better.
Do
over
I
the
have a
past
map here? I do not.
5,
Okay.
10 years of his life. Definitely the past 5, definitely the past 1. And that feeling of disappointment that you feel when you open the door and she's not there, even though you ask her to stay, and you can hear how badly Henry wants her to stay in Rich's performance and in his voice. I wanted that feeling to go into the player, that level of disappointment. And then for some players to think, man, but how disappointed would I really be if I was him? And obviously we can't make you think that stuff, but if we do, then I feel like the story has been successful in communicating the sort of the emotional payload that it set out to provide. So there you go.
Yeah.
Hi, it's Ollie again.
And it's Jane again.
Hi,
So
Ollie.
this is Delilah's Tower. Funny fact, this was one of the first things we concepted and built in the game. We always knew that the game would end with Delilah's Tower, and I think we all liked the idea of the title screen being Delilah's Tower. So that was one of the first things we did as a sort of test. But it wasn't until closer to the end of the game that we really thought about what Delilah's Tower would be like on the inside.
Yeah. And by that point, we kind of, we were very well acquainted with all
Towers.
sorts of towers. And so I don't even think we had a big concept about it. We just kind of went in
Oh, no.
went through all our references.
Another one of those
and we
TVs.
just decided,
I
okay,
hate
we
when
should
these
have
arrive.
the ceiling and like
We should just
different
change
cabinets.
it. Yeah, it should feel familiar, but sort of different.
Hello.
different enough that it
It's
feels
me,
like Delilah's.
Henry.
And we thought about all the things that the player learns about Delilah across the
Oh, God.
across
that
the
was
game,
really fun.
and try and
Absolutely
communicate
not.
that through things, but also maybe some things that you
I
don't
have
know about.
the
that
alcohol.
are interesting to find out.
I
Aw.
remember when I was just making props for
Here you
for
go, T.
Stace, I asked Sean, hey, like if she were just eating
had
a
it here.
snack, what would it be? And Sean would just say peanut butter and apples. And I would just ask Sean, what kind of slippers would she have? And we would just have to think about, through the props, tell sort of a little bit of, character of who Delilah is, like what kind of shoes she wear would just be the fun kind of things to think about.
Interesting fact also that the behind the mask of the firefighter who collects Henry at the end is actually Henry's own face. Because it's the only face that we had modeled in the game. I really like the idea that potentially someone would have noticed and thought it was this, thought it was this insane twist.
Third ending.
Yeah, third ending. Henry sees himself
This is
and
John Malkovich
realizes that
moment.
it was all a dream. Henry died in the cave-in on the way into the.
He
on the way into the
rescues
park.
himself.
Yeah, exactly. It's so good.
Hey, Chris,
Hey, Sean.
it's the last scene of the game.
Yeah, this took some getting.
This was very difficult.
Yeah.
Something you would say in story meetings all the time, which was, I was really afraid of writing the scene, and I was really afraid of the end of the game, which I had never experienced in my career.
Yeah, we went up to the wire.
You would say to me, oh, you're going to feel it out when you
I'm
write it."
beautiful.
And you would say that, you're sort of like, and you'll figure that out on the
Stop.
page when you're working, when we were trying to really talk about the beats of this last scene. And I would go like, okay. And some direction that you gave me that was really valuable was just the muted nature of this scene, because everything that has been said has already been said, and there's sort of nothing left to do. And you get to a point in your life where that is true often, but movies and games never really explore what that space feels like.
Yeah.
Because it's really hard to choose to do that, to write the not exciting thing, which I think is why the helicopter shows up, to be perfectly honest.
Yep.
We needed something to counterbalance this feeling of well, the story is just over.
Yeah.
They're not gonna get to see each other because that's just the way it goes. So how do we make this feel big and final? We better pay for a big helicopter and a guy's hand you grab and everything. And then to tie it all together, we decided very, very down to the wire that you were going to write music over the top of the whole thing. And I think it totally works.
Yeah.
But what was that experience like for you?
It was very stressful because writing that music was literally in the last couple days before content lock. But I think much like the writing of the scene, I think I had just sort of
Ooh,
absorbed
Twitch
so
ad.
much of everything that had led up to that
Not
point.
the Twitch ad.
That it actually ended up being an easier process than I thought it was going to be. As for
Just
the
the
ending
end of the
as a
game. Yeah,
whole,
we're at the
I mean,
last
we talked through
section
how
of
this
it.
game was going to end so many times, and on a literal plot level, it actually changed a fair amount in terms of how the mystery gets resolved. All the sort of background information that's feeding into Henry and Delilah's last conversation. And I remember something that was really
Part 1 of
important to
homework
me
finished.
was,
Nice.
like,
Good job.
as much as possible, I would like the
Amazing.
ambiguity and the sort of meaning of the ending and of all the events that have transpired to be in, like, not in the literal what happened, but in the why did any of it happen? Like, just in the sense of why does anything happen? Like, I remember that was something that I thought was really potentially powerful about the way this game concluded. I think you got. I don't know if that means anything to anyone else, but I think that you got that in the writing, and it was very. I was very happy with how it ended up,
Good.
even though it was a
well,
very
thanks so much for
contentious-
you through the entire process, 2-year process of trying to write this game, were just like a constant checkpoint for me. Because when you're writing, it's a very lonely process. It's very, very lonely, and to drift off of the tone of the thing you're working on with the other people is very seductive. Hey guys, we're doing this totally new, different thing. This scene happens a totally different way now because I had a brilliant idea last night.
Yeah, that happened a bunch of times.
Yeah, that is a very easy thing to do, but I always felt like you were able to ground me back to where we were headed in a way that I found to be very comforting. And I thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Glad to help. It worked out. I'm really happy with what we did with the ending. For something that so many people have very mixed feelings about, I almost am even more pleased we did it the way we did it.
Same, exact same.
Yeah.
Where's that helicopter? There's that helicopter.
I love deciding one thing and then going back on it and deciding something else.
What were you doing?
I was trying to set up my makeup mirror at my desk, and I realized I have a window, and I can just sit in front of it.
He brought me a tape. He's delivered unto me the final tape.
I hate it.
Thank you, Henry.
I hate it here. I hate it here.
Goodbye, Henry.
Hey, it's Jake.
So now we're going to talk about the secret alternate ending to Firewatch, which, if for anyone who isn't aware of this, if you dilly-dally after the final conversation with Delilah, then the helicopter will just leave without you, and that is fully supported with its own animation content and so on and so forth. If I remember correctly, it was essentially a request from you to me, Jake. Is that how you remember it?
I think that Sean and Chris and I all wanted it to happen. Once we realized the helicopter pilot was there, given that all of Firewatch is sort of, or not all of it, but quite a lot of Firewatch is predicated on the idea that if you don't do anything, that inaction is action. Like if you let a conversation time out, it just times out. It seems ridiculous that a helicopter pilot would wait for a crazy person for this long. So it seemed like a fun and accurate Easter egg to let him just totally abandon you. I don't know. My favorite ending of Firewatch is the one where the helicopter pilot flies away and the player raises their camera at the last second and snaps a picture of the helicopter leaving them behind. Because the story in that credit sequence is just totally weird. The Henry that gets left behind, is he burned alive? Does he go off and run into the woods and become Ned Goodwin of his own? I don't know.
Tons of weird, quite complex stuff goes in at the very end when you understand the systems, because building that in terms of the scripting logic was pretty complicated. But it's I was at my most competent at scripting events, so it just slipped in half a day near the very, very, very end.
Also, a game development trick that everyone should learn is that if it's the very last thing that happens in the game, it can be as crazy as you want, because that game is unloading itself the moment it's done. Who cares what mess that thing leaves behind? Your game is erased immediately afterwards, so just go nuts.
I'm very pleased we did that.
Yeah, same. That's the end of the Firewatch audio tour. Thank you very much for playing along and listening to all of this stuff.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
But what is Firewatch?
That was it. We did it. That was the whole thing just now.
Maybe the real Firewatch was the drunken things we said along the way.
I hate every time you say these things. Every time, without fail.
You missed all the
You
good.
simply-
You missed all the good shit yesterday.
You simply disappoint each time those kinds of words
We
are
had
spoken.
So we had a horror game that we played called the Clap Clap.
A horror game?
A horror game
Uh-huh.
where
The extra R horror.
where the security system and all the lights in the house are activated by the clapper. And at one point, you're taking the trash out, and a FBI agent shows up at your house, and he's like, "We're doing an investigation about the everything," and we noticed that there was a bag. The bag of trash we were taking out had bones sticking out of it. So my immediate statement was, he knows too much, and we threw the bag of bones at the FBI agent, and it killed the FBI agent. So then we put him in his own trash bag and put him in a neighbor's trash can.
I hate these words you've said. Why would you do this?
How was Horror Night? What rankings did I miss? The rankings... I don't think we... How many more games did we get through after you left? I don't think we did too many more. Nothing too terrible, at least. Yes, you're very loud. Thank you. Let's move. Kala, go back in the corner. Thank you.
Oh goody, now I get to figure out how to do my makeup again for like the millionth time.
I believe in you.
I do not, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Welcome to...
And I get to see if the new foundation I bought actually matches my
Hopefully
skin
you've
this
already
time.
had a chance to enjoy the offbeat perspective and new game mechanic of Portal. To listen to a commentary node, put your crosshair over the floating commentary symbol and press your use key.
Mm-hmm.
To stop a
Game, are you
commentary
playing
node,
now?
put
Portal.
your crosshair over the rotating node and press the use key
Is
again.
today commentary day?
Yeah,
Some commentary
it's
nodes may take
special
control of the
interest
game.
Saturday. Zane likes video game commentary. Speaking of, I need
Okay.
to change Twitch to say that we're in Portal. I know Portal doesn't take very long. That's why I'm doing this one.
Oh,
Creator dashboard.
that's a good one. I think I'll do either one of these two.
I'm gonna have to go through and cut down a bunch of stuff from yesterday because there was a lot that really got both me and Mickey.
What, you just sat and laughed for a full like 5 minutes?
There was a couple of ones where we were like that, yeah.
Oh god.
It's absolutely critical that players quickly wrap their heads around what a portal is.
Oh, no, Gladys, you gotta be turned down. You're way louder than the developers. Oh, I don't know if I can turn Gladys down. Without turning her down.
Welcome to the Aperture Science.
Nope. Nope, ma'am, you gotta stop until Gladys is done.
Well, you can probably go the commentary
We
after.
are now ready to begin the test proper. Before we start, however, keep in mind that although fun and learning are the primary goals of all enrichment center activities, serious injuries may occur. For your own safety and the safety of others, please refrain from stand back. The portal will open in 3,
2, 1. Wom.
It's It's absolutely critical that
Well, now I have to turn that back up because now they're very quiet.
players quickly wrap their heads around what a portal is. We noticed early playtesters grasped the concept much more quickly when they caught a glimpse of themselves through a portal. So we deliberately positioned this first portal to ensure that players will invariably see themselves. One of the things we learned from Narbacular Drop, our student project that became Portal, was that players often thought portals took them into other spaces, or even other dimensions. To help fight that notion, we start players in a visually unique room with memorable objects, so that when they walk through a portal for the first time, they have a clear point of reference, which communicates the idea that they're still in the same basic location. For instance, the radio, which is playing an instrumental version of Still Alive, helps as well by providing some audio continuity.
Yay, audio continuity.
These frosted glass observation rooms make the player feel as if they're being watched at all times, while keeping the identity of these watchers a mystery. The rooms serve a practical purpose as well, since we often use them as convenient and logical light sources for the test chambers.
Wow.
Portal is effectively an extended player training exercise. We spend a huge portion of the game introducing a series of gameplay tools, then layering those tools into increasingly difficult puzzles. This layering starts here, where we train the button and box
Excellent.
before introducing
Please
more
proceed
complicated
into the
concepts.
chamber lock after
Gladys, you're
completing each
so
test.
loud.
First, however, note the incandescent particle field across the exit. This aperture science material emancipation grill will vaporize any unauthorized equipment that passes through it. For instance, the aperture science weighted storage cube. Please place the weighted storage cube on the 1500 megawatt aperture science heavy duty super colliding super button.
That's a lot of super.
We wanted players to feel safe while standing in a portal, so we never kill them or destroy objects within a portal that's closing.
No, my box!
Instead, we either push or teleport objects out of a portal as it closes.
They stole my box.
Perfect. Please move quickly to the chamber lock, as the effects of prolonged exposure to the button are not part of this test.
Oh. Well, that's upsetting.
We very deliberately introduce and train each gameplay concept in Portal, so that once players reach this spot, we're confident that they know what a portal is and roughly how it works. Early versions of the game let players stumble through the beginning without always understanding what was going on, which really compromised teaching new concepts. The puzzle you just finished was designed so that stumbling around will almost always lead to a dead end. Completing the puzzle requires walking through a minimum of 5 portals in a specific order. This kind of gating, in which a solid understanding of key gameplay concept is required for success, helps standardize the learning curve of the game tremendously.
Learning curve. Science.
You're doing very well.
Thank
Please
you.
be advised that a noticeable taste of blood is not part of any test protocol, but is an unintended side effect of the aperture science material emancipation grill, which may, in semi-rare cases, emancipate dental fillings, crowns, tooth enamel, and teeth.
Not my dental fillings.
In early versions of this map, playtesters would charge down the stairs without noticing what was creating the portals. We introduced a mandatory pause in the action, what we call a gate, to help ensure that players stop and notice the portal gun making the blue portal. Particle effect and a loud noise help draw their attention.
Portal, portal. Yum. Yeah.
Very good. You are now in possession of the Aperture Science handheld portal device. With it, you can create your own portals. These intradimensional gates have proven to be completely safe. The device, however, has not. Do not touch the operational end of the device. Do not look directly at the operational end of the device. Do not submerge the device in liquid, even partially. Most importantly, under no circumstances should you...
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sure that wasn't anything important. Bum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum bum. Maybe Black Mesa. That was a joke. Ha ha. Fat chance.
Please proceed to the chamber lock. Mind the gap. To ensure the safe performance of all authorized activities, do not destroy vital testing apparatus.
Fuck you.
This room was designed to make players understand that entrance and exit portals aren't tied to the color of the portal. Playtesters often assume that orange portals were exit only, so we created this puzzle to force players to enter an orange portal.
For your own safety, do not destroy vital testing apparatus.
When rendering the player's view through a portal, we must render a separate image using a virtual...
Well done. Remember, the Aperture Science Bring Your Daughter to Work Day is the perfect time to have her tested.
I'm sorry? Go away.
When rendering the player's view through a portal, we must
What'd you
render
do?
a separate image using a virtual camera.
I forgot to
presented
put
by
primer
opposite portal.
on my face.
To obtain a
I
correct
see.
image and efficient rendering performance, we render
So
only
I
what
might
is
have
visible
issues
to the
later.
field of view
That's
of
fine.
the opposite portal and exclude objects which lie between the virtual camera and the plane of the opposite portal.
The combination of portal-destroying fields, which we call fizzlers, and the elevators
Don't mind me just
serve a
setting the
dual
alarm real
purpose.
quick.
They
You got
provide
this.
a clearly identifiable endpoint for each test chamber, while also addressing the more practical problem of how to keep players from portaling across level loads. We eventually integrated the fizzlers into several of our puzzle designs.
Fizz. This is a triumph. Making a note here. Huge success. Hard to overstate my satisfaction.
Welcome to Test Chamber 4. You're doing quite well.
For training purposes, there's generally just one correct solution to these early puzzles. The original version of this room didn't have the glass barrier. Playtesters would often stand on the button to open the door and then shoot a blue portal through the opening, bypassing the box entirely.
Certain objects may be vital to your success. Do not destroy testing apparatus.
While clever, was a failure. So we added the glass barrier to prevent it. Later in the game, however, the puzzles become more open-ended.
Integrating portals with Source Engines physics system was a complex process that required several iterations to achieve the right balance of performance.
I'm gonna hop off because I got a couple more things I gotta take care of, and that's not all gonna be in my room.
The physics system had
You
to
have
be
fun.
modified to allow dynamic changes to its representation of colliding geometry,
Bye-bye.
such as the walls
Bye-bye.
and floor around this box, and any objects which may lie on the opposite side of the portal. Initial implementations of this dynamic collision generation system could take up to 1/2 of 1 second, or 500 milliseconds, to compute the correct collision.
Oh, that's a lot of big words.
This may not sound like a long time in everyday life, but this pause during the portal creation was quite noticeable in the context of a game. Ultimately, we designed a system that creates temporary hybrid physics environments in bubbles around the portals, using less accurate collision than that produced by Source's standard collision generation, but was accurate enough in practice and reduced the time to create dynamic collision representation from 500 milliseconds to just 10 milliseconds, which is an imperceptible pause during portal creation.
Science. Oh god, I'm
Once
so
again,
sorry.
Excellent work. As part of our required test protocol, we will not monitor the next test chamber. You will be entirely on your own. Good
I
luck.
don't believe you, Gladys. Why do you lie to me? Why do you lie to me, Gladys? You should know big words, teacher man. You're not wrong. No observations.
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
Yep. Fuck your camera.
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
Early versions of Portal featured more detailed, cluttered environments, much like Half-Life 2. We quickly realized that unnecessary objects scattered all over the place distracted players to the point where it actually interfered with the Portal training process. So we simplified the art style to favor clean, focused test chambers. The modular approach we settled on makes it look plausible that the chambers can reform dynamically on these pistons.
Did I see another one up there? No. Okay. She lies to everyone, including the cake. Not the cake! No.
As part of a required test protocol, our previous statement suggesting that we would not monitor this chamber was an outright fabrication. Good job. As part of a required test protocol, we will stop enhancing the truth in 3, 2.
Oh. No more lies, I guess. This was a try. Oh. This was a try. Bouncy ball.
While safety is one of many Enrichment Center goals, the Aperture Science high-energy pellet seen to the left of the chamber can and has caused permanent disabilities such as vaporization. Please be careful.
Sounds like a party.
To make puzzles deeper than just teleporting to the exit, we had to include surfaces that won't hold a portal, which are formally introduced here. We experimented with several surface designs before we settled on this one, whose visual
Must be
noise
the
and
pride
activity
of.
to make it easy to identify at a distance.
Dun, 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 da, da, da. I don't remember there being this many fucking radios. This was a triumph. It's getting that song stuck in my head though. Making a note here, huge success.
Warning devices are required on all mobile equipment. However, alarms and flashing hazard lights have been found to agitate the high-energy pellet and have therefore been disabled for your safety.
Originally, these scaffolds ran on electrified tracks, but crafty playtesters would hop along the rails to
Good.
the exit.
Now use the Aperture Science unstationary scaffold to reach the chamber lock.
That solution ended up being too much of an overcorrection, as even skilled playtesters were getting frustrated by these one-hit kills in the more complex puzzles later in the game. Making the scaffolds run along immaterial beams of light solved both problems.
Interesting. Hello. Excuse me. Forward. 3, 2, yep.
Please note that we have added a consequence for failure.
No.
Any contact with the chamber floor will result in an unsatisfactory mark on your official testing record, followed by death. Good luck.
Even though layering player training was a design goal from the start, we still ended up introducing some concepts too quickly. For instance, this used to be the first energy ball redirection puzzle. Playtesting revealed that this puzzle introduced too many new concepts at once, which ended up frustrating a lot of playtesters. In response, we inserted 2 test chambers before this one to make the energy ball redirection training more gradual.
Oh. No, yeah, I'm right. That was weird.
We previously talked about how we handle static portal collision, but collision with moving objects on the other side of a portal is a completely different and equally hard problem. Walking onto the scaffold was a very iffy proposition for the first few months of development. We solved the problem of colliding with these dynamic objects by cloning the objects from one portal to the other and strictly controlling what objects are allowed to collide with each other and how they're allowed to collide.
Very impressive. Please note that any appearance of danger is merely a device to enhance your testing experience.
Gladys would never put me in danger. Gladys loves us. All hail Gladys.
The Enrichment Center regrets to inform you that this next test is impossible. Make no attempt to solve it.
Okay.
Because our test chamber environments were simplified for training purposes, we created visual hotspots within the rooms to guide players' attention. The design is essentially a balance between round objects and sharp objects. The sharp objects representing background elements.
Oh wait, I needed that up here.
Such as doors and movable props.
The Enrichment Center apologizes for this clearly broken test chamber.
For the first few months of development, we rendered the views through portals to 2 off-screen textures. This approach was easy to implement and was compatible with a wide range of graphics hardware. Unfortunately, this method was incompatible with anti-aliasing and consumed a large amount of...
Once again, the Enrichment Center offers its most sincere apologies on the occasion of this unsolvable test environment.
...into the frame buffer with the aid of the stencil buffer to isolate pixels corresponding to a given portal. This is a more
See, Gladys, now I don't know what a stencil buffer is.
And does not consume any additional video memory.
Fantastic. You remain resolute and resourceful in an atmosphere of extreme
cameras
pessimism.
in here that I missed? I don't think so. Okay. Is that the first time the elevator's not here when we get up to it? I think so. Wom. Test number 10.
Hello again.
Hello.
To reiterate, previous warning. Momentum.
Cool.
Portal momentum ended up being the hardest concept to convey. For this series of puzzles, which went through more design iterations than virtually any other part of the game, we introduced the idea of redirecting your momentum using portals, slowly, step by step.
Yeah!
We even have the AI voice pretty explicitly explain the elements of the puzzle, something we avoided throughout most of the rest of the game.
Using gravity to fall into one portal so that you come rocketing out the other portal, a skill we call flinging, was another difficult concept to train. We designed a specific visual cue, a pushed-out concrete block with checkerboard tile above a pit, to indicate to players that it's time to use the fling maneuver.
I fucked that up.
Times, this cue helps players associate pushed-out concrete
Spectacular.
slabs with
You
fling
appear to understand how a portal affects forward momentum, or to be more precise, how it does not.
Momentum.
Originally, these exit portal surfaces were static geometry in the final position, but playtesters stubbornly refused to look up to find them. This is another example of the classic game design problem of coaxing players to look up. By putting the portals on moving pistons,
Momentum, a function of mass and velocity, is conserved between portals. In layman's terms, speedy thing goes in, speedy thing comes out.
It's a good momentum explanation. Speedy thing go in, speedy thing go out. Thank you, Gladys. My brain was not scientific enough to understand.
The Enrichment Center promises to always provide a safe testing
fucking hit
environment.
myself.
In dangerous testing environments, the Enrichment Center promises to always provide useful advice. For instance, the floor here will kill you. Try to avoid it.
Roger, roger.
We found that rather than looking into portals to see where it went, playtesters would often leap blindly to their doom. In response to this observation, the moral of this puzzle is look before you leap. Say orange portal is out of the
I, in
player's
fact, did
view
not
on this
look
balcony.
before I left.
That forces them to peer through a portal to see it, which trains players in the remote viewing capabilities of portals.
Originally, a weighted button was used to open the far door, but playtesters so strongly associated boxes with buttons that they'd get stuck searching hopelessly for a box. We changed the big button to a pedestal-mounted push button, thus removing the box association. But playtesters still had trouble realizing they needed to shoot a portal through the door. Adding a ticking timer sound when
It kind of really goes to show you how far players have come for puzzles since Portal came out. Because you listen to their explanations about why they had to change stuff now, and it drives into question the brains of humanity.
Big moment when players finally get the fully powered portal gun. The puzzle path brings you in a circle around the device, so that it's virtually always in sight, right up until you grab it.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Button. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da. Come on. Boop. Turtle cum puzzles? What the hell are you on? I don't even know what I could have possibly said that made you think that's what I said.
The device has been modified so that it can now manufacture 2 linked portals at once. As part of an optional test protocol, we are pleased to present an amusing fact. The device is now more valuable than the organs and combined incomes of everyone in Subject Hometown here.
Hup. And now we have both portals. Wasn't fully paying attention while working. I could have misheard, but I need to ask. Oh, you definitely misheard. I have no idea what I could have said. Bye, bananas. Enjoy your food.
Player training doesn't always stick, especially after the introduction of a big new concept. For instance, after they had acquired the fully powered portal device, playtesters often forgot about the fling maneuver. Since it's such an important skill, this puzzle is designed to reintroduce the idea of flinging.
Fling.
Get ready to fling yourself. Fling into space.
Fling into space. I love broken Gladys.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, Feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Got it.
When we moved from largely placeholder art to our final visual design, this was the first level to get a facelift. We chose this map because it had many opening
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
space. The test chamber art direction was designed to make everything appear purposefully placed. The simple design was
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
It also provides a nice contrast to the later, much less sterile behind-the-scenes environments, which contributes to a clear sense of progression.
This is the first map in which we experimented with solving the puzzle in as few portal placements as possible. We tried to fit that concept into the story mode, but were never quite able to sell it. Instead of abandoning the idea altogether, we added the concept to a series of post-game challenge maps.
Not the challenge maps. Yoink. Oh, nope, I'm going the wrong way. That'll work. Alright. Where's the other one? There it is.
As part of a previously mentioned required test protocol, we can no longer lie to you. When the testing is over, you will be missed.
Oh, hello, Shell. Good talk.
A problem we came across with virtually any puzzle involving boxes and doors was that the players could portal the boxes to the other side of the door, thereby trapping themselves in a room with buttons but no boxes. We set up special triggers to detect and handle these cases, and then added the box delivery tubes to ensure players could always be supplied with the required tools.
Very interesting. Test 14 out of 19.
All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma-leaking portal technology must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues. No further compliance information is required or will be provided, and you are an excellent test subject.
I'm a good test subject.
A few playtesters put a portal on the floor here and used the rising stair pit to skip the rest of the puzzle. We'll usually rework a level if playtesters discover a way to bypass chunks of the puzzle too easily. But in this and a few other cases where skipping ahead arguably takes more skill than solving the puzzle properly, we let the ninja solution stand.
This is a great spot to appreciate the recursive nature of portals. If you place a portal on each side of this hallway, you'll notice the portals seem to go on forever, similar to the effect you get in a Hall of Mirrors. In actuality, we support a maximum of 9 recursive portal views down any chain of portals. We achieve the impression of infinite recursion by copying part of the previously rendered frame onto the final portal in the recursive chain. It's not perfect, but it's inexpensive and effective.
Alright, sorry. Bop. Energy ball?
We designed this room to draw the player's eyes to the box. The light from the observation room casts horizontal shadows that point at the box, which is directly lit by a warm light from the ceiling. This warm light helps the box stand out against the predominantly cool test chamber lighting. The varying size squares of the off-limit surface also help direct the player's attention upward.
Oh. Yeah. I didn't see the stairs go back down. I get you now. I get you now, game. I understand what you're putting down. Do 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 do. Oh crap, do I have to have the other portal set up already? That can't be right, because... So now I just go back. And put, what color? Blue. Do 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 do. What do you think? You think that was good enough?
Very good. A complimentary victory lift has been activated in the main chamber.
Victory lift.
The Enrichment Center is committed to the well-being of all participants. Cake and brief counseling will be available at the conclusion of the test. Thank you for helping us help you help us all.
Help you, help me, help you.
This particular section went through several iterations because it's the first place where players are required to perform possibly the trickiest portal maneuver, the double fling. Originally, the room also featured an energy ball redirection puzzle. Combined with a new double
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
For most
Fuck you.
playtesters. Overwhelmed players tend to not digest new information, so we simplified the puzzle.
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
To nudge players in the right direction, we also included visual hints, such as the previously introduced single fling theme, the pushed-out concrete slab with a checkerboard landing zone.
Single fling ding bing bing ding.
This puzzle requires players to redirect an energy ball through multiple portal placements. The multiple steps cause many early playtesters to panic and accidentally redirect a ball right into themselves, with deadly results. We redesigned the test chamber so that portals can only be placed in the top half of the room, which solved the problem by generally leaving players out of the ball's reach.
Ba-dum.
Vital testing apparatus
We
destroyed.
noticed through our playtest that many of our players weren't aware of the fact that you could place portals while falling. Since placing portals as you are falling is essential to accomplishing flings and many other portal tricks, we implemented this puzzle so that the only way to solve it was to use the mid-air placement tactic. It took numerous iterations and lots of tuning before this consistently played well.
Ba 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 ba. Oh, what? How did I end up like that? Not that that helped really, but... Can I get higher? Have I lost my mind? What am I missing? Ba-dum-bum-bum, ba-ba-da-ba-bum-bum-bum. Aw.
We noticed through our playtest
Oh,
many of our players
that's
weren't aware
this
of
is
the fact
portable
that you
on the
could place
ground.
portals
I'm
while
dumb.
falling. Since placing portals as you are falling
I didn't
is
realize
essential
that
to
the ground there was
accomplishing flings and
portable.
many other portal tricks, we implemented this puzzle so that the only way to solve it was to use the mid-air placement tactic. It took numerous iterations and lots of tuning before this consistently
That's
played
just me being dumb.
Perhaps the most important purpose of this final test chamber is to cement the double fling maneuver training. For previous flings,
I fucked that
we employed
up.
a visual cue, a pushed out section of a wall. In preparation for the more freeform behind the scenes levels, however, we take the training wheels off. To proceed, players must realize they can double fling almost anywhere they want to, with or without hints.
Oh, damn, I almost actually connected that one. That would have been good. I thought I could get back there for a second. Now I'm just trying to creatively connect this thing.
Perhaps the most important
Oh, I
purpose
didn't mean
of
to
this final
touch that.
test chamber is to cement the double fling maneuver training. For previous flings, we employed a visual cue, a pushed out section of a wall. In preparation for the more freeform behind the scenes levels, however, we take the training wheels off. To proceed, players must realize they can double fling almost anywhere they want to, with or without hints.
Right there. So right there. Yes? No, that's still too curved. It's gotta be like that. Okay. And then that might be too high though. Oh yeah, that's too high. That's too high though. Oh, I guess I could have. Yeah, that was dumb of me. Actually, I should have been standing here for it. Come on in, sit on down, baby, let your hair hang down. Yep. Oh God.
In this puzzle, we wanted players to realize that
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
distances in a short step. Originally, we had stairs from the ground level to the upper rooms. Many playtesters, however, were able to run from one room to the other quickly enough to consider it a solution, without ever thinking to use the even easier portal method. By changing the stairs to very slow-moving lifts, we were able to level the travel time for all player experience levels, thus making the intended solution more clear.
Huh? Oh. Dirt. Ah! Ah! Stop that.
with me. Now I have to wait for that ball to run out. It takes way longer to run out than I thought it would.
Did you know you can donate one or all of your vital organs to the Aperture Science Self-Esteem Fund for Girls? It's true.
Ooh. We love supporting self-esteem funds for girls.
Due to mandatory scheduled maintenance, the appropriate chamber for this testing sequence is currently unavailable. It has been replaced with a live fire course designed for military androids. The Enrichment Center apologizes for the inconvenience and wishes you the best of luck.
Well, that's upsetting.
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
Portal. We wanted to create a turret that was different from the traditional Half-Life 2 turrets. The Half-Life 2 turrets are nothing more than minor.
Did Half-Life 2 come out before Portal 1?
Wanted the turrets to have personality, to be characters. The first step was a redesign of the look. Once we had the look of the new turrets, they seemed less like menacing machine guns and more like cute robots. And robots can never really be cute until they are talking robots. So the next step was creating the vocal characteristics of the turrets. Working with Ellen McLean, we settled on an innocent-sounding voice with dialogue to match. This juxtaposition of killing machine and innocent, non-aggressive personality ends up making the Portal turret a memorable character.
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
To be too combat heavy, we wanted to add at least a light combat mechanic. After a few less than successful attempts to actually realize this light combat concept, we settled on turrets as a good compromise. The turrets can be defeated with tricky portal maneuvers, but they're also susceptible to more straightforward berserker approach.
No.
Target lost.
My blood.
Hey.
Fuck you.
Who's there?
Even though Portal tells a simple story, we created a lot of backstory. For Aperture Science, for its employees, for its rivalry with the hated Black Mesa, and for where all of this fits into the cosmology of Half-Life. This first Portal game doesn't reveal all of it, but we crammed a lot of little details into the environments. This area, for instance, called the Ratman Den, hints that there may be other people trapped in the facility.
Dun dun dun.
Hey, who's there?
Oh, there's so many crates in here, Jesus. Da 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 da.
Are you still there? Critical error. Searching.
Surprise, bitch.
Put me down. Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
Yeah, ain't that a fucking shame? Now, give me that box. Yes.
Deploying. Uh-oh. Well done, Android. The Enrichment Center once again reminds you that Android Hell is a real place where you will be sent at the first sign of defiance.
Oh god, no. Not Android, no. No, wait, I'm not an Android. Gladys, goddamn. Damn you, Gladys.
The vital apparatus vent will deliver a weighted companion cube in 3, 2, 1.
My child. The weighted companion cube.
This weighted companion cube will accompany you through the test chamber. Please take care of it.
We designed this hall so that players had to use a box as a shield, but many playtesters read it as an avoid the energy ball timing puzzle and simply left the box behind. We solved this in large part.
The symptoms most commonly produced by Enrichment Center testing are superstition, perceiving inanimate objects as alive, and hallucinations. The Enrichment Center reminds you that the weighted companion cube will never threaten to stab you and, in fact, cannot speak. Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
Why does the companion cube want to stab me? It's not very demure of you, companion cube.
I know that I was told that, you know, sort of the idea of Valve is that everything is planned. Everything is worked out in advance. But that's a big fat lie. Because the initial idea is started, and they bring an actor into the studio and they say, you know, say these words for us. Say this computer-generated voice for us. Okay, I'll do that. Well, then that gives the creators other ideas. And it's a rolling process. You roll from one idea into the next idea.
Oh wait, don't I have to... Stay here, companion cube, I'll be back.
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
No, the vital testing apparatus.
The Enrichment Center reminds you that the weighted companion cube cannot speak.
So you keep
In the
telling
event
me.
that the weighted companion cube does speak, the Enrichment Center urges you to disregard its advice.
It can't talk, but if it does, shut the fuck up.
portal did I put over there? Orange, okay. Oh, I have to put the thing on the thing first. Come on. Oh, you can't fire a second one, can you? I have to go get this one, I'm guessing. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba. Da-da-da-da-da. Ra-da-da-da. For the good of all of us. Except the ones who were dead. Oh, I need my companion cube. But there's no sense crying over every mistake. You just keep on trying till you run out of cake. And the science gets done, and we make a neat gun for the people who are still alive.
You did it. The weighted companion cube certainly brought you good luck. However, it cannot accompany you for the rest of the test and, unfortunately, must be euthanized. Please escort your companion cube to the Aperture Science Emergency Intelligence Incinerator.
The awful end of the companion cube serves a dual purpose. It adds a lot more sinister character to our already pretty sinister AI, while simultaneously training the player to use the incinerator, a key component of the final level.
You euthanized your faithful companion cube more quickly than any test subject on record. Congratulations.
Good friend the companion cube by stuffing some of the AI's important parts into exactly the same type of incinerator.
Goodbye, companion cube. I'll always remember the things we had.
The experiment is nearing its conclusion. The Enrichment Center is required to remind you that you will be baked, and then there will be cake.
Creating the AI voice was a multi-step process. First, we ran every line of dialogue through an automatic text-to-speech program. In the studio, we cued the actress who plays Gladys, Ellen McLean, with the computer-generated sound file. She'd mimic it, and then over the course of several takes, adjust her performance to clean up any words that were unintelligible in the computer version. For instance, here's a line as Ellen delivered it.
Perfect. Please move quickly to the chamber lock, as the effects of prolonged exposure to the button are not part of this test.
Once the recording was done, we processed all the dialogue to give it an extra computery edge. Here's that same line as it appears in the game, with the pitch constrained, pitch modulation suppressed, and the format moved up.
Perfect. Please move quickly to the chamber lock, as the effects of prolonged exposure to the button are not part of this test.
Where am I? Where is God? Oh. Any thought bubbles here in the Ratman's?
As an actor, you know, you come in, you do what you're told, you want to make your money, and sometimes you get good direction and sometimes you don't get good direction, but it doesn't matter, and you certainly don't tell the production team any of this. But you come in and they'll give you a lame line reading, and you're supposed to find some emotional value in that. But this is not what this team did. They would come in, for example, explosively indignant. That's a wonderful direction for an actor. So, I must say that the production team won me over, because so often I get bogus direction, but this time I was actually directed and had fun at all the sessions.
Hello. Uh-oh. That's a lot of turrets.
There you are.
No. You didn't see shit. You don't know nothing about nothing. Oh, don't activate. You didn't see shit. You don't know I'm here. Okay. So that portal's right. Now we just have to time it. Victory. Keep your hand on your keyboard, kids. Nearly missed that. That's how I get that thing back open. Ah. Yoink. And now I have a cube. For that fucking weird ass puzzle. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I realized my mistake.
Hey, welcome back, Bananas. Any dialogue boxes? Nope. We can fall forever. I like how it just gently moves me so I'm in the portal. Please let me stop. Please. Oh. Ugh. What color is this? Orange? No, I didn't get that one in time.
Well done.
Thank you.
Be advised that the next test requires exposure to uninsulated electrical parts that may be dangerous under certain conditions. For more information, please attend an Enrichment Center electrical safety seminar.
Nah.
Welcome to the final test. When you are done, you will drop the device in the Equipment Recovery Annex. Enrichment Center regulations require both hands to be empty before any cake.
How would you teleport that incorrectly? Oh, did it do it already? Oh, it already did it. I'm just being dumb.
We use these moving platforms to add time pressure to puzzles. A sequence of simple decisions feels much more climactic under time pressure, in contrast to most puzzles in Portal, which can be solved at the player's leisure. Puzzles that aren't time-bound can be more complex, but at the expense of being less dramatic.
The platform got too far away. I don't remember if the platform comes back or not, so we're just gonna reset.
We use these moving platforms to add time pressure to puzzles.
Oh, well, I hope the thing resets, because that's gonna be awkward otherwise. Goodbye, platform. Oh, here it comes. Okay.
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
Oh, he coming.
details make a huge difference. For instance, we had to add the left side to this wall to give players a visual representation of how thick it is.
Congratulations. The test is now over. All Aperture technologies remain safely operational up to 4,000 degrees Kelvin. Rest assured that there is absolutely no chance of a dangerous equipment malfunction prior to your victory candescence. Thank you for participating in this Aperture Science computer-aided enrichment activity. Goodbye.
Before the player escapes the fire pit, the AI dialogue is all delivered in a computerized monotone. After the escape, however, Gladys gets progressively more expressive until, by the end, she's cycling through a whole mess of emotion. The role required an actor capable of
What are you doing?
computer-generated
Stop it.
while still infusing
I,
Since we plan to end
We
the
are
game with a
pleased
song,
that you made it through the final challenge where we pretended we were going to murder you.
It's a great mimic, a
We are
terrific
very,
actor, and a classic
very
lead
happy for
operatic
your
soprano,
success.
so that worked out pretty good.
We are throwing a party in honor of your tremendous success.
A party?
Place the device on the ground, then lie on your stomach with your arms at your sides. A party associate will arrive shortly to collect you for your party.
Oh no!
Make no further attempt to leave the testing area.
I didn't quite make it there.
What are you doing? Stop it. We are pleased that you made it through the final challenge where we pretended we were going to murder you. We are very, very happy for your success.
Bye, Gladys.
We are throwing a party in honor of your tremendous success. Place the device on the ground, then lie on your stomach with your
No, thank
arms
you.
at your sides. A party associate will arrive shortly to collect you for your party.
No party.
Make no further attempt to leave the testing area. Assume the party escort submission position or you will miss the party.
The party escort submission position.
In these new areas, we weren't using the surfaces the player is familiar with. The rules for which new surfaces portals can be placed on, and which surfaces are off limits, needed to be taught. So, we created this area both to show the player they've escaped into the guts of the facility, and to retrain them in which surfaces are valid for portal placement.
Hello.
Where are you? I know you're there. I can feel you here.
Don't know what you're talking about, Gladys. I'm out. I'm gone. Never to be seen again. So long, farewell. Out Vita saying goodbye. Oh, maybe I am supposed to be up there. Cool. Oh, I want onto that, don't I? There we go. Goodbye. Well, maybe you shouldn't have asked for so much. Defense Logistic Agency solicits bids for development of fuel system icing inhibitor. Black Mesa FS22 or 11 proposal. Possibly Black Mesa personnel overpaid. We love Black Mesa. Hello?
I went to Portal's, I googled Portal in game, and I went to the trailer, and I just loved it. I loved hearing my voice.
That's
And
adorable.
as I told the production team, I have never played a computer game in my life, but I want to play this one.
I love Ellen McLean. She's great. Oh, I needed that turned a little bit. Vita saying goodbye. There we go. Don't worry about it.
You haven't escaped, you know. You're not even going the right way. Hello? Is anyone there?
Nope. Told you, Gladys, I'm gone. I am the companion cube now.
Okay, the test is over now. You win. Go back to the recovery annex for your cake. It was a fun test, and we're all impressed at how much you won. The test is over. Come back.
No thanks.
After players escape, we let them solve an old chamber in a new way. This reintroduction of a familiar space, which can now be solved in an incorrect way, helps convey the sense that players are cheating the system while forging their own path through the facility.
Uh-oh, somebody cut the cake. I told them to wait for you, but they cut it anyway. There is still some left if you hurry back.
Not my cake. Whatever will I do? Oh, thank you for the hydration. I'll do that in just 1 second. I'll do it right now, in fact. Yeah, peekaboo. I'm breaking out, Gladys.
You're not even going the right way.
I think
Where
I
do
am.
you think you're going?
No.
Because I don't think you're going where you think you're going.
I want to feel the sun on my skin, Gladys. Oh, have fun with your textbook, bananas.
One bizarre fact of game design is that without some serious prompting, players will rarely look up. In this case, the prompt is a ladder. Most players will investigate where the ladder goes.
Oh, I broke the ladder.
The ladder actually falls apart as soon as it's touched, but by then it served its purpose.
Ah! Oh. Oh well. It's technically it worked the way I needed it to.
We designed the post-escape levels to give players brief glimpses of the inner workings of the Enrichment Center. This particular area exposes part of the storage cube distribution system.
Didn't we have some fun?
These little vignettes help make this section of the game visually distinct from the testing chambers, while reinforcing the idea that the players are now being
And then I was all, we pretended we were going to murder you. That was great.
That was great.
Through playtesting, we discovered that fatigue set in if we didn't break... Through playtesting, we discovered that fatigue set in if we didn't break up the more complicated, deliberately paced puzzles with problems that required the player to perform a much simpler task under time pressure. These pistons proved to be a good foundation for that simpler type of puzzle. Because they feature a moving surface, they also gave us an opportunity to employ unusual portal transitions, such as sealing the...
We designed the post-escape levels to give
We
players
no, we had some fun. I remember. I do remember. Gladys, I swear. I remember. It was great.
During development, we'd often run across some piece of level design that would break the portal system.
Damn it!
For instance, the ceiling-to-ceiling transition.
We designed the post-escape levels
Careful
to
with
give
this shit.
players brief glimpses of the inner workings of the enrichment center. This particular area exposes part of the storage cube distribution system.
Word.
During development, we'd often...
How do I keep not getting that right?
The portal system. For instance, the ceiling-to-ceiling transition was...
We designed the post-escape levels to give players brief glimpses of the inner workings of the enrichment center. This particular area exposes part of the storage cube distribution system.
We pretended we were going to murder you. That was great.
Fantastic. Now if I could just do that while the thing's there. Or not. Does this one move? That one moves. Okay. Good talk. Glad you could crush me. Would come again.
We designed the post-escape levels to give players brief glimpses of the inner workings of the enrichment center. This particular area exposes part of the storage cube distribution system.
We pretended we were going to murder you. That was great.
It's fantastic, Gladys. Thank you for reminding me. No, Gladys. No one's there. Goodbye, Gladys. We're out.
You really shouldn't be here. This isn't safe for you. It's not too late for you to turn back. I'm not angry. Just go back to the testing area.
Freedom.
You should have turned left before. It's funny, actually, when you think about it.
Yeah?
Someday we'll remember this and laugh.
Oh, it's a great joke, Gladys. It's a good joke. Great joke.
In the sound booth, you're only connected to the production team by an intercom, and they can talk about you, and you don't know what they're saying, but you trust that they're being kind. And you know, they'll push a button and then they'll say something to me. They'll say a direction. No, that wasn't right. Do it again. Give us 3 more reads. And a lot of times what happens is they would play the computer-generated sound for me on one line, and then I'm supposed to recreate that 3 times with the director saying, okay, well, you know, more sarcastic or more angry or more irritated. So you stand in the booth hour after hour after hour. They're always very nice. They let you have water in here. and maybe a pencil to take a few notes. And of course you want it to be interesting, because you want them to hire you again.
Yeah, sounds right.
Who's there? Searching. Malfunction. As the game draws closer, we increase the ratio of time-pressured puzzles, like this turret ambush, to give the players the sense that they're approaching a climactic encounter.
Target lost. Hello, friend. Are you still there? Please put me down. No hard feelings.
An important design goal of these post-escape levels was to give players the sense that they're running wild inside the guts of the facility. With that in mind, we added plenty of nooks and crannies for players to crawl into or place portals through. This ended up being a tricky lighting challenge, as the areas needed to be bright enough to navigate while still being dim enough to feel like obscure, disused sections of the building.
Nope. Let me up. Yeah. There we go.
There you are.
Nope.
Who are you?
I'm Chell.
I don't blame you.
No, well, that's good. Oh, more Ratman rooms. I want up.
This is your fault. It didn't have to be like this. I'm not kidding now. Turn back or I will kill you. I'm going to kill you. And all the cake is gone. You don't even care, do you? This is your last chance.
Not the big bad jellyfish.
Sarcasm. GLaDOS is sarcastic a lot. And that's so much fun. But while I was trying to do this, trying to build in all these emotions, I still had to maintain the computer sound and maintain the pronunciation of repeated phrases. You know, aperture science and the enrichment center.
The enrichment center. Button. Oh, it's a core. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, how do I... Haha, you suck.
These rocket sentries originally fired lasers. We switched from lasers to rockets after we introduced the glass breaking mechanic, mainly because glass shattering in a massive rocket explosion turned out to be a lot more satisfying than glass just slowly being melted by a laser. Originally, they also spoke, just like the bullet turrets. Because players often redirect the laser back to the turret, however, a distinct, uncluttered sound was required. The voice simply added too much noise to the rocket redirect mechanic.
That's fair. You've had a spark of an idea? Tell me of your spark of an idea. Give me your knowledge. Oh, hey.
Breaking this tube gives players a chance to test out their newly trained rocket redirecting and glass breaking skills in a slightly different context, which helps cement the training.
Oh, I can't fire it there. Hey, buddy. That'll work. Okay. Nice. Yoink. Speedrun races of games. We set a time limit and whoever gets the farthest wins. Yeah, we could do that. Depends on the game, but yeah. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Am I supposed to have something here? I can't. My timing sucks. There we go. Hello. Goodbye.
Put me down. Hey.
Hey.
This massive turret ambush was originally a lot more massive, with turrets that dropped from the ceiling and popped out of surprise hatches. In fact, for a while, it was the game's climactic battle. Through playtesting, we learned that this type of pure combat experience didn't really fit with the preceding few hours of player training. Over several iterations, we toned down the combat and made the room more about using portal momentum to fling yourself great distances, a skill that playtesters really enjoyed using, and that's a key component of what eventually became our final battle.
Whoop.
I don't blame you.
I thought I used to be able to. I thought you could go up there like that. I guess not. Oh, but you know what you can do from here? Is get these fucking turrets out of my way.
Originally, these catwalks were decorative, but playtesters consistently thought they were significant and often spent a lot of time trying to reach them. We didn't want to stand between people and their desire to walk on the catwalks, so we redesigned the area to make catwalks not only accessible, but also necessary to proceed.
Fair enough. Oh. Time to fight Gladys.
So when they told me that there was going to be a song at the end, I thought, well, all right, who's going to write the song? And they told me there was going to be a song written by Jonathan Colton. And I listened to a song that Jonathan had written, and it was very funny, very clever. So I thought at that point, well, you know, this will be okay. But I am an opera singer, so usually I sing, and I thought, well, will I be able to have the right style for the song? So I was concerned. But then before the recording, they sent me an MP3 file of the song, and I listened to it with Jonathan singing it, but I loved the little song. And at home, as I practiced the little song, I tried to, you know, get back to GLaDOS's voice. You know, aperture science, just this tiny little passive-aggressive computer who's all alone until people try to come in and murder her. So of course she gets upset. But she seems to have this real affinity for cake. And I want to play the game because I want to recreate the cake recipe and then put Portal on it and be able to serve it to my friends when they come over.
Well, you found me. Congratulations. Was it worth it? Because despite your violent behavior, the only thing you've managed to break so far is my heart. Maybe you could settle for that and we'll just call it a day. I guess we both know that isn't going to happen. You chose this path. Now I have a surprise for you. Deploying surprise in 5, 4... Time out for a second. That wasn't supposed to happen. Do you see that thing that fell out of me? What is that? It's not the surprise. I've never seen it before. Never mind. It's a mystery I'll solve later. By myself. Because you'll be dead.
GLaDOS, the rogue
I wouldn't bother with that thing. My guess is that touching it will just make your life even worse, somehow.
Early versions included
Where are you taking that thing?
a sprawling spidery mechanism and an upside-down version of blockchain.
Don't worry about it.
I don't want to tell you your business, but if it were me, I'd leave that thing alone.
A huge mechanical device with a delicate robotic figure dangling out of it.
Do you think I'm trying to trick you?
GLaDOS's raw power and femininity.
You're kidding me. Did you just set that aperture science thing, we don't know what it does, into an aperture science emergency intelligence incinerator? That has got to be the dumbest thing that... Whoa. Good news. I figured out what that thing you just incinerated did. It was a morality core they installed after I flooded the enrichment center with a deadly neurotoxin to make me stop flooding the enrichment center with a deadly neurotoxin. So get comfortable while I warm up the neurotoxin emitters. Huh. That core may have had some ancillary responsibilities. I can't shut off the turret defenses. Oh well. If you want my advice, you should just lie down in front of a rocket. Trust me. It'll be a lot less painful than the neurotoxin. All right. Keep doing whatever it is you think you're doing. Killing you and giving you good advice aren't mutually exclusive. The rocket really is the way to go. That thing you burned up isn't important to me. It's the fluid catalytic cracking unit. It made shoes for orphans. Nice job breaking it, hero. This isn't brave.
Hold still,
It's
bitch.
murder. What did I ever do to you? The difference between... You don't even care, do you?
Nope.
Who are you? What is that? Oh, what's that? What's that? What is that? Did you hear me? I said you don't care. On it. Are you listening? Oh, what's wrong with your legs? Where are we going? Are you coming back? Oh, hey, do you smell something burning? I'm done reasoning with you. Oh, you think you're doing some damage?
2 + 2 is...
In base 4, I'm fine. I let you survive this long because I was curious about your behavior. Well, you've managed to destroy that part of me. As much as I love to now. I can't get the neurotoxin into your head any faster. I'd just like to point out that you were given every opportunity to succeed. There was even going to be a party for you.
Where did that piece go?
That all your friends were invited to. I invited your best friend, the Companion Cube. Of course, he couldn't come because you murdered him. All your other friends couldn't come either because you don't have any other friends, because of how unlikable you are. It says so right here in your personnel file. Unlikable, liked by no one. A bitter, unlikable.
I love that he's just giving us the recipe for the cake. Oh, I didn't mean to drop him.
That's exactly what it says. Very formal. Very official. It also says you were adopted. So that's funny too. Speaking of curiosity,
No more cake.
You're curious about what happens after. Neurotoxin. So deadly. Joking. When I said deadly neurotoxin, the deadly was in massive sarcasm quote. I could take a bath in this stuff, put it on cereal, rub it right into my eyes. Honestly, it's not deadly at all.
To me.
You, on the other hand, are going to find its deadliness a lot less fun. Who's gonna make when I'm gone? You, look, you're wasting your time. And believe me, you don't have a whole lot left to waste. What's your point anyway? Survival. Well then, the last thing you want to do is hurt me. I have your brain scanned and permanently backed up in case something terrible happens to you. Which it's just about to. Don't believe me? Here, I'll put you on. That's you. That's how dumb you sound. You've been wrong about every single thing you've ever done, including this thing. You're not smart. You're not a scientist. You're not a doctor. You're not even a full-time employee. Where did your life go so wrong?
God, I love that quote.
Things have changed since the last time you...
I have an infinite capacity for knowledge.
And even I'm not sure what's going on outside. All I know is I'm the only thing standing between us and them. Well, our lives.
Stop just complete. Stop swimming.
No. No. I don't want to be in the party etiquette submission position. No. My friend, the companion cube. The weighted companion cube. You know, for the autistics.
was a triumph. I'm making a note here, huge success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction. Amateur science. We do what we must because we can. For the good of all of us, except the ones who are dead. But there's no sense crying over every mistake. You just keep on trying till you run out of cake. And the science gets done and you make a neat gun for the people who are still alive. I'm not even angry. I'm being so sincere right now. Even though you broke my heart and killed me, I'm torn into pieces and threw every piece into a fire. As they burned, it hurt because I was so happy for you. Now these points of data make a beautiful line, and we're out of data, we're releasing on time. So I'm glad I got burned. Think of all the things we learned for the people who are still alive. Go ahead and leave me. I think I prefer to stay inside. Maybe you'll find someone else to help you. Maybe Black Mesa. That was a joke, haha, fat chance. Anyway, this cake is great. It's so delicious and moist. Look at me still talking when there's science to do. When I look up there, it makes me glad, not you. I've experiments to run. There is research to be done on the people who are still alive. And believe me, I am still alive. I'm doing science and I'm still alive. I feel fantastic and I'm still alive. While you're dying, I'll be still alive. And when you're dead, I will be still alive. Still alive. Still alive.
Why am I still awake? I don't fucking know. But I did all the developer commentary for Portal. So that's a thing we've done. And there was cake, Mickey. Gotta eat cake. Alright, get Portal out of my system again. Actually, while I'm at it, get Firewatch out of here too. Firewatch, go away. The cake is a lie, I know. Except for the core tells you how to make the cake, so technically you could just go make the cake. Firewatch, there you are. Now I'm gonna go to sleep, but you know. Until we meet again. Who we gonna raid out to today? Let's have a look-see here. Who's online? But how many other people are fucking playing Portal right now? Two people are playing Portal. Stupid streamer plays stupid video game. Alright. Who's on that we look at? You know what? Actually, fuck it. Here, stupid streamer plays stupid video game.
Wait. Yeah, I gotta ban that dude. You cannot. I'm learning life to be myself. There is no need. And I already have a VTuber model. Yeah. Sorry.